Chapter 35-45, The Abandoned Land Separated West King. In reality, the South was far larger than the North, far stronger as well. For millions of years, the South gave birth to plenty of talents. Its power and resources exceeded its northern counterpart. One must bring up Buddha holy ground first when talking about the South. It was the strongest lineage there with the vastest territory. Some research said that they owned 1/3 of the South, perhaps even more. During its golden age, it most likely possessed 2/3 of the South. From this, one could easily gauge its might. According to some count, it had 4 Tao lords, 3,000 kingdoms, and 8,000 sections. There was a popular phrase in the South regarding the sect size: just one wrong step and one can find themselves in Buddha holy ground. Li Qiye strolled forward without ever looking back. The dry and hot climate had no effect on him. He eventually made it out of the abandoned land and found a scene of green, rolling hills and a billowing presence of life. People couldn't help but take a deep breath after being in the desert for so long. The air filled with moisture made them greedily breathe in several more times. It became a contrast between a verdant land and a hellish inferno. The mountains and forests ahead belonged to Buddha holy ground. From now on, the land was under their jurisdiction stretching from north to south. Li Qiye looked ahead and decided his path. He didn't care about the 3,000 kingdoms and 8,000 sects of this behemoth. It was nothing more than a path to him. After making it out of the lush forest, he found a straight road leading to a city. A carriage was waiting, made from regular timber instead of any extravagant material. It looked sturdy and practical. It was pulled by just one horse. It was relaxed, eating grass to the side of the street right now, seemingly waiting for something. An old man sat on the front. His clothes weren't expensive but carefully chosen and meticulously threaded, clearly done by a master. He closed his eyes to rest while still holding the reins. He also seemed to be waiting for someone. The place was rather quiet outside of chewing noises from the horse. Occasionally, one could hear the roars of beasts and birds chirping from the distance. This painted a tranquil scene. However, it was strange to see a carriage waiting in this remote region. There was no other road through the forest. After Li Qiye got close, the old man immediately opened his eyes and stared at Li Qiye. His appearance was actually quite impressive, clearly not one used to manual labor. Just his natural expression alone exuded a dignified authority. He seemed to have enjoyed a high status for a long period. This eventually accumulated in a special aura. Nonetheless, for some reason, the outfit and position of a carriage driver also fitted him perfectly. It was as if he was born for this position. He didn't pay much attention to Li Qiye, but upon noticing the bronze ring, his brows furrowed. "Customer, do you need a carriage?" He straightened his back and asked Li Qiye. His voice was slightly excited. "Sure." Li Qiye answered with a half smile. The old man immediately prepared by pulling back the horse. His actions were skilled, clearly experienced as if he had done so 1,000,000 times. This was surprising due to his dignified appearance. "Where are you going, customer?" The old man put on the reins and asked Li Qiye. "No rush, take your time." Li Qiye posed with his hands behind his back, gazing towards the south in a calm manner. The old man slowed down with preparing the horse. Time suddenly came to a still. Li Qiye didn't move an inch while the old man worked without making a single sound, seemingly afraid of disturbing Li Qiye. This strange moment lasted for a while before the old man patted the horse. He smiled and told Li Qiye, "Customer, the horse is ready, we may go whenever." Li Qiye turned around and climbed up the carriage, not feeling awkward in the lightest. He sat down without looking at the old man once. Meanwhile, the old man also sat in the driver's position. He tidied his hat and held a horsewhip, looking just like a veteran. "Where to, customer?" The old man spoke. "Go south, to the end of the path." Li Qie said. This destination was vague, causing people to feel like a monk trying to find his hair. The old man didn't ask twice and agreed, so be it, southward. Please sit tight, customer. Boom. He smacked the whip on the horse without wasting any movement. It neighed and started pulling the carriage. The carriage traveled at a fair speed without any jolting or bumping. This was comfortable, akin to riding on a cloud. Li Qie slept inside the carriage without worrying in the slightest. On the other hand, the old man couldn't help stealing glances at Li Qie. The guy was really sleeping without being on guard, as if there was no point in doing so. This surprised the old man. There were two possibilities, either a brat that was leaving home the first time or a true master not needing to exercise prudence. He didn't say anything and glanced at the bronze ring on Li Qie's finger. His eyes moved slightly afterward. Anyone else would not care about this ring due to its conspicuous nature. However, he really wanted to take it off for a careful look. He simply refrained due to certain qualms. Reason eventually won and stopped him from doing so. Though he was curious, he didn't ask Li Qie anything. He looked forward and focused his mind on controlling the carriage. This was his responsibility and duty. After a long time, Li Qie woke up and asked, "Are we there?" Customer, not yet but almost. The old man smiled. Li Qie rubbed his eyes and said, "Someone told me before we started that the road is full of jackals and wolves. Be careful now." The old man responded, "This place is Buddha holy ground and it's bright out. If there happen to be jackals and wolves, they'll be chanting Buddhist scriptures." Chapter 35-46, Is that true? Li Qie became interested and smiled. Yes. The old man said, Buddha holy ground is prosperous and peaceful. It flourishes and people don't even need to close their doors at night. There are no bandits and thieves. I see. Li Qie said. Vajra dynasty is in charge of the sacred ground. This has been the case for millions of years, ruled by generations of wise sages and Vajra Dao Lord. This is nothing short of a golden age. The old man took his time explaining the current situation of the holy ground for Li Qie. He clearly had a high evaluation of the dynasty. Of course, he was also telling the truth. Buddha holy ground was a special entity, a lineage that has lasted for eras and was different from the others. Though the land was considered to be under Buddha holy ground's jurisdiction, it actually had very few disciples. The only power truly belonging to this lineage was Sacred Mountain. Its location remained unknown. The 3,000 kingdoms and 8,000 sects all believed in Buddhism. Their merit laws and ancestors were most likely from Buddha holy ground, so they could be considered side branches. They would also always listen to the holy ground's command. But overall, this was only a general outline and the title of the area. The actual lineage in charge, Sacred Mountain, didn't meddle in mundane matters nor cared about authority. Because of this, the other powers still needed a ruler in order to govern the vast territories. This ruler needed to represent the entire holy ground. In this generation, the one in charge was the Vajra dynasty. It didn't used to be called this in the past. Its previous name was Archaic Sun Kingdom or Archaic Sun Dynasty. This title eventually changed after Vajra Dao Lord. The connection added more prestige to their dynasty. The current king was capable and magnificent. His reign allowed the powers in the holy ground to have peace and prosperity. From what I know, the Vajra dynasty doesn't have much to do with Vajra Dao Lord. Li Qie smiled and said. No, that's an unfair statement. The old man responded, there is a deep connection between them. The Dao Lord used to be the Prince of Vajra and joined Sacred Mountain later for training. After becoming a Dao Lord, he also returned to rule Vajra for a bit and left many treasures there. He laid out a comprehensive history of Vajra for Li Qie. His facts were true, albeit not without bias. The Tao Lord was indeed from the dynasty, but he wasn't a prince, only a bastard child from a side branch. He had no status to speak of during his youth. However, his talents were peerless, allowing him to join Sacred Mountain in accomplishing great things. Due to this, the dynasty known as Archaic Sun naturally wanted to elevate his background, so they bestowed him the title of a prince. He never represented the kingdom while ruling the holy ground either, only himself. Nonetheless, the kingdom decided to change its name to Vajra. This successfully raised their position in the region. The Tao Lord didn't oppose this. He actually remembered his roots and even taught at the dynasty before. This truly benefited them and laid a strong foundation for the future. The old man continued to teach Li Qiye about this history. In his words, the dynasty and the Tao Lord were virtually the same, both are orthodox branches of the holy ground. This was a forceful explanation since technically, the Tao Lord was from Sacred Mountain. Nonetheless, Li Qiye didn't say anything. The dynasty has done an amazing job ruling the holy ground, definitely a top contributor among all the powers. The old man praised. True. Li Qiye chuckled. Of course, the old man was right because the dynasty has reigned several times in the past. This time, their reign has lasted for a while until the present. Plus, the holy ground definitely prospered. A while later, the old man glanced at Li Qiye's ring, whether on purpose or otherwise. He asked, "Where did you come from, customer?" "The abandoned land." Li Qiye said flatly. "You're funny, customer." The old man shook his head and said, "That's an ominous location with no inhabitants." "It's fine if you don't believe me," Li Qiye nonchalantly said. "Of course not, I only found it strange and didn't mean to question you, my apology." The old man smoothed things over. "Your ring seems unique, is it an heirloom?" Finally, he couldn't help but ask. "This crappy ring? It's not an heirloom. I found it along the way, probably doesn't worth anything." Li Qiye smirked and stared at the old man. "Huh," the old man laughed and dropped the issue. Li Qiye didn't pursue this and closed his eyes to rest. He didn't bother to ask the old man about his background and status. "Customer, have you heard of Sacred Mountain?" A long journey consisted of boredom, so the old man occasionally chatted. There were plenty of powers in Buddha holy ground. However, there was only one capable of determining its path, Sacred Mountain. It served as the core and the soul of this region. Buddha Tao Lord reached the Tao at Sacred Mountain and started the holy ground. Later on, Vajra and Dhyana Tao Lord did the same. All four Tao Lords were from Sacred Mountain, more or less. Thus, the mountain was everything to the region. The holy ground wouldn't exist without the mountain. That's why everyone here knew Sacred Mountain. Though few disciples from there could be seen, the place remained prestigious. "And if I haven't?" Li Qiye said. "Are you a visitor, customer? Everyone in the holy ground knows about Sacred Mountain. Only outsiders haven't heard of it." The old man became surprised. "Oh." Li Qiye asked the old man, "Looks like you know Sacred Mountain very well, have you been there?" The old man smiled and shook his head, "Of course not, I'm only a driver, not qualified to enter Sacred Mountain. I'm only repeating what I've heard before. Plus, you have a special aura, a dragon among men, so I thought that you might be from there." These words didn't come out easily. He called Li Qiye a dragon among men despite his ordinary appearance, probably needing to abandon his principles in order to say so. Chapter 35-47, I don't know where Sacred Mountain is. Li Qiye looked outside and smiled. The old man continued controlling the horse with a strange expression. After a while, Li Qiye sparked up another conversation. "Do you like driving or would you rather do something else?" "Well," the old man pondered before answering, "I'm just a driver who hasn't tried anything else, so I can't answer your question, customer. Driving requires skill and finesse. Li Qie smiled, the path isn't always flat and danger-free. Not dealing with the problems well might result in being in a beast's stomach. Makes sense. The old man nodded. Fortunately, my old bones are still tough and this whip is usable. Ordinary beasts can't get close to me. My trusted horse is smart enough to stay away from their lairs too. Boom! The old man raised his whip and smacked it perfectly on the horse's back. The latter raised its speed right away. The process was smooth as if these two were perfect partners who could read each other's mind. I see. Li Qie nodded, the terrains will be tough as well with perilous peaks and precipices. It's better to be careful. Rest assured, customer, I've been driving my entire life and know every small and big road across the holy ground. I'll exercise caution when crossing those places. As long as you're sitting on my carriage, you don't need to worry about a thing. I'll get you to your destination unscathed. The old man said with absolute certainty. Li Qie smiled and didn't say anything. Customer, may I ask why you're heading south? The old man continued the conversation. Chopping some firewood. Li Qie answered with a natural expression. The old man didn't expect this response and shook his head. You're joking, customer. You're going to travel millions of miles from north to south just for some firewood? Everyone would naturally consider this answer a joke. Who would travel across the holy ground just to chop some wood? It's fine if you don't believe me. Li Qie didn't bother debating. The old man remained silent. It was still unbelievable if Li Qie were telling the truth. Moreover, the position Li Qie started at had a forest. There was no lack of firewood there, so the whole thing felt like a surreal dream. He didn't bother questioning anymore because Li Qie looked like he was being serious. Everyone says that you need the right tool for the occasion. You need a good hatchet in order to not waste the long journey, and I just happen to have a good one. I'll let you borrow it. The old man took out a hatchet and handed it back into the carriage. The hatchet was wrapped several times by a thick cloth. The old man seemed to treasure it and didn't use it regularly. All right. Li Qie accepted the hatchet and smiled. How convenient, I don't have to waste time looking for one now. Perfect. The old man nodded enthusiastically as if being of use made him happy. The carriage sped at full speed, but the two didn't feel any swaying or rocking. After a while, it finally stopped. The old man shouted at Li Qie, Customer, this is as south as I can go. The path ahead is perilous and my carriage won't make it. This is as far as I can take you. That's fine. Li Qie woke up and stretched, climbing down the carriage. The wilderness stood before him with majestic peaks and foggy valleys. Fierce birds hovered above while vicious beasts roamed the ground. Their roars could be heard as a warning for intruders. Li Qie glanced at the place before tossing a bag of money at the old man. Customer, it's too much. The latter caught it and said. Consider it a tip. Li Qie smiled. Thank you, customer. The path ahead is not easy, please be careful. The old man bowed his head. Indeed. Well, one can get out of a treacherous mountain path, but it's harder to escape the treachery of men. Li Qie said. Your words are always wise and profound. I lack education and can't understand. The old man smiled and shook his head. Perhaps. Li Qie turned back to him and said, Kneel and pay respects to me now and I'll spare you in the future. The old man stared at Li Qie, perplexed. The guy didn't seem to be kidding at all and still wore a natural expression. You're funny, customer. He let out a wry smile. How unfortunate, you have missed the opportunity. Li Qie stopped caring and embarked on his path. The old man stared intensely at Li Qie's back. An extremely sharp flash could be seen deep in his eyes. His hands trembled ever so slightly, but he held back, deciding against being reckless. Though he calmly stood there, a million thoughts have just passed in his head. Most of them consisted of killing moves. When Li Qiye turned around was the best opportunity for him to deliver a fatal blow. He had plenty of methods to do so in a split second. Alas, he restrained himself, reason told him not to do it. Why? It was because Li Qiye was completely defenseless with numerous openings. This made him confused about Li Qiye's identity. Along the way, he tried numerous times and failed to grasp the guy. All in all, judging by Li Qiye's conduct, he didn't consider the guy a real threat. However, his intuition told him that this guy was dangerous. The conflicting feelings resulted in hesitation. He kept on watching Li Qiye until the guy disappeared into the mountain ridge. From start to finish, Li Qiye walked slowly as if he didn't know what was going on. Death knocked on his door several times and he had no idea. He finally withdrew his gaze and murmured, "So courageous, I want to know who you are." He reflected on the circumstances and didn't come up with anything new. This happened too quickly and without warning. What does he want to do? He wondered. This was outside of his expectation. The same applied to the strongest characters and ancestors in Buddha Holy Ground. They didn't receive a single message or information about this. He stared in a different direction, his eyes flashed coldly with murderous intent. Will everything change soon? He then thought that it was impossible. It would be too sudden and no one in the Holy Ground could accept it. No, a junior can't change anything. He turned back towards the mountain ridge and concluded. If a supreme genius had appeared, then he could understand. However, this ordinary brat had no cultivation to speak of. It made zero sense to him. Nonetheless, he chose against following Li Qiye because that would be unwise. He knew that Li Qiye might be weak but he should have people backing him up. Chapter 35-48, Rolling hills and deep forests, peaks covered by dogs, this made people feel as if they were entering a mysterious world. It consisted of towering trees, bottomless lakes, and dark valleys that could lead someone to another dimension. There was no lack of powerful birds and beasts either of the chaos primal level. Bubbles appeared on the surface of a pond. Splash! A young, hornless dragon got out of the water and lay by the shore, lazily enjoying the sunlight. Screech! A screech tore apart the clouds as a massive bird flew by. Its wings caused gales to destroy the trees below. Rah! A primal roar came before a massive beast. Its shadow engulfed the land. As this great beast slowly walked out from a valley, the smaller creatures within 100 miles radius started running away. The ones too weak or slow to do so became paralyzed on the ground, completely suppressed by its monstrous aura. The area had too many monsters including high heaven level ones. They definitely reigned the region. Nonetheless, Li Qiye walked through leisurely while using the borrowed hatchet to cut the vines and briars. The beasts saw him from a distance and got far away even though he didn't exude an aura. Their beastly instinct told them that Li Qiye was the real slumbering monster. Of course, a few powerful yet blind ones roared and tried to stop his path. The result was obvious, Li Qiye easily chased them away. None of them affected his trajectory in the slightest. He crossed through numerous mountains and valleys before reaching a particular peak. It wasn't that large or majestic. In reality, it looked rather obscured compared to its brethren. Nonetheless, Li Qiye chose it as his resting place. The pinnacle had enough trees for ample shade. Various vines and briars filled the area. Beyond them were red tiles and walls. It turned out that there was a building in this place. However, it looked decrepit with broken sections in the walls. Nature has taken over inside. This is it. Some memories and familiar figures popped up in Li Qiye's mind, prompting an emotional fluctuation. Not too bad, I can still stay here. He said softly after looking at the condition inside. He started to clean up with the hatchet given to him by the driver. It was extraordinary and sharp, he had no difficulties clearing the vines and thorns. He ended up clearing the entire peak. Eventually, one could finally see a temple on top. In the past, it must have been far larger, but now, only this section was left. There were still Buddha statues in the center. The walls had Buddhist diagrams depicting different things. Unfortunately, most were broken by now. After all, the rains and winds across the years could break down the toughest structure. He heaved a sigh of relief, satisfied with his job while looking at the temple. Though it wasn't as majestic as before, it was still more than enough for Li Qie. He picked up a plaque on the ground with ancient characters. Few in the modern era could read them. He swept away the leaves and dust, revealing 2 characters, Archaic Buddhist. He quietly murmured the words, Archaic Buddhist Temple. He stared at the characters for a bit before hanging the plaque up again. He then entered the shrine and stood in front of a wall painting. The damage rendered the content inscrutable. Nonetheless, Li Qie still stared at it since he still remembered everything in his mind, so it didn't matter. After a while, he sighed and said, another fateful connection ends in this generation. Just like that, he decided to stay at this temple. He actually lived like a woodchopper, true to his words. He spent each day personally chopping firewood in the morning, then burning them into charcoal at night. Time passed by just like that. If anyone were to see him, they would assume that he was just another woodchopper. This lasted for a while and no one knew his intent. He also raised a wild boar and a dog since it was convenient. The wild boar had sparse hair. One of its fangs was broken, seemingly damaged from fighting with another animal. The dog had an ashen yellow fur, skinny and feeble as if it had starved for a long time. Li Qie named one Lil black and the other Lil yellow. He didn't put a lot of thought into this. Lil black didn't do much outside of eating the roots around the temple or dug up the soil. However, Li Qie made use of this and planted seeds for some vegetables. As for Lil yellow, it was sickly and only lay in front of the entrance the entire day, too lazy to even open its eyes. Occasionally, Lil black came to bother it and it would finally lift its head to bark once or twice. Of course, it would sometimes follow Li Qie when he went out to chop woods in order to hunt some small animals. The man, boar, and dog lived in this manner. This uncomfortable life was actually quite peaceful. More time passed and he harvested the vegetables with no intention of leaving. He didn't work all day and spent some time relaxing. Nature was kind to him, the mountain breezes and water from the springs. The roars of beasts served as melodies. The only thing he made sure to do each day was to stare at the wall painting and chant. If someone were here to listen, they wouldn't be able to understand him anyway. The chants were too profound and ancient. The words were unheard of in the present day. He didn't miss a single day regardless of the circumstances. On one morning, an old man visited the temple. He wore an ordinary robe, his back was slightly bent and his complexion aged. He occasionally coughed as well. Nonetheless, he had no trouble traversing the harsh terrain. The beasts didn't dare to approach him either, seemingly afraid. He stopped for a bit at the base before climbing up out of curiosity for the temple. Chapter 35-49. The dilapidated temple was surrounded by trees, looking quite tranquil. To the front was an old plaque with 2 characters. Archaic Buddhist. The old man took his time reading the characters. It took a while before he said with uncertainty. His pace quickened as he wanted to see which master was staying here. However, he stopped before reaching the entrance because there was a dog laying on its stomach there. It had nothing but skin and bones, looking weak and dispirited from a long-term illness. He wouldn't have spotted without getting this close. Many would assume that it was already dead since it didn't move at all. No sign of breathing either. Nonetheless, the old man stopped because the dog still gave him a sense of danger. He had walked across the world before. Very few things in the southern region of West King could make him shudder in this manner. His eyes narrowed as light exuded from his forehead while gazing at the dog. It was still lying there, unmoving. It probably didn't notice the old man. Noises from another direction attracted the old man's attention. In another corner outside of the entrance, he saw a boar resting beneath the shade. It was round and chubby with patches of hair, looking funny and adorable. Next to it was a vegetable garden. Calling it a garden might be an exaggeration due to its simplicity. The boar looked lazy and bored while sunbathing. It occasionally ate from a stem growing out of the soil. The old man instantly took one step back and prepared his defense. Meeting that dog was startling enough. Now, the boar took it to the next level. Both of these things were here. It was too much of a coincidence. Gao! Gao! The dog suddenly barked, seemingly unhappy because the old man reacted more to the boar. This wasn't the case. It was only a matter of timing since the boar came after. The old man channeled his mantras and gathered his energy, ready for a tough fight. Meanwhile, the boar chewed the stalk and raised its head at the dog, looking rather arrogant. Can these two be from the legends? The old man shuddered again. His thoughts were interrupted by chants coming from the temple. It wasn't loud but had a calming and pleasant effect. The dog heard it and closed its eyes again, going back to sleep without caring for the old man. This was the case for the boar too. It continued chewing on the stalk, looking as bored as can be. The old man became afraid again. He recognized these two creatures and found it unfathomable that they would become docile after hearing the chant. In this split second, 1,000 potential decisions appeared in his mind. He eventually took a deep breath and tidied his clothes. He checked his walking posture and removed any sign of arrogance before walking towards the temple. This temple was clearly time-worn. He took note of the statues and wall paintings. Their meanings eluded him despite his rich knowledge. He followed the direction of the chants and made it inside a hall. He saw a young man sitting and facing the wall. The guy seemed to be sleeping, lacking the seriousness when chanting. He resembled someone who was spewing rubbish more. This surprised the old man. In the beginning, he thought that it would be a supreme master, not an ordinary youth. He couldn't help gauging the youth, looking at him up and down. His appearance was as ordinary as can be, the same with his cultivation. Southern West King had as many cultivators like him as the number of hair on an ox. He started questioning himself. Did he misjudge? He wasn't trying to judge a book by its cover. However, all signs pointed otherwise. He had met plenty of people before and was always right in his assessment. He stopped thinking about this and focused on the wall painting. It was too old and was damaged. One couldn't see the content anymore, only the faint outline of what seems to be a woman. It was impossible to tell if she was a beauty or not. She seemed to be floating, perhaps descending from the 9 heavens. All in all, one could imagine many things due to the vagueness of the painting. He stopped and glanced at the youth again. The guy was still chanting while closing his eyes, similar to sleep talking. He resembled a student sleeping in class and was spouting nonsense. At first, he was only curious about the chant due to its effect on the two animals. However, after actually listening, he found the content to be complex and boundlessly profound. He immediately realized that this wasn't nonsense but rather, the highest level mantra. He took a deep breath and focused all of his mind on listening. He had seen plenty of merit laws and manuals before from Tao lords and emperors, even the scriptures of the ancient past. He wouldn't dare to claim himself as a peerless genius in history. However, he knew how amazing his talent was. It allowed him to understand numerous top merit laws after reading them once. Alas, he didn't grasp 10 to 20% of the content. The chant exceeded anything he had heard before. He felt as if he was falling into an ocean of the Tao, immediately losing his way. In fact, he was doing an incredible job to keep his sanity and wits while listening to the chant. The unprecedented experience of floating in this Tao ocean shook him to the core. He gained immense benefits from this brief session. Calling it an immortal scripture wasn't out of line. Of course, this required the listener to be able to comprehend the content. As he understood one or two lines during the Tao search, lightning bolts coursed through his mind and illuminated his grand Tao. They chased away the fog and let him see truths. He became ecstatic and couldn't help stomping his foot. He had no idea that the youth had stopped chanting. It took him a while before he woke up from meditation. He looked around and noticed that the youth's eyes were open. He was still staring at the painting, not at the intruder. It was as if there was a supreme beauty there commanding his attention. By this point, the old man realized that this youth was actually a hidden master. He wasn't wrong this time. The youth eventually glanced at the old man and shook his head, attempting to reach that girl's domain with your meager abilities. Know your limits. The old man didn't become angry after hearing the contemptuous comment, only frozen in place. He became emotional and afraid. The youth only needed one glance to know everything about him. You're fortunate to be alive. And the Tao deficiencies can be repaired as well. Li Qie added. Immortal, please teach me. The old man immediately got on his knees and said respectfully. If an outsider were here, they would be stunned to see someone as prestigious as the old man kneeling right now. Chapter 3550, I am in need of a servant, are you willing? Li Qie glanced at the prostrating man. I agree. The old man respectfully said without thinking twice. He had dominated his entire life but he was completely convinced and ready to submit to this supreme existence today. Rise. Li Qie nodded. How should I address you, immortal? The old man stood up and said softly. Call me young master and I shall call you attendant. Li Qie responded. Yes, young master. The old man agreed with haste. From now on, his previous prestige no longer mattered. He shall be known as attendant. Just like that, the old temple in the wilderness had another person living there. Of course, his arrival didn't add to the liveliness of the place. He was old and rarely spoke. Nonetheless, each word that came out of his mouth was of value. Life continued on in a rather boring manner. Li Qie still continued to chop wood and burn them down into charcoal. The old man found this puzzling but never asked Li Qie. As for the boar and dog, they simply ignored him, treating him as heir. He didn't seem to mind either. Today, the temple welcomed its third person. The moment the gate was open, there was a girl lying there. Upon closer inspection, she was around 15 or 16. She wore an expensive dress embroidered with flowers. It was tattered now with numerous stitches and patches. Dirt and grass covered her face. Her hair used to be bound but after crossing the forest, it was just a mess with leaves on top. She looked like a fugitive who ran here and didn't know the way. She had some bloody marks too, nothing serious. They seemed to be from sharp thorns and branches. Her lips were pale and her yellow complexion indicated a lack of nutrition. She seemed to be abandoned and had to cross the wilderness. She had a small bundle wrapped in cloth consisting of damaged clothes, nothing valuable. However, she was still hugging the cloth bundle before fainting. It seemed to be extremely important to her. The boar was sitting next to her and letting out small groans. Once Li Qie opened the door, it immediately shouted at Li Qie before pushing its head into the girl. Its intention was clear. Meanwhile, the dog nearby looked up and stared at the boar with disdain. Since when are you so nice? Li Qie glanced at the girl and the boar before chuckling. The dog then opened its mouth to reveal its fang, seemingly wanting to eat the girl. The boar naturally didn't like this and roared back. It was nice to the girl but not to the dog, ready to go all out. Enough. Li Qie waved his hand. The two animals played nice in Li Qie's presence. Lilith Black came closer and pushed its head on Li Qiye's leg, clearly begging for help. You want me to save her? Li Qiye smiled. Lilith Black nodded repeatedly with its eyes wide open, trying to garner some sympathy. A vicious beast trying to do good, I see. Li Qiye shook his head. By this point, the old attendant came out and noticed the girl. He checked her appearance, bones, then veins before exclaiming, "For doomed star." The old man immediately knew that this girl had a terrible fate, one destined for destruction. It's nothing like that, just born in the wrong period. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. I see, the old man said with astonishment. Others mistake this for something unsalvageable. However, there's no lack of splendid steeds, just not enough Bo-Lu. Li Qiye continued, it's just a matter of fate and the right meetings. The old man thought that only Li Qiye would say something like this given the circumstances. Bring her in and wake her up. Li Qiye ordered. The old man immediately obeyed. Lilith Black looked excited and ran into the temple. As for Lil Yellow, it still stared at the boar with contempt while laying on the ground. It occasionally revealed its fangs. Perhaps the girl was nothing more than food in its eyes. The girl woke up after getting help from the attendant. She slowly sat up while Lilith Black roared quietly in excitement. Ah! She saw the boar and bellowed with fear, immediately retreating while tightly clutching her cloth bundle. Don't worry, it wouldn't have dragged you back here if it wanted to eat you. You would be nothing more than bones in that case. A leisure voice consoled her. It was none other than Li Qiye who was sitting nearby with the attendant next to him. The frightened girl couldn't help moving closer towards Li Qiye. Okay, go outside. Li Qiye waved his hand at the boar. It grumbled twice before leaving the hall. The girl found this astonishing, a wild boar actually listening to a man's order. She heaved a sigh of relief, still slightly afraid. She felt a little better after looking around and realizing that this was a temple. After all, she carelessly entered this area. It was truly dreadful with beasts everywhere. She remembered seeing the white fangs of a beast before fainting. Where is this place? She stared at Li Qiye and the old attendant with fear in her eyes. A safe place. Li Qiye answered. The girl lowered her head, not daring to speak. She didn't know what to say either due to her current state of mind. What's your name? Li Qiye inquired. The old man became surprised once more. This was rare because Li Qiye rarely showed interest in anything. Fan Bai. She hesitated before revealing her name. She was still lost, not knowing what to do. I see that you have cultivated a little bit. Li Qiye continued. Yes, just a little bit. She said softly, still not daring to meet his eyes. Her expression was one of sadness. Still want to learn? Yes. She blurted out without hesitation before realizing that she was being impetuous. She took one step back while gripping the cloth bundle. She thought that she was asking too much. Just being alive was already good enough. Alas, deep inside, she still didn't want to give up on cultivation. It was a matter of inability. She had a hard time filling her stomach while wandering about in a desperate plight. The 1 or 2 lines of mantra didn't come easily. She tried to understand them to no avail. Whenever she had time, she still tried to comprehend them despite the cold winds and empty stomach. Why do you wish to cultivate? Li Qiye smiled. The girl opened her mouth but no words came out. She lowered her head, not daring to respond. Tell the young master, perhaps he can help you. The old attendant cheered her on. He knew that meeting Li Qiye was the greatest fortune in her life. Missing this could fill someone with lifelong regrets. 1. Bo-Lu is a famous horse tamer back in the spring and autumn period. This idiom is talking about being able to recognize talents. Chapter 35-51, I want to change my fate. The girl bit her lips and held her sleeves tightly. She looked up at Li Qie and eventually spoke with hesitation. It was quite sad since she was a little girl wandering in destitute. Her life was as thin as a piece of paper. Why? Li Qie smiled. The girl still had some fear, not daring to look at Li Qie for long. She quietly answered, I just wish to stay alive with some dignity. Her voice was as feeble as a candle in the wind on the verge of extinguishing. However, she was determined to keep it going even with just one spark left. It's possible. Do you really want to cultivate? Li Qie nodded. Yes. She said without any hesitation this time. Very well. Go wash your face. We'll start tomorrow. Li Qie waved his hand. Really? She couldn't believe her own ears. After numerous misfortunes, she became an evil portent in everyone's eyes. They chased her away and she didn't have a place to stay. She didn't dare to come into the city because once spotted, others would jeer or even thrash her. Because of this, she had to sleep outside in the wild, lacking food and shelter. Nonetheless, this was still better than being in the city. At least she didn't have to face continuous disdain and bullying. She desired a place she could call her own despite knowing how impossible this was. No one in the world would ever take her in or let her have her own place. Thus, the concept of home became foreign to her. Alas, the desire for this still existed in the deepest crevices of her mind. Since she had no place to go, cultivation became impossible. No one would ever teach her until now. Li Qie took her in and even agreed to teach her. She thought that this was just a dream. She secretly pinched her thigh and the pain told her otherwise. I'm a man of my words. Li Qie replied. The girl paused but still decided to tell the truth. Everyone calls me the foredoomed star that will kill everyone around me. That'll happen to you too if you take me in. She had a hard time dealing with this cruel reality. It has happened several times before, so she couldn't hide it in order to not hurt a good person. Li Qie disagreed and smiled. Cultivation is about going against the heaven, rebelling against it. Who cares about this foredoomed star? If you're afraid of such a thing, then there's no point talking about cultivation. Even the old attendant nodded approvingly after hearing this. But I will really cause your death. Many have died already. She revealed her traumatic past. If such a thing can kill me, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. Go wash your face. Li Qie shook his head. She couldn't believe it. People had always run away from her out of disgust. Some even banished her, yet Li Qie didn't mind. This moved her to tears. She tried to speak but nothing came out. Call me young master. Li Qie said. She secretly wiped away the tears in her eyes and took a deep breath. She bowed and said, Yes, young master. The old servant then took her away and prepared a place for her to stay. Once she appeared again before Li Qie, she had finished bathing and had a refreshing aura. Her hair was still messy since she had cut it herself. Nonetheless, it looked cute and delicate when draping down. Her skin was tan from being out in the sun too long, but this didn't diminish her good features. Her eyes were round and tall. Her emotion could easily be seen through them, especially fear. Young master. She bowed, not knowing what to say while standing before Li Qie. Have a good rest tonight, we start tomorrow. Li Qie got straight to the point. The girl started absorbing the events today. She realized that this was her new reality now. All the unhappiness in the past seemed so distant, at least for now. She had a home right now and a great opportunity to cultivate. Thus, she woke up very early the next day, waiting for Li Qie. She cherished this once in 10,000 years chance. Let's get started. Li Qie smiled and took her to an open spot up the peak. He taught her a few chants to start. These lines were very simple. The girl wasn't supremely talented or anything, but she carefully memorized the words. In the past, she did everything she could with the cultivation lines she found, repeating them multiple times. She had a heart yearning for learning, so she absorbed everything he taught her. The old attendant stood there since Li Qiye didn't explicitly forbid him. He also carefully listened to the chants. After she finished memorizing one line, he taught her a simple movement. Nonetheless, it would take several times before she could copy the move due to her average talents. Strangely enough, Li Qiye had plenty of patience this time and repeated the move for her. Afterward, he said, "The lines and the movement happen in unison, so study them together. Take your time. I will try my best." She nodded with determination. Li Qiye didn't say anything else and went to chant in front of the wall painting. She was freed from any distraction and earnestly trained. At first, the old attendant found the lines to be very simple, the same with the movement. This could be considered an elementary mantra for new learners. However, the latter part attracted his attention. When he combined both the lines and the movement, he immediately noticed the innate profundity. He was a true genius, unlike Fan Bai, so he was capable of learning top merit laws in no time at all. Combining the lines and the movement opened a new world for him. Each breath he took during this process was immensely useful. It felt as if he was learning from a sacred scripture. It was up to the learner to see how many pages they could open. Li Qiye didn't teach her anything else beyond this. She never asked either and repeated the training without finding it boring. She stopped to rest and drink water whenever she was fatigued and thirsty. She persevered like this for days after days. Eventually, her movement was flawless and she could easily recite the lines. Chapter 35-52. As days went by, the girl knew the chants by heart, enough to recite it backward. Nonetheless, she still meticulously analyzed each word while incorporating it into her movement. Though the attempts were identical, each gave her a unique feeling. This meant that she had incremental improvements in a gradual manner. She cherished the opportunity, so she was the first to wake up and the last one to sleep. Though Li Qiye didn't teach her anything new, not an ounce of grievance could be found in her. Her entire mind and soul were hellbent on learning this lesson. The old man frequently watched her training. This was quite beneficial for her too, because her talents and knowledge were far inferior in comparison. He gave her indirect guidance or answered a few questions. He knew full well that there were no standards nor rules for this type of cultivation. If he were to instill his own comprehension and knowledge into her, that would actually slow her down. Thus, he minimized his involvement as much as possible. Nonetheless, he resembled a teacher more than Li Qiye. The latter virtually ignored the girl after the first session. He had only checked on her once or twice during his leisure hours, then corrected certain things. Other cultivators would find this teaching method ridiculous. The old man found this surprising but didn't ask too much. After all, Li Qiye had higher cultivation attainments. If he were to teach the girl anything, that would be akin to displaying his slight skills before an expert. One day, Li Qiye saw this and didn't stop it. He approvingly nodded instead. "Correct, you're a passable teacher. I have a question too. The girl isn't limited to techniques and variations." The old man smiled wryly. "That's why her height will be greater than yours in the future." Li Qiye smiled and said, "A few people just need one move in their entire life to be invincible. There's no need to worry about techniques. Just worry about the essences of the Tao along with a tough Tao heart." The old man accepted this criticism since it came from Li Qiye. He carefully digested the meanings behind them. How many invincible techniques do you have?" Li Qiye looked at the old man and spread his palm. "Thank you for your guidance, young master." The old man took a deep breath and said. He had learned plenty of merit laws and imperial techniques. However, only a few moves served as the foundation of his domination. You won't be able to catch up to her with regard to this particular move. Li Qiye smiled. May I ask for its name? The old man became curious. Due to his erudite knowledge, he could recognize merit law's origin and source after seeing them for the first time. This wasn't the case for this particular move. He had no idea where it came from. Buddha bowing. I crafted it specifically for her. As long as her Tao heart is firm enough, she'll reach the next height. Buddha bowing, the old man was shaken by both the name of the technique along with Li Qiye's action. How could the guy create a move suitable for the girl in just one night? He definitely couldn't do so. He stopped speaking and stood to the side. Go fetch a few things here. Li Qiye took out and handed a list to the old man. The old man took a look and saw precious and rare materials. Of course, it wasn't impossible for someone like him to obtain them. Young master, is this to change the girl's fate? The old man became startled. She has to do that herself. How can a tree grow and blot out the sky without experiencing enough storm and rain? I am simply laying a foundation for her. Li Qiye smiled. The old man agreed and bowed, leaving to carry out his task. He only needed several days to gather them despite their rarity. Li Qiye immediately got started with preparing a supreme formation. He easily sealed space along with the other affinities, reincarnation cycle, yin and yang, karma. The old man was in awe while watching this. The guy did it with such mastery while needing zero effort. Li Qiye also had a cauldron with boiling medicinal water inside. It had a strange aroma. He glanced at the girl and asked, "This will be awfully painful. Can you handle it?" "I can." The girl didn't know what Li Qiye wanted to do, but she had full trust in him. Good. He immediately tossed her into the boiling cauldron. She was startled while flying through the air. However, next came the heat trying to boil her. Focus, recite the chants. She heard Li Qiye's voice deep in her mind. She immediately recited the chants in order to stop the scorching water. Accept rather than reject, let the medicinal water seep into your body. Li Qiye roared again. She followed his instruction and the scalding heat came along. This pain was unbearable, causing her to scream. She gritted her teeth to stop. In this split second, Li Qiye grasped the stars and turned their lights into needles, throwing them towards the girl afterward. They struck her important meridians, turning her into a hedgehog. Unfortunately, the pain of the starry needles piercing was 10 times worse than the scalding water. She screamed once before trying her best to stop. Next, Li Qiye used the 5 elements, karma, and the yin and yang to press down on her, seemingly wanting to crush her apart. She bellowed in pain but still gritted her teeth and persevered. The old man was happy for her. After all, how many people in this world had the honor of having Li Qiye personally changing their fate? This wasn't a direct change, but it would lay a boundless foundation for her. The future was limitless depending on her Tao heart. The pain might be unbearable, but surpassing this meant a lifetime of benefits. With Li Qiye's continuous refinements, the medicinal liquid in the cauldron gradually disappeared. On the other hand, a murderous energy manifested within the girl, becoming denser. The refinement technique from Li Qiye was marvelous and effortless. Profundity just came naturally. The old man became more and more impressed. He had seen top alchemists at work before, the best of the generation. Unfortunately, they looked like new students compared to Li Qiye, as coarse as can be. This is fine. Li Qiye eventually recalled his technique after finishing. Meanwhile, the girl was still sitting in the cauldron in a state of zen. She had never felt this comfortable before, akin to her shackles being broken. She felt as if she could go anywhere now. Suddenly, black clouds engulfed the sky along with thunder. A heavenly tribulation seemed to be descending. The old man had a serious expression, realizing the significance behind this. Li Qiye, on the other hand, only glanced at it. Ultimately, the tribulation didn't come down. Chapter 35-53, just like that, peaceful days joined the 3 people, 1 dog, and 1 boar at the temple deep in the wilderness. Li Qiye did his thing, chopping and burning firewood, then chanted in front of the wall painting. Fan Bai turned out to be the most diligent, always training hard after being taught, Buddha bowing. She repeated the training 10,000 times a day with full focus and not a moment of relaxation. The old attendant understood right away why Li Qiye chose this girl. As long as she kept this up, she would be able to fly up the 9 firmaments. Li Qiye was right, she would be able to exceed him. Unfortunately, the peace was quickly broken tonight. The hills were quiet and the beasts had entered a deep slumber. However, a powerful force emanated across the entire region. The old man noticed it right away and appeared before the gate. Both Lil Black and Lil Yellow also got up and stared in the same direction. Boom! Once the ripples reached a certain level, a beam shot straight at the sky and illuminated the area, adding a snow-white hue. The beasts became alarmed right away and rushed out of their lair. Others hid deeper within. The old man's brows furrowed as a result. Meanwhile, Lil Yellow barked a few times before going back to sleep. Lil Black did the same thing. It returned to its garden and grumbled a few times before dozing off. Looks like a bit of trouble. The old man stopped looking. No big deal. A nonchalant voice answered him. The attendant was startled and would have unsheathed his blade if he didn't recognize Li Qiye's voice. The guy was standing next to him and he had no idea when. He smiled wryly as a result. In all of the south, only 3 to 5 people could approach him undetected. This would allow them to have the upper hand, perhaps assassinating him in a few moves. There's always a higher mountain and a better man. He was aware of this phrase, but Li Qiye made it so apparent. Go to bed early, it looks like we'll have a fun show soon. Li Qiye smilingly said, but the old man became afraid. There was something different about his tone. The old man knew that it wouldn't be a fun show. Those blind enough to cause trouble would find their blood flowing on the ground. He didn't care too much though, since if they wanted to court death, that's their own issue. Only a few more bones in the mountains. Others also took note of the commotion from the wilderness, especially Buddha Emperor Plateau that was the nearest here. The powers there became alarmed. The plateau was an auspicious ground with massive territories consisting of 1/3 of the holy ground, perhaps even vaster. It was heavily contested as well. 80 to 90% of the strongest clans and sects were located here. Thus, it had the most authority and wealth. There were more than 100 grand cities or so, each spanned for 10 million miles. Some were built on peaks connected by wondrous bridges, others inside the valleys. One would be sure that this area was the most magical and prosperous in the southern West King. It also had 5 main divisions virtually capable of representing the entire holy ground. All 5 were naturally alarmed from this divine light. In Duality Academy, the powerful teachers woke up. The students also got out of their bed and climbed up the nearest peak for a better vantage point. Where's that place? A young student pointed at the illumination. Myriad Beast Mountains. An older one recognized that direction and said, yes, that's definitely it. It's deep in there. That's the most dangerous area of the plateau, right? Chaos primal beasts reign that area. The students have all heard of it. More than that, a teacher told me that there are high-level heaven beasts, even the kings. One of them said. Yes, there are several kings there, even heavenly sovereigns want to stay away from them. An older one added. That place is large and the majority of high-level heaven beast kings are sleeping, it's hard to meet one. Someone who has been there before said, it requires luck to meet one, or at least that's what a teacher told me. The students from the academy all talked about this event. Duality Academy was the largest and strongest learning institution in all of southern West King. It belonged to the division named Metropolis. It was the largest of the 5 and had a vague definition. Anything not belonging to the other 4 divisions would be considered a part of Metropolis division. The capital included the nobles and dynasties of Buddha Emperor Plateau along with other sections. Its main representative was the Academy. Whenever there was a big change in the Holy Ground, especially the changing of a dynasty, the Academy would speak for Metropolis. It had produced plenty of renowned geniuses across the generations. In Divine Ghost Division, numerous sects became startled as well. They all stared towards myriad beast mountains. The spectating ancestors had a serious expression. Divine Ghost was among the strongest of the divisions, made up of numerous races. However, the majority belonged to 2 races, Blood and Ghost. Despite the diverse demographic, these 2 races maintained solidarity through bonds and power. The entire division always rallied together to deal against intruders. A high-level beast king moving? One expert speculated. No, there's no dreadful beast aura. It might be a treasure. An ancestor shook his head. We should go take a look. The expert responded. Let the juniors scout, it's a good opportunity for training. The ancestor ordered. Yes. The expert agreed and went to carry out the order. On the other hand, the strongest division, Heavenly Dragon, didn't have a big reaction. This region had countless temples and monks. Very few monks bothered to come out to take a look at the light. Amitba. They simply chanted and stopped paying attention. Heavenly Dragon Division was often called Heavenly Dragon Temple instead. They were decisively the strongest force in the Holy Ground, consisting of 88,000 temples and 800,000 high monks. No other powers could stand against them. Remember, all 4 Tao Lords of Buddha Holy Ground had a Buddhist background. Thus, the Tao of Buddhism permeated across the land. There was a popular phrase, one can see a temple every 8 steps. This might be an exaggeration, but it showed the popularity of Buddhism. Moreover, Heavenly Dragon Temple has always supported Sacred Mountain. It could be considered a part of Sacred Mountain. 1. This name requires further context too. Chapter 35-54, those in Buddha Emperor Division located at the plateau also started moving in the shadows. It was located in the center of Buddha Emperor Plateau, serving as the central division out of the 5. This floating city was one of the largest in the Holy Ground. Currently, Vajra dynasty was in charge of this division. According to the rumors, this division was created by Buddha Tao Lord. Thus, it became the core of the Holy Ground. Though Sacred Mountain was the real supreme entity, it was too illusory. No one had an idea of its true location. Moreover, it never directly imposed its dominion, not even during the era of Buddha Tao Lord. Thus, Buddha Emperor Division was in charge of administration and management. Therefore, its ruler also had authority over the rest of the Holy Ground while representing Sacred Mountain. Of course, those capable of becoming the ruler of this dynasty were also qualified to reign, whether it be their power or intelligence. In the past, Vajra dynasty's capital was far away from Buddha Emperor Division. This changed after they took over, so they moved their capital here. Today, the officials of the dynasty became alarmed after seeing the light. There has been a lull for a long time, so the commotion made them contemplate. Is this a sign of the next era? A few ambitious people had this thought. After all, Vajra dynasty has ruled for a very long time now. Many thought that it was time to abdicate. If this were to happen, many among the 5 divisions would be eyeing the throne. Of course, it wasn't that easy to take over Buddha Emperor. Whoever did it would need the support of the other 4 divisions, then the approval from Sacred Mountain. Nonetheless, Vajra has ruled for several generations and people have grown impatient. Just a gust of implication was enough to tempt them. Of course, the majority of officials didn't share this thought. One general gazed towards the mountain range and said, "If a ferocious beast is coming, that's my time to make a name for myself." The holy ground always enjoyed peace, both internal and external. So many generals and experts hoped for something to happen so that they could finally be of use. All in all, it didn't take long before many sent troops towards the mountain range. The calmest of the 5 divisions turned out to be Mortal King Division. It didn't react at all. This division had the lowest population and land. However, it was perhaps the most dangerous with inaccessible strongholds and traps. A sect once said that at the plateau, it was better to provoke Heavenly Dragon Temple rather than Mortal King Division. The former was strong, but it consisted of kind, merciful monks. They would most likely spare their opponents. On the other hand, the members of Mortal King might actually eradicate a sect once furious. This division was a special entity even back during Buddha Tao Lord's era. It was added into the Holy Grounds territory but still remained neutral and didn't join Buddhism. Some other inhabitants and races also refrained from joining Buddhism. Alas, they were still affected by it, more or less. This wasn't the case for Mortal King. Moreover, this division had no interest in ruling the Holy Ground either, despite being quite formidable. They always remained nonchalant regardless of whatever happened in the Holy Ground, akin to the water in a well. Thus, the 5 divisions in the plateau had different reactions to the changes in myriad beast mountains. The nobles and powerful cultivators from Divine Ghost and Buddha Emperor rushed towards the mountain range for an adventure. The students from Duality took note of this and became agitated. The stronger ones also wanted to go there and train. The academy finally relented and allowed them to do so. However, it did note that they were responsible for their own lives. "Yes, we're coming." The spirited students heard the approval from the academy and immediately formed groups. They jumped on their mounts and rushed towards Myriad Beast. "You all, follow me. We'll train there." A teacher thought that this was a good opportunity and picked his favorite students for a trip. In just a short time, the desolate mountain range had numerous visitors. They caused the place to be chaotic and loud. The ones who stood out the most were naturally the students from Duality. The nobles from the capital and the experts from Divine Ghost needed to act properly due to their status. Thus, they kept it low-key. This wasn't the case for the students. They were young and vigorous on top of having permission from the academy. They rushed there with loud fanfare for the sake of training. Numerous groups flew straight into Myriad Beast Mountains. Even their mounts were excited and caused loud rumbles and quakes. They looked like feral children who didn't have any education and did whatever they wanted here. "Watch me." One student saw a pack of earth wolves. His group consisting of 8 students immediately surrounded the pack and started killing them. The wolves roared and tried to flee. These beasts were only at the intermediate yellow level, not worth that much. It's just that these students were eager to have some fun and didn't care at all. "Hey, look over there, so many ghost vines, let's get them." Another saw alchemy ingredients growing beneath a cliff. A dozen or so students rushed there right away. These groups were clearly here to have fun. Of course, a few prideful students with a prestigious background didn't hang with this loud crowd. They only took a quick glance around before delving deeper into the mountain range. Some of them weren't here for treasures and chaos primal beasts. They were only curious and came to sightseeing or to train. This particular group normally had a noble upbringing. In the sky, a group of 5 flew by and landed on a tree. They wanted to have a better look at the scenery. Rah! They saw a massive ox crazily running, crushing the peaks and rivers. "That one is strong." A female student in this group was surprised. Rumble! Behind this great ox were another 1,000 of its ilks. Their rampage flattened everything along the way in an unstoppable manner. "Those are barbaric bulls on the move, don't get too close. They will all attack us if we anger the Ox King." An older student warned. "So how strong is that king?" The female student asked since this was her first time seeing one. "Junior Sister Ling, it's stronger than Teacher Chi." The older one smiled. The female student stuck out her tongue in a cute manner and didn't dare to get close. Chapter 35-55. This group of students crossed through another peak and saw black clouds with thunderous explosions not far from there. Members of the ghost race? The female student known as Junior Sister Ling became curious since she saw figures in the black clouds. Oh, fellow students from the Black Cloud tribe. One of them was also from the ghost race and immediately came over to ask, "Where are you guys going?" However, the experts inside the clouds ignored them. A younger one glared at them with an arrogant expression. This group then moved towards the valley ahead. "Humph, so rude." One student snorted after seeing the contempt. After all, the students in the academy were all proud, most were geniuses from Metropolis Division. No weakling could enter this prestigious academy. Black Cloud ghosts are famous recently, it's understandable that they're arrogant. An older student aware of this development said. Rumble. As they were talking about this particular tribe, loud explosions came from the valley ahead. Black clouds proliferated along with lightning bolts. I think they're hunting chaos primal beasts. One student scouted ahead and shouted. Come, let's take a look and see what amazing beast they've found. The others were awfully curious and rushed forward. Meanwhile, layers of black clouds engulfed the valley. The shrouded figures inside them sent down thick lightning bolts. What beast is in there? They're actually using a grand formation. A ghost student found this surprising. Rah! A massive shadow leaped out of the valley and easily smashed through the ceiling formation. Boom! The creature resembled a draconic beast with a serpent body and steel scales. It had wings and 3 heads. The jaws had red scales. This chaos primal beast shocked all the spectators nearby. Which primal beast is this? It's huge. A young student bellowed. Shit. It's a 3-headed winged serpent. A male student was scared out of his mind. Poof. The students were stunned along with the experts from the Black Cloud tribe. The serpent completely caught them off guard and opened its mouth, spewing out an inferno of lava, instantly drowning the valley. Ah! The experts from Black Cloud tribe couldn't stop the waves in time and were reduced to ashes. Wow, it's so strong. That is at least an Earth-level chaos primal beast. The students from the academy became aghast. The serpent suddenly looked over towards the students' direction. They felt as if they had just fallen into a pit of ice and immediately shuddered. Run! One student regained his wits and immediately fled. Shit, run! The others followed suit. Rah! The serpent immediately gave chase with incredible speed. One student looked back and saw it drawing closer. We have to split up, maybe it'll distract its 3 heads. An older student shouted. We're going this way. Another shouted and ran with one group. It didn't take long before the rest scattered in different directions. Screech. The sky suddenly turned dark. A gigantic bird emerged and started rushing for them as well. They were scared out of their mind, being chased by a ferocious serpent and fierce bird. Get on the ground and use the terrain. It's too easy being a target up there. An experienced student shouted and jumped back into the forest. The others realized it and commanded their mounts to run for cover. Let's go this way. The girl named Xiaoling was lucky enough to run away from the bird. She and her 2 female friends made it to a peak. Meanwhile, they could hear loud explosions and cries from their friends. They were scared out of their mind and looked for a place to hide. Once everything quieted down, they finally went out. What should we do? They were lost after running away. They only came to sightseeing and didn't have a map after the group was split. This made them anxious. Any other place would have been fine since they were strong. However, this was Myriad Beast Mountain. An Earth-level beast like that serpent earlier would have been too much. Let's go, maybe we can follow the creek to the entrance. Xiao Ling didn't have a good idea but still came up with something. Her two friends were okay with this and followed Ling. Unfortunately, the creek had twists and turns before disappearing into the ground. They lost their direction afterward like headless flies. The roars of beasts continued to frighten them. Hey, I think I heard someone. Xiao Ling suddenly stopped after crossing several more peaks and told her friends. Really? Other students? The two girls started focusing. Who's the first to understand the Grand Tao? No one else but me. They could hear a song from a distance. They exchanged glances. It wasn't their fellow students. At least there's people, maybe they're from other sects. We just need to leave this place and we'll be safe. Xiao Ling said and followed the direction of the void. Her friends were right behind her. They finally saw someone, a youth carrying firewood while singing with a leisure expression. Next to him was a yellow dog, skinny down to the bones from being hungry all year long. The youth wore a shabby robe and looked ordinary. He had a hatchet wrapped in cloth hanging by his waist. Anyone's first impression of him was that he was only a regular woodchopper. The three girls became disappointed. They thought they would be able to meet other cultivators, not a woodchopper. Hey, is this still Myriad Beast Mountains? Or is this outside? One girl shouted. The youth only glanced at them and proceeded with his task. We're asking you. The other friend became irritated since they were ignored and raised her voice. The youth still ignored them. Xiao Ling, on the other hand, spoke respectfully, Young noble, may I ask where this place is? Myriad Beast Mountains. The youth responded with a lazy tone. Humph, so pretentious. The other two murmured. If this was any other day, they would have taught this rude mortal a lesson. However, they were surprised to find someone like him here. Young noble, may I ask why you're here? Xiao Ling asked. Chapter 3556. The three girls couldn't understand how a mortal woodchopper was here in Myriad Beast Mountains. Here, obviously. The youth answered as if it was obvious without looking at the girls. Here. They were astounded. This was their first time knowing that the mountain range had mortal inhabitants. It was renowned as a land of perils in Buddha Emperor Plateau with plenty of vicious birds and beasts. The high-level chaos primal beasts also occasionally showed up. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even heavenly sovereigns didn't want to stay here for long. Wait, are you a cultivator? One friend stared at Li Chia. The other two did the same thing. They didn't pay enough attention earlier and thought that he was a mortal. I've cultivated for a few days. The youth responded. After careful observation, they found that he was indeed a cultivator, just not an expert. A violet marquis at best. A friend whispered to Xiao Ling. The three exchanged glances. A violet marquis being able to stay around these parts. How strange. Maybe he grew up here and got used to it. The third friend said. What should we do? Xiao Ling asked them. The two thought about it. They were lost right now and continuing aimlessly might make them stuck deeper in the mountain range. They stared at Xiao Ling, signaling for her to decide. Let's find a place to stay first. Xiao Ling suggested and the two agreed. Thus, they decided to follow the young woodchopper. Strangely enough, their mounts didn't listen to them and kept a considerable distance from him. Alas, they didn't actually notice this and kept moving. Young noble, we're separated from our friends and are lost right now. Ma, may we stay at your place for one night? Xiao Ling had a hard time asking for a favor. Since she was a student at Duality Academy, she had a good background and rarely spoke humbly to anyone. The youth glanced at her, prompting her to immediately add, "We'll definitely reward you." As you please. The youth responded. The three were happy to hear this and hurried up. May I ask for your name, young noble? The silence along the trip bothered her, so Xiao Ling asked. Li Qie. Li Qie casually responded. Of course, the three haven't heard of Li Qie's name before. They assumed that he was just an ordinary person. Why are you chopping wood? Aren't you a cultivator? One friend found this strange. From her perspective, cultivators were far nobler than ordinary humans, even new ones. Someone like Li Qie could do anything and it would still be better than this. For charcoal. Li Qie replied. This made them even more confused. The third raised her voice out of astonishment. You're selling charcoal for money? How foolish. You're a cultivator, why would you do something so lowly for money? You can make much more doing other things. The other two girls nodded in agreement. They weren't looking down on Li Qie. It's just that gathering wood was something reserved for lowly mortals. Li Qie only smiled in response, not minding the comment. If you just want to get by, there are other things you can do outside, better than selling charcoal. The other girl scowled since Li Qie didn't agree. There's no future in doing so. I think you're better off finding another job at the capital. For example, a patrol. The first one said. Li Qie still didn't state his opinion. The three continued to talk about Li Qie's bad decision. Meanwhile, Lil Yellow glared at them as if it was looking at a group of clowns. They just didn't notice the dog's expression, believing that it was only an old dog and not worth paying attention to. Lil Yellow then stared at the mounts in the distance and revealed its teeth, then licked its lips, putting on a strange grin. The three mounts were scared out of their mind, their legs started shaking. They wanted to tell their masters to leave this place as soon as possible. This was the most dangerous location since they could become the dog's food at any moment. Unfortunately, they didn't know how to speak. Plus, they were too afraid to do anything in the first place after being threatened by Lil Yellow. Are you not afraid of the beasts here? Xiao Ling was curious because Li Qie showed no sign of caution as he walked through the forest. That serpent earlier scared the soul of them. They didn't dare to stay in this region alone. I'm used to it, there's nothing to be afraid of. Li Qie chuckled. But there are some ferocious ones here, especially the chaos primal ones. Earlier just now, we got chased by a three-headed winged serpent, that's why we got separated from the group. One of them responded. The other nodded. Earth-level chaos primal beasts are too scary and strong, it'll definitely eat you if it sees you. You just need to stay here longer. Do your neighbors want to eat you? Li Qie said. The girls had no response. You're saying that you consider those beasts your neighbors? No, they're violent and will definitely eat people who provoke them. One girl raised her voice. Lil Yellow thought that these girls were too silly. Who eats who? Li Qie would be the one eating all the chaos primal beasts here. They would be thanking the heaven if Li Qie didn't seek them out to eat, let alone trying to eat him. Haven't seen them try to eat me. Li Qie smiled. It's better to be careful. Xiao Ling kindly warned, my teacher said that most chaos primal beasts don't have intelligence, only beastly instincts. You might consider them neighbors but they might not feel the same way. Lil Yellow glanced at her. No beast here would dare to consider him a neighbor. Their legs trembled instantly at his sight. It's fine, I have my hatchet right here. Li Qie tapped the weapon hanging by his waist. What can that thing do outside of chopping wood? It can't hurt the primal beasts at all, you need a treasure. One girl thought little of the weapon. It's not bad. Li Qie said. The three thought that Li Qie was too naive. First, he thought that beasts could actually be his neighbors. One day, he would become food for one for sure. Along the way, they didn't notice how quiet the path was, not even a single growl could be heard from the beasts. This was the opposite during their run prior. The beasts and birds have already fled in fear wherever Li Qie went. They didn't dare to whimper, let alone roar. Chapter 35-57, The three followed Li Qie back to the old temple. There's a temple here. One girl stared at the temple from a distance before entering. Are there monks here? The other also looked around. After entering, the three found that it was empty without any monk around. In the beginning, they were glad to see this because they thought that there would be monks inside. The location was Buddha holy ground, so there should be monks in charge of the temples. In addition, all temples were branches of Heavenly Dragon Temple. This wasn't the case here. The temple here had a different architectural style not found in the modern era. They actually didn't look for this detail in the beginning. It was just that the disparity was striking since they have entered many temples before. They saw a girl younger than them cultivating inside. She was none other than Fan Bai, who was repeating the same movement. They naturally found this strange but didn't say anything. After returning, Li Qie told the old attendant, prepare a place for them. He stopped paying attention to three girls afterward. Yes, young master. The old man said before looking at the three, please follow me. There are only you three living here. One girl became curious as they followed him. Yes. The old attendant responded. But this is Myriad Beast Mountains, are you not afraid of being attacked and eaten by primal beasts? The other said. The three thought that he was an ordinary servant, nothing more. The animals here are harmless and nice. The old man smiled, not bothering to reveal the truth. Harmless and nice. One of them said, how? We met a three-headed winged serpent that immediately attacked us. We would be inside its stomach if we were a little late in reacting, not nice at all. They were still afraid while recalling the event. I see. The old man shook his head and said, young master said so. The beasts here don't attack people. The three girls exchanged glances. Could these creatures really consider Li Qie's group as neighbors? We've separated from our friends. If they come here, please help them too. Xiao Ling remembered something else. You will have to ask the young master. I do not dare to make a decision on this matter. The old man said. The temple is so big, I'm sure there's no problem taking in more people. One friend noticed the available rooms. The old man didn't reply. We'll definitely thank you handsomely. We're from Duality Academy and will not freeload. Xiao Ling said. Duality Academy? I see. The old man smiled. You know about it? The three girls assumed that Li Qie's group didn't know anything about the outside world. Yes, I've been there during my youth. The old man said. What about your young master? Why is he staying here? The girls were curious about this young master and old servant. Only the young master knows. The old man prepared the rooms then said, there are many beasts outside at night, please be careful and don't go out. He left afterward. The servant is strange just like his master. One girl concluded. All three thought that there was something weird about the old man too. I wonder how our fellow students are doing. Xiao Ling became worried. Don't worry, so many from our academy came, I'm sure they've met others or a group with a teacher. Another consoled her. This sounded plausible, so Xiao Ling felt a little better. Tonight, the three of them stay in the temple. Are you making charcoal now? They saw Li Qie burning the wood collected during the day. Li Qie might not be strong but was still a cultivator. Why would he do something so mundane? Yes. Li Qie said briefly, still focusing on his task. I don't think you can feed yourself by doing this, charcoal is only worth a few coins. You should leave and find another job outside. One girl said without any intention of offending or looking down on him. Li Qie only smiled without breaking his focus. The three girls were virtually noble, so they thought little of his work. They watched for a bit before losing their interest and leaving. The old man found this amusing and shook his head, thinking that these three girls weren't meant for it since they lacked vision. A discerning spectator would immediately notice Li Qiye's fire control and realize that he was an extraordinary master. Unfortunately, the three female students had decent cultivation, just not high enough to see that Li Qiye was utilizing a supreme alchemy art. Why is your young master playing around like this? He's still a cultivator. One of them came closer to the old man and murmured, "We can see that he's a violet marquis. He should be working outside. The young master is mysterious and beyond my ability to speculate." The old man said. "What's mysterious about this? It's just burning wood for charcoal to make a few coins. Come to the capital, we'll find you something else to do, 100 times, no, 1,000 times better than this." One girl said. "Yes, come to the capital and I'll find something for you to do." Xiao Ling agreed, thinking that Li Qiye was being irrational and unambitious by staying here. "Perfect, Xiao Ling will definitely find a great job. You should try to persuade your young master." The third one nodded. "He has his own plan." The old man chuckled. "Do you want to stay here for the rest of your life?" The first girl said, "There's no one here, completely separated from the world. There are dangers everywhere, living in the capital is way better." The three tried to be kind and wanted to give Li Qiye a job at the capital in order to repay him for letting them stay. Moreover, given their status, that job would be more than sufficient. Li Qiye's group would be able to live quite well. The old man smiled and stopped responding. On the second day, the girls were the last ones up. Li Qiye was already gone. They saw Fan Bai training in the courtyard. Since they had nothing else to do, they decided to watch her. However, they eventually grew bored because she was doing the same thing over and over. "Are you cultivating?" One girl asked when Fan Bai was taking a break. "Yes, the young master taught me." Fan Bai seemed to be scared of the girls. "He only taught you this one move. You're working so hard yet you only know this." Xiao Ling found this hard to believe. They saw how hard Fan Bai was working yesterday. She was up early today too. In their opinion, this wasn't worth her commendable effort. It was unfair to her. "Yes." Fan Bai nodded. "Your young master is being ridiculous. This one move can't be considered cultivation." Another girl commented. Chapter 35-58, He really didn't teach you anything else. The third girl became dissatisfied. Fan Bai didn't reply because she was already very satisfied. She memorized everything Li Qiye taught her and would continue learning them no matter what. "How about this? I'll teach you a few things." Xiao Ling had this idea. "In my opinion, you're wasting your time and effort learning just one move." "That's a good idea." The other girls agreed. "I will teach you a merit law," Xiao Ling enthusiastically said. "Thank you, big sis, but there is no need. The young master said that one move is all I need." Fan Bai shook her head. "No, your young master is wrong. How can just one move be enough?" Xiao Ling's friend immediately interjected, "Any random merit law from our academy is better than this move of his. Maybe your young master only knows one move, that's the only logical explanation." The other added. "Our Duality Academy is the strongest in Buddha holy ground. This merit law is also left behind by a heavenly sovereign and is certainly stronger than your young master's move. This is worthy of your effort." Xiao Ling said. "I know duality." Fan Bai stared at them and still refused. "I trust my young master." She had heard of this academy during her vagrant stage. However, she still chose to listen to Li Qiye instead. "This is foolish." One girl couldn't help murmuring. The choice was obvious for anyone, even a fool. Xiao Ling was willing to teach her a powerful merit law for free. How could she still refuse? The old attendant has been watching this. The girls didn't know that Fan Bai's future would have been ruined by taking the offer. Fortunately, she was firm enough and remembered Li Qiye's words, remaining untempted. Others couldn't have done the same thing. "Ladies, please don't disturb her training," he walked over and said with a smile. The three had no choice but to back off. As students of duality, they understood that it was extremely rude for them to interrupt someone's training. "You should talk to your young master. Don't just teach her one thing." One friend remained indignant for Fan Bai. "Right, look at how hard she's working." "Humph, if he has nothing to teach, we can give her a merit law. It's suitable for anyone in the world and is countless times stronger than that." The other jumped in. "The young master certainly has a profound reason for doing this." The old man smiled. "What profound reason?" Even Xiao Ling herself expressed annoyance. "Your young master isn't a supreme or pureless existence. There's no profundity nor mystery in this." She didn't like talking negatively about Li Qiye since he had helped them. However, she felt that the old man was trying too hard to be mysterious. "Right, if your young master is capable of this, he wouldn't be a woodchopper right now," another girl said. The old man could only reply with a smile. The three of them had no idea that a great fortune was there in front of them. Alas, they completely abandoned it. Thus, their future would not be comparable to Fan Bai despite their noble upbringing. Fan Bai would illuminate 8 desolaces while the best they could do was becoming queens. Of course, the old man didn't try to help them. After all, everyone was responsible for grasping their fortune. The three girls were bored while staying in the temple. They wanted to leave but were afraid of getting lost. All they could do was release a signal and continue waiting. Fortunately, friends actually saw their signal on the same day and came seeking them. The dispersed group eventually gathered along with other students of the academy. They were lucky to survive after scattering around the mountain range. Not one was killed or eaten. They talked about how frightening the encounter with the serpent was and that it would go down as an exciting story to be told. "Classmate Ling, I caught a divine fish too." A male student was ecstatic to see Xiao Ling. He bragged, "We ran to a pond and worked together to capture it." Having said that, he took out a chest containing water from the pond with a fire-colored fish with long feelers. It had yellow scales as if they were gilded. A gilded 5-colored loach. "Its blood is very precious, you're quite lucky." An older student said with admiration, "Rumor has it that it is a side branch of a 7-colored draconic loach. It doesn't have a true dragon bloodline like the latter but its blood is immensely nutritious." Valuable indeed. The students nearby were in awe. The first student was happy and told Xiao Ling, "Classmate Ling, I'll give it to you." His eyes exuded admiration. Everyone could tell that he was interested in her. All eyes were on the two of them. After all, Xiao Ling was a noble and had plenty of suitors. "Thank you, classmate Zhang Yu, but I do not dare to accept such a precious gift. Please keep and use it yourself." Xiao Ling politely refused. The male student had no choice but to put the fish away, dejected. The crisis earlier didn't diminish everyone's enthusiasm. Most talked about the next location. Some thought that they should bring more powerful students and teachers to tag along. Others had enough and wanted to go back to the academy. "So rowdy, what's going on here?" A lazy voice interrupted the crowd gathered outside the temple. Many students quieted down and looked over. They saw a youth with firewood and a yellow dog. Who else could it be but Li Qiye returning from his trip? The majority didn't give a damn after seeing Li Qiye's limited cultivation. "Young noble Li, our friends found us," Xiao Ling happily told Li Qiye. It was a blessing that a dozen of them survived the encounter with the serpent. "That's fine but don't be loud and disturb the peace," Li Qiye responded. Xiao Ling didn't expect this but thought that it made sense. This was Li Qiye's place. "You're right, young noble. She nodded. Humph, Myriad Beast Mountains isn't your place. The student named Zhang Yu who wanted to please Xiaoling didn't like Li Qia's haughty attitude towards her. He immediately stepped forward. Is that so? Li Qia lazily glanced at him. His attitude didn't win him any love from the members of Duality. They stared coldly at him, thinking that he was thinking too highly of himself. They could be considered dragons and phoenixes. Few were chosen by Duality, definitely not ordinary mortals. Li Qia belonged to the second group, just an unknown junior. How dare he treat them with contempt? Brat, watch your words. An older student said seriously, if anything gets broken here, we'll be sure to pay for the damages. Just take back your arrogant tone. Chapter 3559, another student added, just a broken temple. We can smash it down and still shouldn't pay more than a few coins. Other students thought so too. The majority came from nobility and powerful clans. This temple was worth nothing in their eyes, the same with someone like Li Qia. His cultivation was nothing more than child's play. To put it bluntly, it was his honor to have them visit his humble abode, a blessing from the ancestors. Smash the temple. Li Qia couldn't help but smile while looking at the guy. And what if we do? Zhang Yu loudly said. Even the water splitter beast beneath him routed and raised its claws, ready to show its might. He was annoyed with Li Qia early and now, he was ready to show it after seeing the support of his peers. He gazed down at Li Qia while sitting on top of his beast. Tell me, how much is this temple worth? I will personally break it right now then pay you. He came from a rich family and performed well at the academy. He might not be superior compared to his peers, but as for a nobody like Li Qia from the mortal world, he naturally didn't give a damn. Xiaoling's group of 3 didn't like this negative development. However, they were in a tough position since Li Qia's attitude enraged their friends. Li Qia put down the timber pieces on his shoulders. The students sneered after seeing this. What was this mortal going to do to them? Attendant, I am hungry. Go make food with that beast. Li Qia pointed at the water splitter beast before sitting down beneath a big tree. You think you're qualified to say something like that? My mount is a treasure beast, Zhang Yu snorted right away and laughed. He doesn't know his limit. The water splitter beast has immense strength. Just one stomp is enough to crush them to a pulp, yet they want to kill it. One student sneered. Let him come, Zhang Yu, let's see if he has the ability to do so. Another laughed. Zhang Yu stared at the old attendant and said, come if you're not afraid of death. Don't blame me if my mount crushes you. Even the mount started roaring haughtily. The students thought that Li Qia and his old servant were suicidal. However, the old man didn't mind at all. He spread his palm before Zhang Yu could finish speaking, knocking the youth off his mount. His saber pierced the beast's heart before Zhang Yu could get up. It didn't have a chance to resist. Everything happened so quickly before anyone could react. The old man then dragged the beast away, leaving a long bloody trail on the ground. Young master, how should I cook it? He asked. Roast it, I'm in the mood for that. Li Qia answered while enjoying the shade. Zhang Yu regained his wits and was furious. He spent a large sum to buy this mount, but these two wanted to eat it now. Little animal, I'll make mincemeat out of you. He roared and unsheathed his divine sword. Clank. A murderous energy pulsed from the blade. Enough. Xiaoling saw that Zhang Yu actually wanted to kill Li Qia, so she shouted, this ends here. We are guests in this place. But he killed my mount. Zhang Yu didn't accept the mediation and still glared at Li Qia. I'll just get you another. It's inappropriate for us to be so loud at someone else's home. Xiaoling spoke while staring at Li Qia. That's it. Zhang Yu still wanted to put an end to Li Qia. You're dissatisfied? I'll get you a golden-eyed water-splitter beast then. Xiaoling glared at the youth. That's not what I meant, you don't have to be the one. Zhang Yu became soft after seeing her aggressive eyes. Forget about it if Princess Ling is giving you a better mount. A female friend told him. I guess so. Zhang Yu had no choice but to swallow this anger. Princess Ling is too nice. An older student shook his head. He thought that this wouldn't have ended here if it was his mount being killed. This is her way of repaying him for letting her stay the night. Another nodded and said. As they were talking among themselves, an aroma of roasted meat permeated the area. The old attendant had prepared the beast and placed its entire head on a roasting rack. The thing became golden with tantalizing fatty drips. People couldn't help looking at the big chunk of meat. Some even salivated. They have all forgotten that this used to be Zhang Yu's mount. Fat and oil let out pleasant pops. The old man was certainly a first-rate cook. After he added the spices, the aroma became unbearable. Zhang Yu himself forgot about his mount and started salivating. That smells wonderful. One student said while gulping loudly, this feels like we've been starving for days. The others felt their stomach rumbling after hearing this. Alas, no one dared to say anything. The dog and boar ran over too after smelling the aroma. They circled around the meat and growled, ready to eat. Amitba. A Buddhist chant came out of nowhere. People suddenly saw a young monk standing before the meat as well. He looked around 15 years of age and wore a kasaya. He was handsome and exuded spirituality as if he was gestated by 10 great mountains or that he was a source of Buddhism. However, upon careful examination, his kasaya was dirty and stained with oil, especially in the chest area. The spot was shiny. This made people think that the monk has been sneaking in meat and wiping it on his kasaya. He held a Buddhist bowl with a golden radiance, brimming with Buddhist affinity. It was clearly a great treasure. Amitba. He bowed towards the old man and placed his palms together. Sir, will you be benevolent for a karmic deed? I haven't eaten in 3 days. He then raised his bowl forward to ask for a piece of meat. Scram. The old man uttered coldly without looking at him. He awkwardly pulled his bowl back while still fixated on the meat. He swallowed his saliva and continued begging, Sir, I just need a tiny piece. The old man still ignored him. He's Golden Cicada Buddhist child. The students saw him and became startled. You're right, from Golden Dragon Temple. Others recognized him. Buddhist child. The students bowed towards him regardless of how proud they were. Don't be so polite now. The young monk bowed towards them back to return the gesture. However, his eyes were still on the meat. Chapter 3560, Golden Cicada Buddhist Child. The prideful students stared at him with respect. He was the most talented monk in Heavenly Dragon, the most blessed and also the youngest, a direct disciple of the sacred monk of wisdom, one of the 4 grandmasters. Even the top geniuses in duality couldn't stop him. In reality, very few members of the young generation could match him. In fact, some believed that he could eventually surpass his master and reach the height of Boundless Supreme. He would be able to enter Sacred Mountain and become the leader there. Of course, these were just speculations and rumors. Nonetheless, they served as a measuring stick to the Buddhist child's heaven-defying talents. Heavenly Dragon Temple has been focusing on grooming him as well, most likely waiting for him to take over the role of the sacred monk. Young master, it is done now. Which part do you want first? The old man placed the roasted meat in front of Li Qie and grinded his knives together. The students from duality still salivated, the same as Zhang Yu. The only difference was that he was also glaring at Li Qie with total hatred. Which tastes the best? Li Qie glanced at it. The eyes. The monk shouted before the old attendant. Everyone could hear him swallow his saliva several times. Our young monk here is right, the eyes are good. The attendant pierced the knife and took it out for Li Chia. Please try, young master. Li Chia accepted it and took a bite before throwing it back onto the plate. He shook his head, not very good. I must be a bad cook. The old man said. No, you did a fine job. The fire was perfect. It's just that the meat is too rough. Li Chia shook his head. How ludicrous. A student immediately voiced his annoyance at Li Chia's perceived bravado. He was still in love with that meat. Meanwhile, the two animals were still circling and growling, but they didn't dare to eat without Li Chia's permission. Let them eat this. Li Chia smiled and told the attendant. The latter immediately swung his blade and separated the chunk into two halves before throwing it to Lil Black and Lil Yellow. The two happily barked before chewing on the meat to the envy of the crowd. Umitba, Black Benefactor, I am here for a chance to perform a good deed, will you let me have a leg? Golden Cicada showed no sign of reservation, unlike the students. He stretched his bowl towards Lil Black. The boar immediately growled to show his ownership, not bothering to listen to the monk. Umitba, Yellow Benefactor, I haven't eaten in 3 days and 3 nights, let me have one piece. The monk turned towards the dog. Gao! 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 The dog rudely shouted and put on a fierce appearance, scaring the monk back. Umitba, no need to be so mean, just say no. The monk consoled himself. The students found this hilarious but didn't dare to laugh. The monk's gluttony was even more well known than his cultivation prowess. He traveled seeking good food and didn't shy away from meat and wine. Fine, don't eat alone, let the young monk have a leg. Li Chia told the two animals. The two had no choice but to agree while glaring at the monk. Umitba, thank you. The monk jubilated before running over, tearing off a leg and another piece from the dog and boar's portion. His bowl became as filled as can be. The two animals ran away afterward in order to stop him from taking more. He didn't care for appearances and sat down on the ground, taking one bite after another. His mouth was covered in oil while making loud sounds. It's good, it's good. He praised while eating. This little monk. I suppose I'm not that bad of a cook. It is your fortune to be able to eat my cooking. The old man happily said. You're completely right, sir. Umitba. His mouth was filled with meat so his words were unclear. The students were starving too, but to compete against two animals for meat? They couldn't stoop down to that level. That would be awfully embarrassing. Young master, do you want anything else? The old man asked after the failure with the meat. Don't we have a fish in the jar right now? Go make me some soup. Li Chia ordered casually. Yes. The old man went to a jar in the courtyard and opened it. Initially, the students didn't care about a bowl of soup. However, this all changed once the old man opened the lid. A 7-colored beam shot to the sky akin to the coming of a treasure. What's that? Everyone looked over, attracted by the emerging beam. Splash! The old man grabbed a 5-pound fish from the jar, the source of the brilliance. It resembled a rainbow blinding everyone. This 7-colored fish had long feelers just like the whiskers of a dragon. 7-colored draconic loach. The ancestor of a gilded 5-colored loach. The monk became startled after seeing this. That's what it is. The student's eyes turned agape as a result. Really? It has to be another fish that just looks similar. Zhang Yu refused to believe it. This was understandable. He and several other friends tried their very best and managed to catch the gilded 5-colored loach. This was extremely precious, so he was proud to present it to Princess Ling as a present. That's why there was no way Li Chia could have one in a jar. Umitba, believers of Buddhism do not lie. This is a 7-colored draconic loach, a fish rumored to have the bloodline of a true dragon. The monk placed his palms together and salivated while looking at the fish. The crowd was astonished while looking at this incredible treasure. How do you have this fish? Xiao Ling couldn't help but ask. This crappy fish? I found it in a stream the last time I went to gather firewood. Li Qiye responded. Found it in a stream. How? Her friend said in disbelief. The other students felt the same way. How could this Li Qiye fella be so lucky? I'm here every day, is it that strange to find some food? Li Qiye commented. Young master, I'll go gather some other ingredients to go along with this fish, it'll be delicious. The old man had already killed the fish while the students stood there in a daze. He plucked something resembling cabbage and put it in a pot, then the fish. What, that's Dream Soul Sage, a supreme alchemy material. The monk stared intensely at the pot. People suddenly realized that there were many plants looking like it around the temple. That's a legendary medicine famous for its nutritious value, right? A student from an alchemy clan suddenly salivated while looking at the garden filled with precious materials. How do you have so many expensive herbs? Xiao Ling had no idea what they were despite staying here last night. Oh, they're all over the mountain, so I planted them for meals. Li Qiye said. Chapter 3561, Dream Soul Sage was extremely precious. One might have the money yet still wouldn't be able to buy them at the capital. However, Li Qiye planted so many for regular consumption. The student from the alchemy clan licked his lips. Last year when my clan master was refining a special pill, he was missing something like this Dream Soul Sage. He ran around the auctions and stores to no avail. This guy is actually just eating them. Any student with a little knowledge and common sense understood the value of Dream Soul Sage. If they were to have one root, they would be able to fetch it for a high price if not kept for their own. Now, Li Qiye was treating it as a vegetable for eating. Moreover, he had an entire garden filled with them too. The disparity drove the students crazy. He wasn't far from being immortal, yet he had such good circumstances as if blessed by heaven. Worst of all, he didn't appreciate this at all. The students found this unbearably frustrating. Meanwhile, the old man brought up a covered bowl of fish soup. He opened it and rainbows emerged in a beautiful manner. The bowl looked as if someone had broken down rainbows and used them as an ingredient. Though it lacked the same aroma as the roasted meat earlier, it had a faint fragrance of the fish. It went beyond stimulating the appetite, people felt comfortable as if their pores were open. This pleasant sensation was hard to describe. Just the smell alone gave this wondrous sensation. What about actually eating and drinking it? 7-color draconic loach together with Dream Soul Sage. The young alchemist murmured, this is beyond nutrition, it can change someone's fundamental cores, washing the meridians and enriching the essences. It'll greatly boost cultivation speed for 50 years. The other students heard this and wanted a taste so badly. Even a fool understood the value of that soup bowl. Amitba. Golden Cicada has finished eating the 2 legs, only the bones were left. He showed no shame or bashfully and came closer to Li Qiye. He reached out with his bowl and asked, benefactor, a karmic deed, perhaps? That fish soup is perfect for the stomach after the roasted meat. The students smiled wryly. They have offended Li Qiye, but even in the case of otherwise, they wouldn't be able to throw away their face for the sake of eating. Alas, a gluttonous monk like Golden Cicada had no qualms in doing so. His eyes were fixated on the bowl of soup. Forget about it. Li Qiye waved his hand as if he was swatting a fly. Just one small bowl to save a life, benefactor, a greater deed than building a 7-story pagoda. The monk didn't relent. Gao. Ra. Lil Black and Lil Yellow returned to show their fangs at this unwelcome guest. The monk immediately leaped backward and placed his palms together. Amitba, Buddha values mercy, it's fine to not give anything, no need to try and hurt me. Li Qiye ignored the monk while the 2 aggressive animals kept the monk away. The latter could only stare enviously at the bowl from a distance. Li Qiye called for Bai Fan and poured some soup into another bowl for her. "You have trained hard, drink this." The girl knew nothing about the value of the bowl. Nonetheless, she would always listen to Li Qiye, so she drank it down in one gulp. Her vitality suddenly billowed with tigers and dragons roaring. An army seemed to be marching inside her, instilling endless power. Control your mind and channel the mantra. She was afraid until she heard Li Qiye's voice in her mind. She immediately sat down in the meditative pose and channeled her mantra. This circulated the churning vitality into the rest of her body in a smooth manner. Buzz. She became shrouded by a seven-colored radiance. Rainbows emanated from her as if she was the original source. The students from duality became envious. Drinking this soup was a great fortune akin to tiger growing wings. Amitba. The monk stared at Li Qiye's bowl while saliva oozed out of his mouth. However, he didn't dare to get close because the two animals were still watching him. He drank a little bit and chose to eat the eyes. They looked like pearls and immediately illuminated the area. He didn't think much of them and swallowed right away. This naturally made the students jealous. They would have taken their time to enjoy the bowl, unlike this distasteful man. "Okay, I've had enough, you two can drink now." He stretched his body before giving the rest to Lil Black and Lil Yellow. In fact, he had very little compared to Bai Fan. He virtually only ate the eyes of the large fish. The two excitedly growled before rushing forward. Such a waste, the students couldn't believe it and gritted their teeth. They felt inferior to a wild boar and dog. They lived so long yet didn't get the chance to taste seven-colored draconic loach. On the other hand, this guy wasted it in such a ridiculous manner. Some had the urge to come over and rob those two animals. However, they still cared too much about their status. Only the monk didn't give a damn. He has been coveting the bowl the entire time. He used the sleeve of his kasaya to wipe away some saliva on his mouth before walking over. "Amitba, benefactor, no, Big Brother Black, Big Brother Yellow, do a good deed and quench my thirst by giving me some soup," he said without any shame. Lil Yellow gave him no respect and barked at him. Lil Black played nicer and shook its head. The students were speechless. The great genius of Heavenly Dragon Temple went as far as calling two animals Big Brother. I wonder what the sacred monk would do to him after hearing about this. One student wondered. The monk of wisdom was one of the four grandmasters of Buddha holy ground. Now, his disciple threw away his dignity for a bowl of soup along with the reputation of his master and his sect. No, the Buddhist child's gluttony is famous. The temple and the sacred monk have turned a blind eye to this. A different student responded. His sect couldn't do anything about it, so they let him do as he pleases. This is so sad, just give him a little bit. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. Amitba, benefactor, you have the heart of a bodhisattva. Golden Cicada celebrated after hearing this. Chapter 3562, Amitba. The monk sauntered towards the bowl, his expression made it apparent how happy he was. The students had no words to describe this. Prior to this, the monk used a Buddhist bowl to hold roasted meat. This was disrespectful enough. Now, it was time for the fish soup. Even a fool could see the value of that treasure bowl. Many students here knew about its frightening origin. Generations of sacred monks from Heavenly Dragon Temple kept then passed it down to the next. They also empowered it with their blessing. Thus, this was nothing short of a holy artifact, a symbol of Heavenly Dragon Temple's boundless abilities. Golden Siddhata was given this bowl after gaining the recognition of the sacred monks due to his peerless talents. Alas, no one expected him to use it for meat and wine instead of subduing evil and spreading Buddhism. Nonetheless, they still found his current action questionable because they saw the dog and boar licking the soup bowl just now. This still wasn't enough to stop the monk from using his holy bowl. This was nothing short of sacrilegious and disrespectful to the temple and its sages. Unfortunately, Golden Cicada treated the bowl as nothing more than an old bowl for eating. If I do something like this, my seniors would break my legs. A student murmured. Others shook their head as well. Only Golden Cicada wouldn't pay attention to his prestige and background. Not quite true, the Supreme had a similar style back then. Everyone says that the Buddhist child might be the next in succession. An older student quietly said. The group shuddered after hearing the word, Supreme. They didn't dare to comment about this matter. Gao! Gao! Lil Yellow saw the monk being too greedy and immediately barked. He didn't only want the soup but also the fish itself. Lil Yellow naturally wouldn't stand for this. Ba, I only want a piece, just a tiny piece. The monk said this but he continued to pour the fish into his own bowl. Lil Black didn't mind initially but eventually growled after seeing how greedy the monk was. Lil Yellow barked louder and louder while showing him its sharp teeth. If it wasn't for Wuxia, it would have bit the monk's hand already. If the high monks of Heavenly Dragon were here, they might actually vomit blood at this sight. The temple's reputation was thrown away just like that. Little monk, don't push your luck or I'll let my dog bite you. Wuxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry and shook his head. Gao! Gao! Lil Yellow became more aggressive after hearing this. Its eyes exuded ferocity, ready to tear off the monk's hand if he dared to take the entire fish. The monk saw this and instantly let go. He revealed an awkward smile and said, "It's just a misunderstanding, I never had any intention of taking the whole thing." He only took a portion of the fish before running away to the side and gulping down the bowl. The two animals also learned from this and started devouring the soup. They didn't even spare the fish bones. This was the case for the monk too. He cleaned up the entire bowl without leaving anything behind. He continued to lick the bowl as if not satisfied. The students thought that if it wasn't for his fame, people might actually mistake him for a terrible monk who didn't follow any creed. Ba, praise be Buddha. The monk rubbed his stomach and smiled, "Benefactor, is your temple still recruiting? I don't mind staying here." The monk spoke as if he was ready to abandon Heavenly Dragon Temple for good food. "No, you have a bad stench of meat on you despite being a monk." Wuxia shook his head. Ba. The monk placed his palms together and smiled, "Benefactor, my bag of skin might be smelly but my appearance is brimming with Buddhist light, get out." Wuxia said without bothering to look at the guy. "Little monk, provoke my young master and he'll throw you into the wilds as a feast for the beasts." The old man shook his head. Golden Cicada shuddered and placed his palms together. Ba, thank you for the meal, benefactors, I'll be going now." Having said that, he bowed then waved his sleeve, leaving in a cool manner just like a dignified monk. The only problem was how oily his kaya was. The students watched him leave and didn't know what to do next. However, a dozen men descended from above. They were from the academy judging by their uniform. "Finally found you brats." The leader was a middle-aged man with a muscular build. He heaved a sigh of relief after seeing all of them here. "Idiots, you think you're strong enough to run around in myriad beast mountains? You must be tired of living, I might as well throw you all off a cliff." "Teacher do," the students obediently accepted the scolding. "Whatever, it is good that nothing happened." The man glared at them and said, "Remember, you're responsible for your own death here." Though the academy had abstained from any responsibility, some teachers still tagged along in order to avoid needless casualties. That would be a heavy loss for the academy. "Who are these gentlemen?" The man noticed Wuxia's group afterward. "Teacher, he is young Noble Li who helped the three of us, taking us in last night," Xiao Ling reported. "Thank you." The teacher bowed, finding the whole thing strange. He has never heard of people living here before. Moreover, he couldn't see through the old man at all. On the other hand, he didn't care for Li Chia because the guy was too ordinary and obvious. "Leave if there's nothing else, don't disturb my young master's peace," the old man said before Li Chia's command. He didn't know what the temple meant to Li Chia, but the guy clearly didn't like people arguing here. "Yes, of course. My apology for troubling you three." The teacher bowed again and left with the students. Nonetheless, he couldn't help glancing back at the old man one more time, thinking that he looked a little familiar. He thought that they had met but didn't remember the exact location and time. This was a strange feeling. He shouldn't have met a servant like this in the first place, let alone having a faint recollection. Chapter 3563, Teacher Du tried for a bit and couldn't come up with an answer. Perhaps he hasn't actually met this old man and that this was only a weird feeling. Being stuck in this made him only think about the old man and not Li Chia. Who was that old man? Teacher Du realized he forgot to ask earlier. The young man was young Noble Li. One of Xiao Ling's two friends answered since they were the most familiar. "We don't know the old man, but the young noble calls him attendant." Attendant? Teacher Du frowned. Those without a name usually had a lowly background. Therefore, he shouldn't have met the guy before. Young Noble Li. He focused on Li Chia instead. This guy left no impression on him, just another passerby. "He's a woodchopper," the student named Zhang Yu said, not hiding his disdain and anger. Someone like Li Chia wasn't qualified to stand before him. However, the guy still killed his mount. If it wasn't for Xiao Ling, he would have killed the guy. A woodchopper? The teacher became surprised. He noticed that Li Chia was a violet marquis, which wasn't that weak. He could easily become a wealthy man in the mortal world. Why would he be working as a woodchopper? Young Noble Li does gather wood and burn them to make charcoal. Xiao Ling said, but I feel that he might have another reason for staying there. A while ago, she thought that a cultivator acting as a woodchopper was too illogical and self-destructive. Upon further rumination, this might not be the case. As the old attendant kept on repeating, his young master had his reasons for doing things. Others couldn't speculate this. She initially thought that he was just trying to be mysterious. A woodchopper living in the wilderness had no future to speak of, let alone acting inscrutable. She had a change of heart afterward. He's nothing more than a woodchopper. He can burn all he wants and won't get immortal metal, only charcoal. Zhang Yu said. No precious metal, but he still gained a lot living there. For example, that 7-colored draconic loach. He must have been staying there for a long time and know all of the precious materials and herbs. Another girl said. Xiao Ling and her two friends have changed their perspective on him, no longer looking down on his choice. Humph, he's nothing more than a blind cat coming across a dead mouse. Zhang Yu went on, there are precious materials everywhere in that mountain range. Anyone else born there would have picked up a 7-colored draconic loach too. What are you all talking about? Teacher Du was surprised. Young Noble Li actually boiled a 7-colored, the friend told the story in detail. The students who were there became envious. One said, he's so lucky, even finding that great fish. Teacher Du frowned again. He was more knowledgeable and experienced than these students. It wasn't that easy to find a 7-colored draconic loach. It's not just luck. Xiao Ling said, young Noble Li said that he was used to the place. He probably grew up there and became neighbors with the beasts. Is that so? Teacher Du pondered. This might be one possibility, but there was still something strange about the whole thing. Of course, some students disagreed. One objected, how can that be? It's the rule of the jungle there. The beasts respect power, any of them can eat him. That's right, princess. He was just boasting, so don't believe him. Zhang Yu added. Meanwhile, Teacher Du contemplated without saying anything. Golden Cicada Buddhist child was there too. Teacher Du smiled after hearing about the monk and the fish soup. He had heard about the youth's gluttonous nature before. Seems like this will be fun. Our academy's genius is here too, maybe they'll meet. He revealed. Senior Sister Lon is here too. The students became excited. Some of the males' eyes turned bright. Yes. Teacher Du nodded, we'll see if you're lucky enough to see her in action. It'll be a shame if she leaves too early. She'll show her prowess here. Everyone wanted to watch. I'm sure it'll shock everyone, we'll be able to see her supreme temperament and aura. Another female friend said excitedly. It didn't take long before the entire group talked about this Senior Sister Lon. Some male students didn't hide their admiration at all. They were talking about their academy's top genius, Dugu Lon. She was the most talented on top of being a direct disciple of the current dean, five-colored sacred sovereign. He was one of the 4 grandmasters of Buddha Holy Ground. Dugu Lon was known to be undefeated in the academy. Even the majority of teachers thought that they were weaker. Both the male and female students considered her as an idol or goddess. She rarely appeared in public, so few of them were fortunate enough to see her. Thus, her trip to Myriad Beast Mountains made the group excited. Teacher Du led them across numerous peaks. Suddenly, gales blew away the clouds. The students looked up and saw a dragon, no, a massive serpent. 3-headed winged serpent. Xiao Ling and her friends became afraid and had the urge to flee. However, they noticed that there were people standing on top of the serpent now. This fierce creature has been tamed. Divine Ghost Tribe. The academy students noticed the fog and mist surrounding that group. Friends, where are you going? Teacher Du started a conversation. The old man controlling the serpent also greeted with a smile, Dao Brother Du, it's nice to see you here. Duality Academy was one of the strongest powers in Buddha Holy Ground. No teacher there was weak. Some could dominate the entire world. For example, 5-colored sacred sovereign. That's why he wasn't ignored like the students a while ago. The old man from the ghost race exercised prudence and respect when talking to Teacher Du. No one dared to look down on duality in the entire Holy Ground, not even Heavenly Dragon Temple, Vajra Dynasty, or Divine Ghost Tribe. Same, where are you heading, Dao Brother? Teacher Du smiled. I heard that someone had found a mystical gem tree further ahead. The old ghost didn't hide this information. Chapter 3564, A Magical Gem Tree. Not just the students but even Teacher Du were surprised. The fruits of that tree are magical, capable of changing one's constitution. Just one fruit can fetch a sky-high price on the market. The student from the alchemy clan said. Magical indeed. The teacher nodded, yes, it'll change a young cultivator completely. He himself was tempted after hearing about the fruit. Teacher, should we go take a look? One student became eager. Brother Du, it should be good. The old man invited the students from duality in order to foster a good relationship. He smiled and said, the tree is still uncaptured due to a dichromatic ape. No one can get close. Let's go, teacher. The other students lost their patience. Teacher Du glanced at them and said, it'll be a waste of time. That ape is a famous monster here at the heaven level. It'll kill you with one slap. The students shuddered, especially the younger classmates like Yang Ling. Just one high earth level was enough to make them pee in their pants. Maybe Teacher Du himself wouldn't be able to handle this creature. We'll just watch from a distance, no need for the fruit. One student still didn't give up despite fearing the monster. Brother Du, it's fine to let the young ones see the world. We'll just stare enviously at that fruit. The old ghost smiled. All right, we can go. Teacher Du saw the eagerness in the students and said, when we get there, you must listen to me, don't do anything stupid or be tempted by the fruits. Otherwise, don't blame me for dying." The students applauded. Of course, they only wanted to go for fun. They didn't dare to think about stealing the fruits from such a mighty creature. They followed the members of the ghost tribe and crossed several more peaks. A big crowd gathered ahead. In front was a cliff with a tree growing beneath. It had plenty of branches and leaves, causing it to have the shape of an umbrella. The older branches looked like bridges while the leaves were green and shiny. This was a magical gem tree. It had plenty of fruits the size of a peach. It had different color glows. A red color was a sign of maturity. It exuded a unique fruity scent that could be smelled from far away. People couldn't help wanting to take a bite. When the students from Duality got close enough, they heard groanings and moanings. Blood stained the area near the tree along with corpses and dismembered body parts. The stench and corpses made people tremble. There were 1,000 or so cultivators present from all over the region: Necropolis, Heavenly Dragon, Mortal King, Buddha Emperor. The various tribes and races were here as well: humans, ghosts, blood members, heavenly devils. None of these experts dared to get close due to the presence of a large ape. It leaned on the tree like a tiny hill. Its fur was black from top to bottom with a luster. The thick hair looked like black needles draped on its body, adding to its power and ferocity. The only other color it had were its eye sockets. They had hair as white as snow around the outline, looking quite eye-grabbing. Thus, it was obvious that this was the famous dichromatic ape. It lazily leaned on the tree while glancing at the experts gathering around the tree. It seemed to have nothing but disdain for these weak cultivators. "This isn't a regular heaven chaos primal beast, it's at the high level already," the students became startled. The heaven classification was naturally divided into 3 levels: low, intermediate, and high. The gap between the low and high level was immense. This ape could easily massacre everyone here. That's why an ancestor from the Moon Ghost tribe earlier got killed after one smash. An old cultivator shook his head, not daring to get close. The students were smart enough to keep a distance as well. "It's not just the ape." A student noticed more chaos primal beasts resting beneath the tree: coiling serpents, the roosts of massive birds, a leopard, other aggressive apes. They were weaker than the dichromatic ape but still strong enough to intimidate the cultivators present. "They're the ape's underlings," Teacher Du concluded. Underlings? Many students found this strange. Primal chaos beasts have intelligence after reaching a certain level. Teacher Du said, most preferred to be alone but some would team up. Moreover, the hierarchy was strict too: the strongest rules while the weak serve. A large group would be just as powerful as a minor dynasty. The students learned another thing today after listening. They then stared at the beasts again. The beasts on both the branches and on the ground kept a certain distance from the dichromatic ape, not daring to overstep their authority. They stared at the beast with great reverence. The ape's dominant status in this group was abundantly clear. "Has anyone gotten a fruit yet?" the old ghost who led them here asked while looking at the fruits. Obtaining them would be extremely beneficial for a sect. The scent of the mature ones was irresistible as well. No one can break through that defense. People have tried and failed. Someone who was here for a while elaborated: a high monk from Heavenly Dragon fought several beasts earlier. Eventually, the dichromatic ape joined in and sent him flying with one palm strike. He ran away with grievous injuries. The students became more impressed at this ape's power, capable of defeating a high monk from the great temple. Alas, people still didn't want to leave. They thought about waiting for someone else to try, then they could take advantage of the distraction and grab a fruit or two. This opportunity was just too tempting to pass up. Should we try again? A few experts from a clan in Necropolis wondered. They were wounded from a previous attempt. Forget it, this ape is just too strong. The leader shook his head, we'll lose our lives before getting to eat those fruits. With that, he led his group away. Poof! A mist of blood manifested on the horizon. It disappeared, revealing a dozen or so cultivators. They were quite strong. The leader was young, but the old men behind him had billowing vitality. Experts from the Nightwalker branch. Many recognized them due to their unique mist of blood. Chapter 35-65, the group attracted everyone's attention. The mist of blood kept pulsing on and off around them. They seemed to be on the verge of disappearing at any moment just from a gust of wind. All in all, they had an ethereal characteristic. Nightwalkers, the crowd focused on the leader. The majority of the group was old at the sacred level. They were either elders or something higher. However, a youth was still leading them. The blood mist around him wasn't as concentrated as the old men's. Thus, his cultivation might be weaker. The most interesting thing about him was his eyes. There seemed to be a red light pulsing deep within them, capable of turning into a blood wheel. It gave everyone a strange feeling. Is he a disciple of a tribulation blood king? A youth became startled after hearing about the Nightwalkers. People would always think of the Blood King when this race was brought up because he was one of the 4 Grandmasters. The 4 beings were top existences in the south, only behind the 2 Great Supremes. No, not a direct disciple but still from a side branch. A powerful cultivator said, Zhuai Shuiyan, the junior brother of Phantom Sacred Child. Ah, no wonder why he's leading such a group. Looks like he's capable enough to rule his own domain. Someone had no idea of Zhuai Shuiyan but has heard of Phantom Sacred Child before. Phantom was one of the top talents in Buddha Holy Ground. He was the direct disciple of 8 Tribulation Blood King, famous alongside Golden Cicada and Dugulan. Some thought that he would be able to unite the Divine Ghost Tribe and compete for authority over the Holy Land. Thus, being the junior brother of this sacred child was a big deal. He is more than just his relation to the sacred child. Just a member of a side branch isn't enough. The real reason is due to his unique eyes, the blood eyes of the Nightwalkers. It's quite powerful. Someone in the know revealed. Zhuai Shuiyan's eyes flashed after coming here akin to 2 turning blood wheels. Staring at them would make people dizzy at first. A bit later, they would feel as if their soul was being dragged away. Don't look at his blood eyes for too long or it'll leave an incurable internal wound. A senior warned the curious juniors who were staring into his eyes. Rumble. The elders of the Nightwalker spread out and summoned multiple pillars. They had clearly engraved runes on the surface and were refined specifically for a grand formation. Gentlemen, please give us some room. We're about to start a formation here. Zhuai Shuiyan addressed the crowd after the pillars were pinned to the ground. They want to go big for those fruits. An expert from the previous generation understood their intention right away. Many started moving back to leave an open field for them. The Nightwalker was a large tribe, not to mention the prestige of the Blood King. Moreover, no one could take the fruits from the dichromatic ape anyway. Why not let this group give it a shot? Perhaps they would be able to attack successfully, then the rest could take advantage of this opportunity. Virtuous nephew, you want to have a direct contest against that ape? An expert familiar with this tribe asked. No, we're planning on taking a big risk by separating the primal beasts and sneaking in for the fruits. Zhuai Shuiyan responded. That's possible. Someone nearby immediately said, the ape's power is unimaginable, it's impossible to trick it. Zhuai Shuiyan was annoyed at being questioned in this manner. He glared at the cultivator and sneered, Mist sealing 8 firmaments is a supreme formation of our tribe. Mist sealing 8 firmaments. Those nearby became startled, that's one of their key formations, extremely powerful. Not just powerful. An elder from a big sect said while staring at Shuiyan, your blood eyes will amplify the formation's effects. You have great insight, senior. Zhuge Xuan was happy to hear this and laughed heartily. Meanwhile, the students from Duality were watching the elders of the Nightwalker set up the formation. Can they really get the fruits before the great ape? One student wondered. There's a strong probability. A stronger student commented, this formation of theirs is wondrous. Once trapped inside, each step has the distance of an entire world. No one can escape this confinement with one exception, Zhuge Xuan. His eyes will serve as the formation control so he won't be affected. He'll become a part of the formation and can use it to stop the enemies. Sounds amazing, right? The students nearby were impressed. One of them said, no wonder why Zhuge Xuan is highly regarded by his tribe. Failure is likely. Teacher Du shook his head with a serious expression, don't look down on the dichromatic ape. It is a famous beast here, very few in the entire holy ground can defeat it. The students didn't expect this. The holy ground had many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Nonetheless, they thought that a high heaven-level beast should really be this strong, enough to intimidate anyone. Go. The elders moved in unison to control the pillars. The grand formation activated. Rumble. Pillars suddenly burst out of the ground near the tree. Bright Tao runes emerged and crisscrossed everywhere. Boom! In the next second, the formation encompassed the entire area around the tree. The mist turned everything white. Ra! The beasts nearby immediately lunged into action. Unfortunately, they found themselves to be stuck in the formation. Just half a step here required crossing 10 million miles. They instantly became lost in the numerous dimensions. Incredible. All the experts became startled. The tree was lost in the formation, but so did the guardian beasts. Let's go. The elders shouted at Zhuge Xuan. He was already prepared, so his eyes became resplendent and red like rubies. He turned into a mist of blood and became one with the formation, no longer in sight. 1. Tribulation can be era. Chapter 3566. All of the Chaos Primal Beasts were lost in the misty formation, unable to find a way out. Meanwhile, Zhuge Xuan has integrated himself into the formation. Is he about to do it? Many experts murmured since the beasts had no idea where he was. Success meant that he would be able to grab the fruits, an extreme harvest for his tribe. The spectators became greedy just thinking about the fruits. Some started scheming in the background. The ones from Duality Academy watched with bated breath. Teacher Du stared at the misty formation and finally glanced at the ape. Ever since the Nightwalkers got here with their formation, the ape hasn't moved at all. It seemed to be sleeping, unaware of the development with the sealed area. Not necessarily, they're underestimating the dichromatic ape. This formation shouldn't be enough. Teacher Du shook his head. He wasn't the only one with this belief. A few ancestors felt the same way, thinking that the Nightwalkers were thinking too highly of their formation versus a high heaven-level beast. Of course, the elders of this tribe were nervous as well. They were controlling the formation so they could spot Zhuge Xuan. He was extremely close to the tree now. In reality, they knew that this formation alone wasn't enough to trap the ape. It was certainly mighty, but the ape was a true monster. For example, they wouldn't be able to trap a Tribulation Blood King with the formation. Nonetheless, they hoped that the formation plus the blood eyes would be able to slow the ape down a bit. They didn't want all the fruits, just 3 or 5 would have been more than enough. Get ready to back off. They exchanged glances and made preparation. It's about to happen. The other ancestors saw this and knew that Xuan was close to the tree. The beasts such as the serpent, leopard, and others were still stuck in the formation. They didn't know that there was an intruder either. This is the key moment. Teacher Du stared intensely ahead. The students became anxious as well. They wanted to know if Xuan would actually be able to do it. Is it over? How many fruits did he get? One student grasped their sleeves tightly and sweated for Xuan. Trying to steal the fruits from a dichromatic ape was quite audacious. Rah! Just when everyone thought that success was imminent, the ape sleeping by leaning on the tree suddenly opened its eyes. It knows. Everyone became startled right away. Boom! The ape stood up and a terrible chaos energy shot out. The mist of the formation was instantly separated. Withdraw. The elders of the Nightwalker became aghast and made a fast decision. Rumble. The thick pillars flew out of the ground and headed straight for the ape just like thrown spears. Buzz. A faint mist of blood could be seen below the tree. Zhuai Xuan didn't get greedy and stopped his mission. He channeled his eyes and shot out of the formation like a bloody arrow. Boom! The ape smashed downward with one hand, carrying the destructive immensity of heaven. The penetrating pillars weren't effective in the slightest and crumbled beneath its palm strike, piece by piece. Xuan was a split second away from getting out of the formation. Alas, the shock waves of that palm strike still struck him. He was forced out of his mist form and got sent flying, bloodied. Go! The elders weren't afraid and rushed towards Xuan. They caught him and carried him towards safety before stopping. Meanwhile, the entire formation finally collapsed from the ape's one move in a loud manner. Once the dust settled, the tree appeared before everyone again. The leaves were still fluttering to the wind, the fruits still had the same tempting luster. Rah! The ape roared again, causing all the spectators to tremble. After seeing that a point was made, it went back to sleep beneath the tree. Shit, that ape is so strong. The students from Duality were still shuddering with fear. That powerful formation, mist sealing 8 firmaments, couldn't withstand one move from the ape. That's a high heaven-level beast for you. Cultivators in the same realm still can't touch it. Teacher Du didn't find this surprising. He's already lucky to be alive. Everyone saw Xuan being healed in the distance and thought that he was fortunate. His condition was stabilized thanks to the effort of the elders. Even that formation doesn't work. An expert shook his head with regrets. A little bit more, just a little bit more. Xuan got up and stared at the fruits on the tree with an ugly expression. He acted haughtily earlier, not expecting failure. With this development, the crowd thought that no one could take down the ape's defense. Don't mess around, the mighty ancestors need to come themselves or no one will be able to get the fruits. A pessimistic air of helplessness permeated the area. Who's the first to understand the Grand Tao? No one else but me, a relaxed voice suddenly sounded. Everyone saw a young man slowly sauntered over. He wore a shabby robe and had a woodcutter hanging by his waist. He carried a shoulder pole with timber on it. Why is there a woodchopper here? The cultivators became surprised. Why would there be one here in Myriad Beast Mountains? Hi, young noble Li. Yang Ling came over to greet him. This woodchopper with a calm expression was none other than Li Chia. He smiled and nodded at her. You're looking for firewood here? Yang Ling and her 2 friends asked. No. Li Chia shook his head, the area is still several peaks ahead. I'm just thirsty and will be grabbing some fruits. Chapter 3567, What fruits are you looking for? Yang Ling asked since this was the natural conversational flow. Li Chia looked over at the magical gem tree and said, over there, that tree has plenty of fruits. Magical gem tree, Yang Ling thought that she had misheard him. Initially, Li Chia didn't garner a lot of attention. Some found his appearance strange but didn't pay any more mind. However, his comment made everyone stare at him. Do you know what those fruits are? The girl's eyes were wide open. Fruits are fruits, to quench thirst. What else can they be? Li Chia shrugged. Ignorant brat. Zhang Yu, who had a feud with him, immediately jumped in. You don't even know magical gem fruits. Stop speaking or you'll embarrass yourself even more. The other students from duality stared strangely at Li Qie. Some had disdain in their eyes, others thought that he was as bizarre as can be. Gem or no gem, as long as it can quench my thirst. Li Qie answered with a leisure smile. Nonsense, a frog wanting to eat swan meat. Zhang Yu sneered, you're not qualified to eat those fruits. Humph, you can't even touch them. That dichromatic ape can smash you to death with a single finger. Why must I be subjected to so much blabbering when I just want some fruits? What's so hard about plucking some? Li Qie shook his head. What's so hard about it? Zhang Yu purposely raised his voice to stop Li Qie from backing out. Am I hearing things? A woodchopper just declared that plucking the magical gem fruits is an easy task. Is he looking down on all the heroes in the world? The listeners certainly thought that Li Qie was being bombastically ignorant. The brat doesn't know the power of that ape. A few experts shook their head and didn't like the nonsensical comment. Those present, including the ones from the Nightwalker tribe, have failed to grasp a single fruit. Thus, Li Qie's comment could be construed as insulting them. How ludicrous. Zhou Xuan was annoyed already from being injured earlier. Now, he snorted and stared at Li Qie. The thing protecting those fruits is a dichromatic ape, a high heaven-level chaos primal beast. Just one breath from it can turn you into blood, yet you dare. His strong reaction was understandable. His anger couldn't be taken out on the ape. Li Qie became the new target. Just because you can't doesn't mean others can't. Li Qie waved his hand and interrupted the guy. Xuan's anger nearly rushed out of his throat in the form of blood after hearing this. How are you so sure? Xuan glared at Li Qie. Of course. Li Qie smiled, completely nonchalant. Not a single soul in the crowd believed him. No one here can make this claim. An expert shook his head. I don't think you can ever get one in your lifetime given your power. He's just spouting bullshit. Zhang Yu laughed and didn't hold back. Can't believe you all are having such a hard time getting a few fruits. Looks like your intelligence is far below average. You overestimate yourself by coming to this mountain range for an adventure. Li Qie smiled. This line offended virtually everyone in the crowd. The benevolent ones chuckled and ignored it. However, a few became aggressive. For example, Zhou Xuan. Li Qie's comment struck him hard because he failed to grab the fruits just now. Huh, I see. If you can get even one fruit, I'll call you master. Xuan sneered. I don't want a disciple like you. Li Qie refused. Xuan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He restrained his anger and threatened, if you can't do it, then you need to bow to me 3 times. Otherwise, he didn't finish, but everyone knew what he wanted to do just by looking at his eyes. The two of them had no prior feud. Alas, the guy just needed to vent while Li Qie purposely brought this on himself. So you insist on me grabbing those fruits? Li Qie became amused and grinned. Unfortunately, people here were foreign to this grin. Scared now? Zhang Yu said, words can't be taken back just like spilled water. It's too late for you to change your mind now. If you want to give up now, bow obediently 3 times. Xuan uttered coldly. Brat, just give up. Your life is more important. It's not shameful to bow to young Lord Xuan. An expert wanted to help Li Qie. This was reasonable because in their eyes, Li Qie was only a woodchopper. On the other hand, Xuan was a genius with boundless potential. A few bows meant nothing. No one here thought that he would be able to grab the fruits. It was nothing more than a fool daydreaming. I was going to grab them anyway. Li Qie smiled and pulled up his sleeves, then walked towards the tree. Young noble Li, forget it. Just apologize to young Lord Xuan, that ape will really kill you if you provoke it. Yang Ling thought that Li Qie was going for real. It's no big deal. Li Qie continued forward. Junior sister, just let him die since that seems to be his wish. Another student said. It's courting death. The spectators could see the outcome already. Just watch, when he gets closer, the dichromatic ape will crush him to a pulp with one finger. Zhang Yu snorted. In fact, the ape didn't need to do anything. The other chaos primal beasts were more than enough to devour Li Qie. Unfortunately, an extremely bizarre scene unraveled next, causing them to be slack-jawed. Chapter 3568. The dichromatic ape didn't need to do a thing against someone of Li Qie's cultivation. Just any of the other beasts could easily reduce him to a pile of meat. As Li Qie drew closer, these beasts immediately got up to everyone's horror. The ape itself actually got up this time too. Heart started skipping beats. Be careful. Everyone immediately retreated several steps backward in order not to be dragged into this mess. They couldn't handle the wrath of the ape. The brat's finished. Many had this thought. Li Qie had no chance of surviving because a high monk from Heavenly Dragon Temple still couldn't on this ape. Stop! Yang Ling and her friends shouted, feeling very nervous. Unfortunately, Li Qie didn't get smashed and betrayed their expectation. They saw the beasts including the ape bowed their head towards Li Qie with a respectful expression. They thought their eyes were playing tricks on them. Just think about it, these beasts were extremely strong, especially the dichromatic ape. It could fight against any human cultivator, fear wasn't part of its mentality. Thus, this development left the crowd in disbelief. The woodchopper wasn't a supreme character or anything. If he were a peerless Tao Lord, then it would be understandable and acceptable. Alas, something even more ridiculous happened next. Lil White, get me some fruits, I'm thirsty. Li Qie waved at the ape with a natural demeanor. A while ago, this would make everyone burst out in laughter. Why would a high-level heaven beast listen? Truly a suicidal attempt. However, the ape actually climbed up the tree and plucked several fruits. Moreover, it carefully selected the largest and ripest ones before respectfully handing them over to Li Qie. How can this be? The spectators became petrified. This was more outrageous than certain myths. Hey, pinch me, I must be dreaming. A cultivator told his friend. How the hell is this happening? Even the experienced ancestors found this unimaginable. The ape considered the magical gem fruits as precious as its own life. That's why it spent all day and night protecting this place, always fighting the intruders. However, the ape actually gave Li Qie the best fruits. He was nothing more than a woodchopper with average cultivation. The crowd simply couldn't digest this. On the other hand, Li Qie had no problem taking a bite and swallowing the fruit. They could hear how watery it was after the first crunch. That hits the spot. Li Qie continued eating the fruit while the crowd salivated. Little friend, wait, Dao brother, are your fruits for sale? One cultivator had an idea and immediately presented a pouch of primal stones to Li Qie. He happily said, I have 500 primal stones right here, 1,000,000,000 times more than what you'll make chopping woods in your lifetime. All for one fruit. Though he couldn't get the fruits, he could still buy them off this woodchopper. The guy probably knew nothing, maybe these primal stones would be enough to tempt him. It would be an incredible profit. Humph, can't believe you have the audacity to say something like this. Other experts were moved too. Fellow Taoist, I will give you 5,000 stones for one fruit. Someone offered tenfold. 10,000 here. Another joined in with haste. So many cheapskates, I will pay 50,000. A student from Duality participated. 80,000 from me, fellow Taoist, I just want one. Someone from the last generation lost his cool. These prices were all low compared to the actual value of the fruit. The buyers wanted an unrealistic profit and competed for it. Friend, I will give you 200,000 and take you in as my disciple. I'll pass the sect's merit laws down to you. Even an ancestor started persuading Li Qie by extending his branch. It didn't take long before the other experts offered higher bids. At the later stage, the offers were actually serious and tempting. For example, becoming an ancestor's disciple was an offer that a woodchopper couldn't refuse. Any weak cultivator would start palpitating with excitement. Li Qie only smiled and didn't say anything while eating his fruit. He acted as if they weren't precious in the slightest. 1, 2, 3, the number gradually dwindled to everyone's horror. They felt the pain from the ridiculous wastefulness. Please, please stop. An ancestor shouted after there was only one left. Li Qie's hand with the fruit stopped in midair, adding to the tension. All eyes were on this final fruit, afraid that he would take a bite out of it. What? Li Qie glanced at the ancestor. Aren't you listening to us? Do you know what you're holding? The ancestor was going crazy. Yes, a thirst-quenching fruit. Li Qie answered in a matter-of-fact manner. A thirst-quenching fruit? The ancestor shouted loudly, getting the urge to choke Li Qie. Everyone else felt the same way. Chapter 3569, One would be hard-pressed to find a more wasteful event than treating magical gem fruits as something for regular consumption. Chomp. Li Qie bit the last fruit before the astonished spectators. No, please stop. The ancestor screamed while the rest became slack-jawed. Unfortunately, Li Qie was a quick eater and the fruit disappeared from sight. Everyone felt their heart bleeding a little bit. Magical gem fruits. One expert wanted to send Li Qie flying since he had successfully enraged every cultivator present. Do you know how much wealth you had just eaten? The ancestor glared with indignation. Wealth? The purpose of this fruit is for eating. Li Qie replied. The ancestor tapped his forehead in exasperation, thinking that he was playing music to an ox. This brat had no idea how precious the fruits were, truly an idiot. However, one smart elder realized something, his eyes shifted back and forth. He told Li Qie, go get a few more fruits and my sect will make you our first disciple. We'll give you 300,000 primal stones and teach you our best arts. The ape showed zero aggression towards Li Qie even though he had consumed its precious fruits. Because of this, it seemed like obtaining more fruit was still possible. The other experts' eyes lit up after hearing this good idea, especially the ancestors. If Li Qie were to join their sect, this meant that all the fruits would be theirs as well. Not interested. Li Qie refused with a smile, stopping everyone else from offering. They didn't expect him to say no to such a tempting offer without a second thought. Why not? An ancestor from a big sect couldn't help but say, if you join my sect as the first disciple, you'll certainly become famous and soar. All you need to do is to pluck some fruits. Do you sell your neighbor's items? Li Qie glanced dismissively at him, sounds like you're a thief. You. The ancestor had no response. What a strange response. Teacher Du found Li Qie's perspective to be bizarre. It's because young noble Li considers the beasts here to be his neighbors since he grew up here. That's why he has a deep relationship with them. They live peacefully together, so I guess the beasts share their things with him too. Yang Ling said. Such a strange thing does happen. Teacher Du stroked his chin and murmured. He actually didn't believe this too much because chaos primal beasts weren't that nice. Weaker existences were nothing more than food in their eyes. How could a weak woodchopper be friends with the beasts here? Because they were neighbors. He's being foolish in my opinion. Another student commented, even a fool knows what to do here. He won't ever have a chance like this again. Becoming a first disciple was a godsend opportunity, especially for those with weak cultivation or humble background. However, Li Qie actually refused this. Thus, the majority of the crowd thought that he was stupid beyond cure. His head must be different from everyone else, rendering communication impossible. Meanwhile, Li Qie walked to Zhuge Xueyan's front and said, "Kneel and bow 3 times. You." Xueyan turned red with rage. All eyes were on him now. Everyone nearly forgot about the bet earlier. Xueyan said that he would bow 3 times if he were to lose. This should have been impossible and Li Qie should have been killed by the ape. Xueyan needed to carry out his promise now. He was in a tough predicament since people were staring at him. His anger was unbearable for 2 reasons. First, Li Qie did what he couldn't so easily. Second, the guy wanted him to kneel and bow. Truly humiliating. It was just a joke, no need to take it seriously. An elder from the Nightwalker tribe tried to mediate. "I don't treat my words frivolously. Kneel now, don't waste my time." Li Qie responded. Xueyan's expression became unsightly and red like a pig's liver. He was a famous prodigy. How could he kneel to a woodchopper in public? "Don't push it, take 1 step back and everything will be fine." Xueyan took a deep breath and said. "It's your loss. A man can handle losing instead of reneging." Yang Ling interjected. "That's right, don't renege." Other cultivators wanted to stir the pot. This made it impossible for Xueyan to stop this. Of course, the crowd knew that there was no way Xueyan would actually kneel in public. "And if I don't?" "Don't overestimate yourself, there's nothing you can do to me. The weak are prey to the strong, be smart now." Xueyan glared at Li Qie. This was a blatant threat. Not only would he refuse to carry out the bet, but he might also kill Li Qie. Most found this contemptible, but he was right, this world really belonged to the strong. What could Li Qie do? His cultivation was too weak to do anything. Further provoking the guy might end with death. It was smarter to just let it end and leave this place as soon as possible. So shameless. Yang Ling naturally took Li Qie's side. Unfortunately, she wasn't as strong as Xueyan either. Rah! Suddenly, the dichromatic ape stood up and roared while loudly beating its chest. When people regained their wits, they saw the ape standing near the Nightwalker experts. The other beasts also surrounded this group. Their bestial auras engulfed the area like a terrible storm, rendering others breathless. "Shit, the ape is going crazy." The spectators ran far away, not wanting to be crushed to pieces by the great ape. Those trapped inside were naturally scared out of their mind. Chapter 3570, The elders from the Nightwalker tribe wanted to escape but it was too late. Powerful beasts have already surrounded them. The ape, in particular, stood in the opposite direction. They had no chance of fleeing. "What do you want?" A frightened elder unsheathed his sword, causing a loud clunk and a pulsing flash. The disciples of the tribe also readied their weapons, ready to fight the beasts. "Ho!" The ape roared and took 1 step forward, completely spittling the ground. A terrible torrent of power rendered resistance futile. Even the elders staggered backward from just the sound wave. As for the other disciples, their chest was smacked repeatedly. Some dropped to the ground. The spectators nearby were pale and didn't dare to get close, let alone trying to save the Nightwalkers. "See? My neighbors won't stand for this unfair treatment. They have my back." Li Qie smiled and said, "It's not too late to bow or don't blame me for being cruel when you're nothing but meat paste. After all, my neighbors have a hot temper, it'll be out of my control when they go crazy." The Nightwalkers couldn't help staring at Zhuge Xueyan after hearing this, the same with the spectators. It was true that Li Qie couldn't do a thing to him or his tribe. However, no one expected these chaos primal beasts to interfere for his sake. How magical! An expert murmured while staring at Li Qie. So the brat really grew up here and became the favorite of the mountains? He must have deep ties to the beasts here. Another elder found this unbelievable. Chaos primal beasts and other creatures were wild and ferocious. This made it impossible for a peaceful coexistence with cultivators, let alone possessing a good relationship. The only exception was when a cultivator was strong enough to control them. However, for something like the dichromatic ape, even a heaven sovereign couldn't command them. Now, it was willing to stand up for a mere woodchopper. Thus, they agreed with what the elder said earlier. That seemed to be the only logical explanation. Just accept defeat and kneel. The strongest elder of the Nightwalker was terrified. Forcing their way out was impossible against those beasts. The price would still be monstrous in the case of success. Nothing's more important than staying alive. Another elder said, heroes suffer setbacks at times, lose today and win tomorrow. Zhuge Xueyan's expression was extremely ugly. To kneel before a woodchopper in front of everyone was more agonizing than death. He thought that he was stronger than Li Qiye, so he reneged. Now, any of these beasts could easily kill him. Even the elders told him to kneel. If he didn't do so, the entire group would die here. He would become a sinner of the sect. Thus, his knees fell to the ground. He immediately bowed his head 3 times, thinking that he would never forget about this humiliation. His hatred for Li Qiye was deep to the bones. He tried to stand up afterward, but Li Qiye stomped down on him. Normally, he would have cut the guy to pieces, but the circumstances were against him. He had to swallow this anger. What are you doing? He gritted his teeth. You haven't admitted defeat despite losing. Li Qiye smiled. Everyone thought that Li Qiye was being a tad overbearing. However, this was to be expected of the loser. So domineering. One student quietly praised. It's idiotic, he better changes his ways soon or death will come knocking. Another student scowled and disagreed. Many agreed with the latter. After all, not just Zhuge Xueyan but the rest of the Nightwalkers wouldn't forgive Li Qiye for this humiliation. Xueyan's expression was as twisted as can be beneath Li Qiye's foot. Unfortunately, his peers and seniors were staring at him. I fully accept my loss. His words betrayed his thoughts. Alas, he needed to endure this shame. Now that's better. Li Qiye said, remember to open your dog eyes wider in the future or you won't be as lucky. Xueyan clenched his fists tightly, swearing of eventual retribution. Okay, I'm no longer thirsty. Time to go. Li Qiye laughed and patted his hands. He then picked up his carrying pole and left without looking at anyone else. Young noble Li, where are you going for wood? Yang Ling asked. A place with good ones, of course. Li Qiye's voice came from the distance and he started singing again. Everyone watched the guy disappear into the forest, forgetting about the beasts. However, they have already dispersed and returned to the tree to rest. I'll never let this go. Xueyan's fingers dug into his palms. Revenge was necessary in order for him to have peace. He wanted to let Li Qiye taste a fate worse than death. Let's go. The elder of the Nightwalker told the disciples. There was no need to stay here any longer since they have failed to grab any magical gem fruit. Plus, they have been humiliated enough already. What a devilish brat. One expert said regarding Li Qiye. A miraculous one, a product of myriad beast mountains. I wonder what he can do in the outside world. Perhaps more miracles. An older master praised. I've never heard of anyone being able to live in harmony with the beasts here. Truly unprecedented. One ancestor stroked his chin and mused. We're going. Teacher Du didn't say anything and stood there in silence for a bit. He eventually led the students away. The latter didn't dare to linger around and gave chase. Teacher Du found the whole thing very strange. At first, his sole focus was on the old attendant. Now, it looked like Li Qiye was the one deserving his attention. Chapter 3571, the relationship with the beasts was one thing, but Teacher Du was equally perplexed regarding Li Qia's attitude and bearing. When he faced certain temptations, he chose a different choice from the rest. He was still a violet marquis cultivator and should know the importance of joining a large sect for better merit laws. Becoming the first disciple of one meant soaring to the sky. Those from a humble beginning would certainly trade the fruits for this chance. It would be countless times better compared to staying here as a woodchopper. Thus, people should have focused on this more than the beast's issue. In retrospection, his moral character was worthy of admiration, a true man of virtue sticking to his path. Teacher Du couldn't help admiring the guy and even thought about recruiting him into duality. Of course, this had nothing to do with Li Qia's ability to grab the magical gem fruits nor his friendship with the beasts. This wasn't for any personal benefit, he simply appreciated the guy's choice. Everyone knew that they lived in a cruel dog-eat-dog world. It was rare to see someone going against the mold. I can't believe young Noble Li and the beasts here are actually neighbors. Yang Ling said to one of her friends. He told them this before but they dismissed it, thinking that he was just exaggerating. This was no longer the case. It has to be his characters. Anyone else growing up here might not be loved in the same way. She thought about it and added, it's extraordinary that he didn't trade the treasures of the beasts for his own gains. She wholeheartedly admired him for his choice because she wouldn't have been able to do so. Characters? More like idiocy. Zhang Changyu became jealous and snorted, I think there's something wrong with his brains. An early death is inevitable for someone like him. Nonsense. Yang Ling became infuriated and glared at him, don't put someone down because you can't do the same thing. It paints an unsavory picture of yourself. Zhang Changyu was furious too but didn't dare to argue with Yang Ling. He shut his mouth and directed this anger towards Li Qia. I'm not quite sure, I think it was indeed foolish for him to not join a sect by trading the fruits. An older student said, it was a godsend opportunity, it's hard to rise without one. The disparity between a first disciple and a woodchopper is obvious. Moreover, that would give him more room to become an incredible existence who can perform wondrous tasks. That's why, in my opinion, his choice was narrow-minded. Not necessarily. Teacher Du shook his head, missing the chance to join a big sect might not be a loss. There are fortunes decided by the unknowns. Perhaps a bigger opportunity awaits him. The students exchanged glances. Some agreed while others didn't feel the same way. The latter thought that these fortunes were too intangible. Direct benefits such as joining a big sect were far better. That may be the case, but what he did to Zhui Xuan was too much. That's definitely a looming disaster. Another student said. There is no perfect strategy that covers all bases. Cultivation is throwing away the fear of death. If one always thinks about the pros and cons, it'll lead to stagnation. They might as well stay immortal. Teacher Du put on a dignified expression and elaborated. On the other hand, young Noble Li didn't care about the benefits nor was he afraid of a stronger foe. This should be the mindset of a cultivator. It'll allow you to go further. The students contemplated after hearing this. Teacher Du stared at his students and went on, numerous sects and cultivators have existed in history, the same with invincible merit laws and peerless geniuses. However, very few actually reached the apex to illuminate the realms. Do you think those who became Dao Lords did it because they had top talents and the best merit laws? His eyes became profound after saying this. Then what about your group? Duality Academy has numerous top merit laws that you all can access. Ask yourself, would you be able to surpass those before you and become a Dao Lord? He asked. The students didn't answer. Their talents weren't inferior to the others, hence their entry to the academy. Moreover, the academy was the number one in the south. In fact, it might be one of the best in all of 8 Desolaces with regards to merit laws and manuals. Would they be able to reach the apex given the favorable circumstances? They didn't dare to answer. The biggest aspiration of some was to become a heavenly sovereign. The realm of invincibility was too far to reach. Normally, the most important thing to become a Tao Lord is actually the Tao heart. Teacher Du finally concluded. Some students have heard this before from the other teachers or the seniors back in their own clan. However, they thought that it was too intangible. Teacher, what is a Tao heart? One female student asked. He slowly explained, people have different definitions, but in my opinion, young nobly not caring about benefits nor fearing the strong is a type of Tao heart. He looked at the group and continued, you might think what he did was truly stupid. However, could you have done the same thing? Your talents and cultivation might be higher, but I'm afraid there's a chance that he'll accomplish more in the future. Many students didn't buy this. They had prestigious backgrounds and incredible talents on top of using high-ranking merit laws. How could a woodchopper surpass them? This Li Chia hasn't cultivated anything worthwhile, he's nothing more than a woodchopper in myriad beast mountains. How strong can he become? One student objected. Supreme merit laws mean nothing. Don't forget the phrase left by our progenitor, the Tao comes naturally. Teacher Du responded. The students trembled with pride. Their progenitor was a renowned figure, duality master. They heard about his exploits and stories at a young age. He was not a Tao Lord yet was still greater than one. No one dared to refute Teacher Du in history, duality had a unique position so his teachings were respected. In fact, even the Tao Lords wouldn't dare to question him, let alone these juniors. Boom! A loud explosion destroyed the peace. The ground shook violently and a beam rushed to the sky. What's that over there? The students stared in that direction. That's the beam we saw the other night, right? One of them said. Chapter 3572, The beam illuminated the mountains and alerted both the cultivators and the beasts. Numerous experts from the great powers rushed towards the base of the beam. This was their initial goal in the first place. It was just that once they got here, the beam was nowhere to be found. Now, the opportunity has resurfaced. The cultivators rode the winds forward, including Teacher Du's group and others from the academy. It's over there. Teacher Du's eyes were fixated in that direction. They looked up and saw numerous beams shooting through the sky. A flood of cultivators was also heading there. Fellow Taoist do you know what's ahead? Teacher Du noticed a familiar person crossing through the air and started a conversation. Fellow Taoist Du, the expert stopped and answered, a supreme treasure of the Buddhist affinity has emerged, I'm not too sure. This is just information from my senior brother. I'm going ahead now. He then continued onward. Everyone who heard about this Buddhist treasure competed to be the first there. A supreme Buddhist treasure. Teacher Du's eyes slightly shifted. To be addressed as such meant that this artifact must be quite amazing. This was because there were plenty of Buddhist treasures in the holy ground. The students behind him had a look of anticipation after hearing this. For cultivators of this realm, possessing a treasure like this had significant meaning. Teacher, let us hurry and get there. They couldn't wait to take a look at this so-called supreme Buddhist treasure. Of course, obtaining it would be even better. The academy was a relatively special existence in the holy ground. It didn't forbid students from cultivating Buddhism, nor did it actively spread this doctrine. All in all, the academy allowed the students to do as they please. All arts and Tao were accepted. Thus, the students didn't particularly want Buddhist treasures and merit laws. Nonetheless, they wouldn't refuse one of this level either. You want to give it a shot? Teacher Du glanced at them and said, not to mention the experts from all over the world, you can't even outcompete your seniors. Excitement turned into wry smiles for the students upon hearing this. The group was the youngest right now in the academy and also the weakest. They naturally couldn't compete against the seniors who have trained there for several years or even decades. We just want to broaden our horizon, nothing else. One student awkwardly answered. They naturally understood their limits. Thus, their goal here was for sightseeing and increasing their knowledge. Follow right behind me and don't cause trouble. The ferocious beasts are one thing, but people are vicious too. Don't blame me for not warning you first. Teacher Du said. He was experienced enough to know the perils of the world, unlike these young birds. Yes. The students cheered after getting permission from their teacher. Teacher Du sighed and brought the group towards the source of the beam. During their trip, they saw numerous cultivators soaring above them without hiding anything. Mighty auras engulfed the air like torrential storms. Of course, these brazen men were clearly powerful and had strong backgrounds. That's why they could travel in this manner. They also heard loud explosions from cavalries grinding the air. Murderous intent and battle-hardened presence could be easily sensed. They felt their scalp tingling as a result. The border guards are here too. One student became startled. Does that mean His Majesty has ordered the troops to come for the treasure? The political landscape was complicated at the Holy Ground. Though the Vajra dynasty was in charge, there were many countries and sects not under its jurisdiction. That's why some didn't like the dynasty extending their armies throughout the region. This army guarding the border was one of them. It's too complex for you all to understand right now, it's best not to comment. Teacher Du nonchalantly said. Though this wasn't a warning, the students kept their mouths shut on this topic. Of course, Duality Academy didn't need to look up to Vajra dynasty. However, most students were from Metropolis Division, meaning that they were nobles. Their seniors and ancestors have worked for Vajra, so it was better to refrain from talking about it. They were aware of the ongoing political competition. The light had disappeared before they made it there. This didn't affect much because too many people were heading to that area. Once they got close, they saw people on the peaks and trees. Armies also floated in the air. The place was completely packed like a busy street. Tens of thousands of cultivators were present. However, they were greeted by an unpleasant stench of blood as well. Its thickness made people want to vomit. The streams nearby no longer had clear water, only blood, flesh, and viscera. The group didn't get close and chose to stay on top of a peak to judge the situation. In reality, many students from Duality got here before them and camped on this peak. They were older and stronger than Yan Ling's group and had teachers with them as well. What's the situation? One student asked after finishing the climb. An older student shook his head. No one can get into that valley. Yang Ling and the others followed his gaze. They saw a valley with abandoned temples inside. Not a single one was intact. They were as broken as can be, some only had walls left. This location meant for Buddhists has gone unnoticed in this mountain range for some time. How come I've never seen this place before? Teacher Du was surprised. It was sealed by a top Buddhist technique. Another teacher explained, I just don't know who broke a hole through the seal. Take a look. Teacher Du saw one peak on top of the valley with a broken hole. Runes were still floating around there. Chapter 3573, The cultivators outside were completely attracted by something within the valley. The large area only had one entrance. The other entrances have been sealed by a mighty force. This entry point was the broken hole on the peak with a flight of steps leading down. To the right and left of this path were numerous Buddhist statues. They have been here for who knows how many years and were covered in moss. The temples inside had irreparable damages outside of a few. For example, the largest one could barely be recognized. However, one hall within remained intact. Because certain sections were broken, those waiting outside could see inside the hall. They saw shelves made from precious sandalwood containing treasures and scriptures. These things still had a luster after so many years. The scrolls, in particular, were magical. When the breeze blew the pages over, an ocean of runes would emerge along with wondrous hymns. These phenomena made it obvious that they were top scriptures. Even the high monks of Heavenly Dragon Temple would be tempted. The treasures also had incredible pulses, seemingly opening up portals that can lead others to salvation. However, the thing commanding the most attention was a stone platform in the center. It was made from individual blocks that were quite coarse. However, once placed together in this manner, it looked natural instead of simple. An egg was on top of this platform, around the size of a bowl. The shell was golden, seemingly cast from gold. The shell wasn't glossy and smooth. It had many bumps, a sign of struggle during its inception. Strange runes covered the thing, chaotic yet naturally formed. Some could view the runes as the true shell of this egg. It was also absorbing Buddhist light from the treasures and scriptures on the shelves. No light could escape from this golden egg. The absorption process would make the runes flash and slightly move. Then next came the hymns of thousands and thousands of Buddhas blessing this egg. All of this made its value apparent. People couldn't help but salivate while staring at it. What is this egg? Both the early and latecomers had no idea. Even the knowledgeable ancestors have never heard nor seen such an egg. Teacher, do you know what that egg is? A student from Duality asked. Teacher Du and the others glanced at each other. The teacher in question shook his head, I have never seen it. There aren't any records relating to it either. What beast is that lying on the platform? Yang Ling's friend noticed a chaos primal beast. In the beginning, the group fully focused on the egg and didn't notice the beast. It looked like a hornless dragon with some differences. Its scales had a blue glow and were covered in mysterious diagrams. They looked like paintings of landscape. The beast wore a crown with feminine characteristics. The creature was clearly a female. It occasionally opened its mouth to suck in and release chaos energy. It seemed to be gestating the egg. That's a world draconic king in the myths. It's stronger than the dichromatic ape. Teacher Du said seriously. Stronger than the ape? Yang Ling blurted out, the ape is a high-level heaven beast already, it's a high-level heaven king, hence its name. Another teacher said, high-level heaven isn't the strongest rank. There are kings, emperors, and gods. The students took a deep breath after learning about this. The ape earlier was already strong enough. This draconic creature was even stronger. So that's the draconic king's egg? A female student wondered. An older teacher stared intensely at the egg before concluding, no, I was fortunate enough to see a world draconic king's eggs during my youth. They don't look like this one. This egg must be something else. The draconic king is willingly trying to incubate it, it must be another high-level heaven emperor. Maybe the god level. One more teacher said. A god-level egg? I've never seen one before. The older teacher said, that's a chaos primal beast capable of fighting against Tao lords. There aren't that many in all of history. Not just that, this egg might have deep ties with Buddhism. Teacher Du added after seeing how the egg captured Buddhist lights. Hard to say, if this is the case, it'll cause a disaster. The older teacher looked up and said, I wonder if those old geezers will be able to restrain themselves. The students didn't notice anything, unlike the powerful teachers. The latter noticed numerous ancestors hiding above in the clouds. They had various reasons for not showing up. Rumble. Meanwhile, fierce battles waged outside the valley entrance. An army of powerful cultivators was fighting against chaos primal beasts in order to break through the entrance. The primal beasts also had numerous groups led by heaven-level beasts. Some among them were actually at the high level. They seemed to be patrolling and protecting this valley. Judging by the current situation, they weren't here at the start and only came recently. The powerful cultivators were currently fighting against lion-like creatures. Heavy casualties occurred. That's the border army, right? A student became surprised. Unfortunately, this mighty army was on the verge of being routed. Ra! The crazed Lion King roared furiously and opened its mouth, swallowing 1,000 troops in the blink of an eye. Boom! It sent the commander flying with one smash. Its victim vomited blood continuously. The commander couldn't escape before being surrounded by another horde of beasts and was torn to pieces. Chapter 3574, The Frontier Army was reduced to dust in no time at all. Not a single soldier survived the hordes of beasts. Their commander suffered the same fate. Several more groups were attacked in no time at all. They didn't even make it near the entrance before being surrounded by beasts. More than 1,000 cultivators were killed. These groups came from the big powers and had ancestors at the sacred level. This was still far from enough. The students from Duality finally realized the reason for the carnage and the stench of blood earlier. They're so strong, all cultivators shuddered in horror after seeing the massacre. The groups earlier were nothing short of impressive, especially the frontier guards. They were battle-hardened but didn't last long. Who can actually get in there? One student murmured. Isn't first senior sister here? Another said. You're right, maybe she can give it a shot. The first became excited and looked around. They were talking about the academy's top genius, Dugulan. She might be the strongest there as well, at least among the student body. It's useless. A teacher who got here early shook his head and said, Student Lan managed to escape the beasts but still couldn't get through the powerful defense inside. She couldn't. The students shuddered. If Dugulan couldn't, no other students had a chance. Even the teachers would find it impossible. Xiaolan failed. Teacher Du was surprised and stared at the valley. What kind of defense is in there? Do you see those steps? The statues to the left and right are just too strong. Student Lan was repelled by them. The teacher pointed forward. All eyes turned towards the entrance with the steps leading down the cliff. Numerous statues there were covered in moss. Prior to this, the students assumed that they were mere decorations. This was no longer the case. Maybe the headmaster can do it. A teacher said, no one else but those on his level can obtain this golden divine egg. Is the headmaster here too? Some students blurted out. The teachers exchanged glances and didn't answer. However, judging by their expression, the students thought that the headmaster might actually be here. Maybe we'll be lucky enough to see the headmaster's might. Some became excited. The current headmaster of Duality was Five-Colored Sacred Sovereign, one of the 4 Grandmasters of Buddha Holy Ground. He became a heavenly sovereign at a young age and was among the top experts of the South. His involvement here would naturally shock the entire region. With enough time, the other Grandmasters might come too. One teacher glanced at the sky and said seriously. The students took a deep breath after hearing this. The 4 Grandmasters were 4 giants pushing up the sky here. It was hard to find others at this level. Moreover, they were elusive too and rarely showed up. Their presence meant that something big was happening. According to the teacher just now, this place warranted the appearance of more than just one. Fellow officials, it's time to work together. One old man suddenly declared, no one can enter alone. His voice wasn't particularly loud but everyone could hear him. They all stared in his direction. He wore an official robe and had an impressive stature. His expression was fierce and powerful, he looked more like a general than a court official. Senior Defender Shang from the Ministry of War, a general under Minister Sima. An expert immediately recognized him and became startled. He didn't come alone and had a valiant group behind him consisting of incredible experts with strong bloodthirst. Sir Shang is a brutal figure who flattened numerous problems for Minister Sima. Others shuddered. The Minister of War was notorious in the Holy Ground, known for his ruthless and decisive measures. He flattened many obstacles for Vajra. The legions of Vajra became stronger now than at any time in the past. He was gifted in the military arts. Numerous powers wanted to join him in order to create something great. Sir Shang was one of his generals. This meant that either the Ministry of War or the dynasty itself desired this golden egg. In reality, no one ruled forever. This was an accepted fact in the Holy Ground. Vajra was in charge for now but not in perpetuity. This golden egg had deep ties with Buddhism. It could strengthen their authority and sovereignty, so it was crucial the seniors and elders exchanged glances after hearing him. Some powers didn't care enough to give him face, but this wasn't the case for both who were from the noble clans. They were from the dynasty, more or less. "You're right, sir." An old man wearing an embroidered robe said, "These beasts are just too strong. We have no chance without the help of a grandmaster. It's better to work together." The Marquis of South Peak. Eyes turned towards him. He was granted a noble title by the court along with hereditary territories, meaning that his son would inherit both the title and his land. He was an important official in the frontier. 1,000 experts behind him made his power obvious. "Who will the egg belong to if we get it?" one person asked. Everyone wanted this supreme Buddhist treasure for themselves. How would they split it? "This egg belongs to the virtuous." Sir Shing said, "Who in this land is more virtuous than His Majesty? Thus, when we get it, we'll offer it as a tribute." Sir Shang said with a serious tone. People exchanged glances after hearing this. I don't know if his cultivation has improved, but his sycophantic ability certainly has. One high elder snorted and spoke among his group. The powerful ancestors felt the same way but didn't comment on this. Vajra was currently in charge, but it wasn't an ironclad reign. The ancestors from the 5 divisions of Buddha Emperor Plateau didn't think much of it. They naturally wouldn't offer the egg to the king. The conversation came to a lull until a Buddhist chant could be heard, Amitabha. Chapter 3575, People stared ahead and saw a monk standing by the entrance to the valley. His kasaya was stained with oil. His expression wasn't dignified like a monk's should be. Golden Cicada Buddhist child. Everyone knew who this monk was, the genius of Heavenly Dragon Temple and the beloved disciple of Wisdom's sacred monk. Unfortunately, his gluttony nature actually overshadowed his cultivation and Buddhist attainment. Everyone in this region knew about this. Since when did he get there? No one saw him a while ago since they were focusing on the conversation between Sir Shang and South Peak Marquis. He actually made it through the beasts. The crowd became surprised. Tens of thousands of beasts were patrolling right outside of the valley. Not even water could get through. Numerous cultivators have tried only to fail. Most became food for the beasts. Thus, the monk's success took everyone by surprise. Golden Cicada lives up to his fame, he must have some heaven-defying abilities. An ancestor couldn't help but praise. This young monk is qualified to fight Student Lon. One teacher nodded approvingly. He's that strong. Some students didn't believe it. Though people knew that he was a top genius and an enlightened monk, most didn't have a good grasp of his actual power. They only focused on his gluttonous image. How can the disciple of wisdom sacred monk be weak? Teacher Du said. This was indeed the case. Wisdom's sacred monk was on the same level as 5-colored sacred sovereign. There was no way that the monk would be weak. It was rather understandable that he would be able to contest against Du Gulan. Meanwhile, Golden Cicada had a serious expression while standing at the entrance, with zero sign of complacency. Amitabha, merciful Buddha. He placed his palms together and respectfully said before taking the first step onto the stairs. Buzz. The step beneath lit up upon contact. A Buddhist light emerged and illuminated the rest of the steps along with the dozens of statues. The spectators could see that the statues weren't actually moving. However, there were illusions of them opening their eyes and lowering their head to look at the monk. It's happening, Let's see how capable this young monk is. One teacher said with eagerness in his voice. Buzz. Golden Cicada started glowing as well. His oily kasaya had Buddhist runes on the surface. The movement of the runes opened a scripture. This activation created a barrier. Amitba. He walked forward with reverence onto the valley. Halt. All the statues roared at the same time, akin to great Buddhas taking down evil. The listeners were scared out of their mind, feeling suppressed from the pressure. They simply roared and chanted to stop the monk instead of directly attacking him. Rumble. Waves of Buddhist chants smashed him without any mercy. However, the Kasaya's runes served as an ocean of power. They built a wall around him to stop the sonic attack. Alas, he was still trembling inside. Everyone could tell that he was experiencing painful blows. As he took more steps, the roars became increasingly stronger. Boom! One could see cracks among the thick runic barrier. Clank! 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 He took out his Buddhist bowl and started hitting it. With each hit, the bowl shot out bright lights. Within the lights were sacred Buddhas. They started roaring in the same manner. The various sonic waves started smashing each other. Rumble. The remnant forces caused the entire valley to quake. Weaker cultivators couldn't handle the roar and had to run away. Most were pale as a result. These sonic waves weren't aimed at them yet were still unbearable. On the other hand, Golden Cicada was facing the full brunt. Most people in his shoes would have been reduced to blood. He's not letting his master down. An ancestor wasn't stingy with his praise. The students of duality got a new perspective on his power. No wonder why their teacher said that he could fight against their senior sister. Golden Cicada made it to the half-point mark. His kasaya was visibly drenched with sweat. The two sides didn't use any technique from start to finish. However, this competition was extremely dangerous. Just one mistake would result in death. The struggling monk seemed to be faltering by this point. It's over, the young monk still can't do it. A teacher with eyes as bright as torches concluded. Boom! He didn't make it to the 2/3 mark before losing to the statues. In the next second, he used a peerless speed to retreat. Unfortunately, he was still half a beat too late. A terrible wave struck him and sent him flying backward while vomiting blood. Nonetheless, he used the momentum to make it back to the entrance. He didn't bother wiping the blood off his mouth before disappearing from sight. The beasts couldn't make it to him in time. Failure. Many cultivators shook their head after seeing the wounded monk. Of course, some heaved a sigh of relief because the monk wasn't able to get the golden egg. Looks like we'll have to work together. Eliminate the beasts first, then think of a way to get in the valley. Otherwise, don't even think about the golden egg. Senior Defender Shang reminded everyone. Though some didn't want to work together with Vajra, the guy actually made sense. Working alone wasn't viable. I agree. Just the beasts alone are insurmountable when alone. South Peak Marquis supported. Chapter 3576, most agreed with the Marquis regarding the difficulties of getting through these beasts. They didn't have the means to sneak past them like Golden Cicada Buddhist child. If only young Noble Li is here, he'll be able to go there without losing a hair regardless of how many beasts there are. Yang Ling couldn't help thinking about Li Chia and murmured. Though she was quiet, the senior defender had sharp ears. He immediately turned around and asked her, "Who is young Noble Li? What is his ability?" Yang Ling didn't expect anyone else to hear her. She had to answer, "Young Noble Li is a woodchopper in Myriad Beast Mountains. He lives peacefully together with all the chaos primal beasts here." Sir Shang didn't care much after hearing that the guy was only a woodchopper. That's not useful to him at all. Just a woodchopper. He said. This woodchopper is devilish though. Someone who has seen Wuxia before spoke out. Even a dichromatic ape was friendly towards him and gave him its prized magical gem fruits. It's unfathomable. Dichromatic ape. Sir Shang immediately changed his tune and asked this cultivator, really now? It's true, why would we be lying? This cultivator became annoyed and said, I'm not the only one who saw it, others who are here did too. He asked the ape to give him fruits and it did. The listeners were startled since they didn't see it in person. The dichromatic ape was famous as a ferocious beast in this region. No one could get close to its magical gem tree. It's a high-level heaven chaos primal beast, no one can control it. Both Sir Shang and the Marquis didn't believe it. The Nightwalker tribe knows this best. The one being doubted turned towards the Nightwalkers. Zhuai Xueyun and the elders were present and didn't appreciate being in the spotlight. Xueyun scowled and turned away. This was utterly humiliating and he didn't want to bring it up again. That woodchopper can order the beasts here. Sir Shang directly asked the elders. Xueyun would have acted out if the guy asking wasn't a big shot. The brat is strange indeed. He can live together with the chaos beasts, or at least the dichromatic ape. An elder didn't want to antagonize Vitra. This confirmed the event, so both Sir Shang and South Peak Marquis exchanged glances. In reality, this couldn't be fabricated since many saw it with their own eyes. It left a deep impression on them. Maybe if we let this Wuxia come here, he'll be able to talk to them and enter the valley. One older expert suggested. So what? It's not that easy since even Golden Cicada Buddhist child couldn't make it through the steps, let alone a woodchopper. Xueyun finally spoke up. Don't be so sure. Young Noble Li grew up here and knows the place like the back of his hand, maybe he'll know another path into the valley or the beasts will lead him inside. Isn't there a world draconic king there? There must be other paths. Yang Ling defended Wuxia. Still only a woodchopper. To which Xueyun only snorted. Where is he staying? Sir Shang has made up his mind and asked Yang Ling, an old temple inn. Yang Ling instinctively answered before realizing that this could cause trouble for Wuxia. She immediately stopped. Where is the exact location? Sir Shang's eyes narrowed, looking quite fierce. Senior Defender, mind your words. We're students of duality, not subjects of the dynasty. We have no obligation to answer your questions. Teacher Du stepped forward. This served as a warning to Sir Shang and as a reminder to his students. Those nearby became excited after seeing a potential conflict between duality and Vajra. Vajra was the sun in the current generation. However, duality has been around for so many years, witnessing one Tao Lord after another. This was a testament to its power. It had no need to suck up to Vajra, so a teacher there could speak to a senior defender in this manner. Fellow Taoist Du, you can't put it that way. Sir Shang was a fierce general who had killed plenty of people. He strongly responded, this pertains to the foundation of the holy ground, which is why its current leader, Vajra dynasty, is being involved. The golden egg can't fall into evil hands. Everyone should work together and share the responsibility with His Majesty. Sure, that's true for the officials of Vajra, not the members of duality. Teacher Du didn't give him any face and responded, that's why you need to stop interrogating our students. He was as clear as can be, not allowing the senior defender to question Yang Ling. Duality Academy is quite imperious now. One spectator commented. Many powers weren't under the jurisdiction of Vajra, but they still gave it some face, at least on the surface. Duality wasn't one of them. Don't forget how duality was built. An older expert said, Duality Master creating the academy back then actually affected the foundation of Buddha holy ground. The academy was nothing in the past, but it still maintained an unyielding attitude. This isn't something new. Everything belongs to the king. Do you dare to not listen? Sir Shang's eyes turned cold. He was part of the Ministry of War, so his stance was naturally on the side of the dynasty. He also had the belief that Buddha holy ground belonged to Vajra. Senior Defender, I don't agree. An old teacher immediately shouted back, have you forgotten about Sacred Mountain? The holy ground is led by Sacred Mountains and the Supreme. The king doesn't possess everything. Sir Shang's expression changed, realizing that he had carelessly misspoken. Vajra was current in charge, but it was only because Sacred Mountain didn't want to directly rule the holy ground. The real master of this region was Sacred Mountain and its Supreme. Though the latter hasn't shown up in a long time, he was still the apex existence here. The strongest in the south weren't the 4 grandmasters but the 2 supremes. One of them was the master of Sacred Mountain. The holy ground started with Sacred Mountain. The source of Buddhism was also there. Vajra was only a manager of sorts. Sir Shang has overstepped his bounds with the previous comment. Ahem. South Peak Marquis tried to mediate the situation, focus on the issue at hand right now, which is how to obtain the golden egg by working together. If anyone has a good idea, feel free to say it. For example, that woodchopper mentioned earlier might be one. No one else brought up the issue again after this divergence. Who's the first to understand the Grand Tao? No one else but me. Suddenly, an ode could be heard from a distance. Chapter 3577, the ode attracted everyone's attention. They saw a young man meandering over. He dressed in a simple manner without any decoration. A woodcutter was hanging by his waist, a carrying pole on his shoulder. He had a natural and free expression as he sang a strange song. Young noble Li. Over here. Yang Ling called out for him. Li Qiye stopped and stared at her. What is it? It's nothing. This place is very lively with everyone gathered. You should come with us. She winked at him with good intention. She thought that Sir Shang might be scheming, wanting to use Li Qiye. Thus, if he were with the academy, at least Sir Shang wouldn't dare to do whatever he wanted. That's Li Qiye. Sir Shang wasn't impressed by Li Qiye since he really looked like an ordinary woodchopper. A cultivator at the Violet Marquis realm was insignificant in his eyes. The Marquis and the others also stared at Li Qiye. They found it hard to believe that this woodchopper could coexist peacefully with the chaos primal beasts here. Yes. Someone else told Sir Shang, he really got some magical gem fruits from the ape. Even a high monk from Heavenly Dragon Temple and the Nightwalkers couldn't do it, yet he had no problem. He then gave a brief recollection of what happened during that event. That's nothing short of a miracle. Both the senior defender and the Marquis remained skeptical. Sir, it's absolutely true, thousands of people saw it. Those from the Nightwalker tribe even experienced this. The cultivator swore. As for duality, the students who weren't there became very curious. They believed it because Yang Ling's group had no reasons to lie. Unfortunately, Li Qiye seemingly didn't see Yang Ling winking repeatedly. He shook his head and smiled, if there's nothing, I need to bring some firewood home, can't be delayed. Yang Ling stomped exasperatingly on the ground since Li Qiye didn't notice danger was approaching. She said with an urgent tone, just come over here, I'll explain later. No need, gathering wood is more important. Li Qiye shook his head and refused. Yang Ling felt the urge to beat someone since Li Qiye couldn't tell good from bad. She wondered if he was dumb beyond cure. Princess, just let him die if he wants to so badly. Zhang Changyu would be more than happy to see Li Qiye die. It's none of your business. The anxious Yang Ling glared at him. Zhang Changyu never dared to go against Yang Ling, so he kept his mouth shut. The anger once again was diverted towards Li Qiye. Teacher Du decided to descend to the ground, landing in front of Li Qiye. We meet again, young noble Li. He didn't put on an act at all, looking as friendly as can be. What is it? Li Qiye seemed disinterested in the amicable teacher. Anyone else wouldn't like this. After all, Teacher Du was a man of status, around the same level as an elder from a big sect. He was well respected by the students in duality as well, the geniuses included. Teacher Du didn't seem to mind and smiled. Young nobly, Duality Academy always has love and appreciation for talents such as yourself. Would you like to join our academy to advance your studies? The students from Duality were surprised first, then the rest of the crowd. Though Duality had its door open for everyone in the world, the entry requirements were severely stringent. The students either had an incredible background, strong talents, or something brilliant about them. 1 in a billion wouldn't be an exaggeration. An invitation like this was very rare. Only others asked to join Duality, never the other way around. Humph, Duality is quite calculating. They're inviting him in order to monopolize the fruits. An elder calmed down and sneered. Right? Other experts clapped their thigh in full agreement, thinking that they knew Duality's goal. They started sneering at the academy. Teacher Du turned a deaf ear to this and only focused on Li Chia. What do you think, young noble? Li Chia also ignored the others and stared at the teacher. He smiled and shook his head. No point in going to Duality to learn more, it's more comfortable chopping woods here. Nonetheless, I will remember your goodwill. The refusal was certainly unexpected for the students. It took immense effort for them to join, needing to surpass numerous trials. Now, Li Chia was turning down this great opportunity. This is a mistake. Yang Ling performed her trademark foot stomp again and hurriedly told him, you should know that joining our academy is far better than staying here. It'll guarantee you a great future. She implicated that the senior defender wouldn't be able to do anything to him if he were to join their academy. Vajra might be strong, but it wouldn't directly confront Duality, nor would it do anything to a student there in public. I prefer my current life. Li Chia waved his hand and smiled. Idiot, I'm trying to save you, she murmured, vexed. Just let him fend for himself. Other students snorted since their teacher was refused. They had a terrible impression of someone so unambitious. If you ever change your mind, our door is always open for you. We truly appreciate talented people and will not let you down if you visit us. Teacher Du stared at him and said. He then paused and glanced over at the Marquis and Senior Defender, whether on purpose or not, then said, of course, if you have any problem, you're welcome to come to find us. You know where we are. With that, he floated back to the peak. Brother Du, this brat is worthy of your effort? A different teacher asked him. Yes. Teacher Du's eyes were profound as he stared at Li Chia. I've never seen someone with that type of personality and character before. Just that alone is worthy of joining our academy. His talents don't matter. What do you mean? An older teacher joined in. Unmoved by external temptations. Teacher Du responded seriously. Chapter 3578. An elder from a big sect descended to talk to Li Chia right after Teacher Du. Young friend, are you interested in learning peerless merit laws? The elder smiled at Li Chia. Here at Shifting Cloud, we have an 8-step Zen search technique. It would allow you to fly freely in the air. Do you want to take a look? He then took out a scroll. Clouds emanating from it, seemingly wanting to lift Li Chia up. 8-step Zen search. Li Chia smiled while looking at the scroll. As long as you're willing to join Shifting Cloud and be my newest disciple, you can start learning it right away. Plus, you can learn even more in the future. You'll have the clouds hidden in your sleeves and will gain numerous abilities. The merit laws of Shifting Cloud aren't that strong. Another ancestor appeared in front of Li Chia. He took out a treasure bottle and opened it. It seemed to be capable of swallowing heaven and earth. He said, this is the all-encompassing bottle of our sect, the Night Court. If you are willing to become our royal clan's first disciple, I'll give you this bottle along with our top techniques. Humph, your Night Court isn't strong enough. A sect master floated down in front of Li Chia and said, "Young friend, join me as my first disciple. You'll be in charge of 3,000 martial brothers and sisters, a territory consisting of 8,000 miles as well. Young friend, join our clan and I'll let you have my daughter's hand in marriage." Numerous sects and kingdoms tried to recruit Li Chia in no time at all. They understood his value after hearing the story with the dichromatic ape. His mediocre cultivation and talents didn't matter, the same with him being a woodchopper. Just his access to those magical gem fruits alone was priceless. These ancestors and sect masters didn't mind giving him good stuff in the beginning in order to bait him into their sect. Future promises could change later on. Nothing was more important than getting him in the door right now. "Unfortunately, I'm not interested in any of your things." Li Chia waved his hand and said, "Merit laws and the role of first disciple. I would rather be free as a woodchopper. As for treasures, they can't match my woodcutter." He patted the hatchet hanging by his waist. Everyone became speechless. They stared at him as if he was an abomination and thought that they had misheard. The conditions and promises were incredible. He could have become the first disciple of a big sect or the chief of a royal clan. Others dreamed about being in his position, especially those from lowly backgrounds. Hard work alone wasn't enough to achieve these things. Alas, Li Chia refused all of this. They thought that only a fool would do so, but Li Chia didn't look like a fool. "Are you sure? I guarantee that you'll be a marquis if you join me in the future." One ancestor asked for confirmation. "Absolutely, I am free to do what I want here as opposed to being a first disciple or successor." Li Chia chuckled. The ancestor had nothing else to say, thinking that Li Chia was just an unambitious fella. See? Teacher Du told his peers since they were watching as well. The teachers found this quite strange. This was their first time meeting a weird fella like Li Chia. "He's interesting, no wonder why you tried to recruit him, Brother Du," one teacher replied. "I'm interested too." An older teacher smiled, "If he joins our academy, I'll want him. You'll have some competition." The students found this astonishing. Though they had prestigious backgrounds, they would have salivated at the offers prior. Some of them wanted to run up to Li Chia and slapped him, telling him to just accept the deal. Others wanted to split his head open to take a look inside, to see if there was something wrong with him. That's the only explanation. So idiotic, giving up godsend opportunities. One of them said bitterly. Imagine wanting to be a woodchopper instead of a first disciple. Another was jealous. An idiot like him will be nothing more than a dreamless woodchopper. There's no fixing rotten wood. Zhang Changyu coldly uttered with disdain. Of course, he felt great jealousy inside and wished that he was in Li Chia's shoes. No one is truly free in this world. Senior Defender Shang and South Peak Marquis finally joined. "You are a citizen of Vajra and must obey." Sir Shang glared at Li Chia. "What's Vajra?" Li Chia acted as if he had never heard of the dynasty. Such impudence. Another official yelled right away, "Ignorant brat, questioning the dynasty's authority is punishable by death." Clank. He unsheathed his sword and bright gleams shot out. "Sir Sheng, watch your dog from overextending its paws." Teacher Du spoke up, "Act with propriety and know that Vajra is not above Sacred Mountain. Not everyone who lives in the holy ground is a citizen of Vajra, the same with the territories here." All eyes turned toward Sir Sheng after hearing this. In reality and to a certain extent, the 5 divisions were actually equal. The other 4 in Buddha Emperor Plateau had no need to give Vajra any face. He's right. Another sect master spoke up, "Are you saying that you can command us and that we must obey?" "Sir Sheng, you can't represent Vajra, not even Minister Sima would dare to do so." One more added, "Only Sacred Mountain has jurisdiction over Buddha holy ground." Chapter 3579, careless words from the senior defender were met swiftly with rebuttals from dissatisfied sects and kingdoms. Of course, they had a reason to speak up right now. In recent generations, Wuxia has been growing stronger and more prosperous on top of stretching its authority. In the last few years, Wuxia carried out expeditions and unified many sections. This caused plenty of war and backlashes. The other 4 divisions naturally didn't appreciate this since Wuxia was coming close to infringing on their interests. Moreover, the dynasty was only acting as a surrogate for Sacred Mountain to deal with administration. It wasn't qualified to unite the holy ground. Nonetheless, its ambition to overstep its boundary was as clear as day. Sir Shang spent his entire life working for Wuxia. In his mind, Wuxia was the ruler of Buddha holy ground. He was smarter than to actually express this thought since it would lead to attacks from all sides. No disciple from Sacred Mountain has shown up for a while, the same with a successor and the Supreme. No one knew if the Supreme was still around. Nonetheless, Sacred Mountain was still the lord of the region. Its reputation and prestige didn't diminish in the slightest. After all, the Supreme there was a being comparable to a Tao Lord. The 4 divisions would never agree for Wuxia to replace Sacred Mountain. However, Sir Shang's words implied so, hence the instant backlash. Not to mention a senior defender like him, even the current king of Wuxia couldn't utter this treacherous sentence towards Sacred Mountain. The rest of the region would go against them. For millions of years now, the governing power required the permission of Sacred Mountain. In this particular case, Wuxia. Therefore, it was trying to bite the hand that feeds it. Ah, gentlemen, Sir Shang didn't mean it like that. He only wanted our little friend here to contribute, that's all. South Peak Marquis had no choice but to mediate again. He knew to tread carefully lest they wanted to suffer the wrath of everyone here. It was a shame that he was on the same boat as this senior defender. In his head, he cursed the guy for being an idiot. Sir Shang's expression wasn't pretty to look at. He couldn't say anything right now under these unfavorable circumstances. In fact, if this escalated, Wuxia would be the first to eliminate him. Meanwhile, Li Qiye had an idle expression, seemingly enjoying the development. Eventually, Sir Shang coughed and told him, "I am a senior defender of Wuxia. Today, I wish to ask you to contribute to the dynasty." Earlier, he acted as if Li Qiye was doing something punishable by not following his order. Now, his tone suddenly shifted into something softer. "This Wuxia dynasty or whatever has nothing to do with me." Li Qiye replied. "You." The senior defender had commanded 100,000 troops before on the battlefield. People cowered after hearing his name. Not to mention a lowly woodchopper, even top experts would keep their mouths shut in front of him. Now, the former actually insulted the dynasty as well. Normally, he would have killed the transgressor already, but the current situation didn't permit it. Every sect present wanted to recruit Li Qiye. This was especially true for Duality Academy. He, unfortunately, didn't have anything to hold over Li Qiye. The guy wasn't from Archaic Sun nor was he an official for Wuxia. "Young friend." The Marquis joined in with a smile, "Sir Shang has no ill wills towards you. He only wants to give you a chance to make something of yourself. If you're interested, we can recommend you for a spot in the court, at least the 5th rank. This is enough to rule a region with plenty of treasures and beauties. If you have no more fart to let out, stop wasting my time. I'm very busy with unfinished wood to chop." Li Qiye said. "Fool." Sir Shang trembled from rage for a while before finally uttering. The experts in the other sect laughed. They felt quite good watching the senior defender not being able to do a thing to Li Qiye after his haughty act earlier. The brat is very funny. Even the teachers from Duality became amused. Meanwhile, the students still found Li Qiye's choice to be inscrutable. They have thought about becoming officials for Wuxia in the future, perhaps a role like the senior defender. "Where are you going to start gathering more?" The Marquis remained friendly and asked, wanting to get closer to Li Chia. Over there. Li Chia pointed at the valley and smiled. There are old trees that have grown quite big, it's time to chop them down. Everyone became astonished. There were indeed some trees in that valley. The problem was, that place was a forbidden zone right now. Know your limits. Zhuai Xuan, who has been quiet, finally snorted, do you know the seal around this valley? A woodchopper like you can't enter. Li Chia didn't mind at all, treating the guy as heir. This made Xuan feel as if he had just missed a punch in an awkward manner. You can enter the valley, young friend. The Marquis stared at Li Chia in disbelief. The others felt the same way. Why not? Li Chia answered, you can't. Well, yes. The Marquis replied, there is a power blocking us. Really? I don't notice it. Li Chia shrugged. So there's a shortcut. The crowd became excited after seeing Li Chia's nonchalant answer. They took it as confidence. Humph, no way, the beasts might spare him but he can't make it past the steps. Zhang Changyu snorted. Remember, young noble Li grew up here, he might know another way. Yang Ling gave him the side eye. Both the teachers and the students were paying full attention at this point. How do you get in? Sir Shang's eyes lit up as he shouted. Ears seemed to be growing as everyone tried to listen to Li Chia, wanting to know the alternative entrance. Chapter 3580, Li Chia solely had everyone's attention. Some even inched closer in order to listen to his response, not wanting to miss a single word. After all, knowing this other entry meant potentially grabbing the golden divine egg and changing their future trajectory. By walking, of course. How else can it be, crawling? Li Chia smiled at the Marquis. The listeners became speechless with black lines on their forehead. They exchanged glances with each other, some glared angrily at Li Chia with fury in their eyes. They felt that Li Chia, a lowly woodchopper, was playing with them. The Marquis thought that he would be able to get the right answer from Li Chia, not expecting such an answer. You! The hot-headed senior defender was livid while shouting, brat, you must be tired of living to mess around with us. He was already furious about this matter, so this naturally didn't help. Li Chia smiled at him and said, so you have a problem with my response and prefer to crawl? Sir Shang, young noble Li isn't wrong. Of course one would have to walk to enter that valley, but if you choose to crawl, I'm sure nobody will say anything out of respect for your choice. Up on his peak, Teacher Du clapped and laughed, clearly adding oil to the fire. Unfortunately, the senior defender couldn't do anything to him outside of wearing an ugly expression. The guy snorted and waved his sleeve angrily. The Marquis took a deep breath to calm down. He asked seriously, you can really just walk in, young friend? Of course, no need to perform a full kowtow rite or anything. Li Chia nonchalantly responded. Impossible. Many among the crowd blurted. There were numerous chaos primal beasts guarding outside the valley. Many experts and elders have been killed. As for Golden Cicada Buddhist child, he managed to get through the beasts but not the defense inside. Both his cultivation and Buddhist attainment were impressive but not enough to deal with the sonic waves from the statues. Now a woodchopper said he could go there. How could anyone believe this? Moreover, they could see that he was only a violet Marquis. Such a cultivator could be found everywhere in Buddha holy ground. Even if a miracle were to happen for someone to successfully enter the valley, it definitely wouldn't be him. He's just boasting. The students didn't believe it after seeing the failed attempts and bloody aftermaths earlier. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Changyu said, even if the beasts let him in, just one roar from the statues is enough to turn him into blood. I agree. The majority had this belief. However, Yang Ling trusted him and said, he'll definitely have a method after growing up here. It's useless, the only thing that matters is strength here. If one can rely on methods and schemes to win, there's no need to cultivate. Zhang Changyu snorted. So will you bow and accept defeat if he can actually do it? Yang Ling taunted. Zhang Changyu didn't answer because he would never bow to Li Qie after the guy killed his mount and humiliated him. Meanwhile, the teachers talked among themselves. The older teacher said, "What do you think? He doesn't look like he's boasting." Some teachers thought that Li Qie was a talent worthy of development. However, they remained skeptical and were being polite by not expressing this. It's difficult, nothing short of a miracle. Another teacher said. Just watch, judging by his appearance, he's not lying nor bragging. Plus, given his characters, he shouldn't do something like that. Teacher Du said. The teachers stopped talking and waited for the result. Anyone can brag, I'm afraid you won't be able to back it up a while later. Zhuai Shuiyan snorted, only to be ignored again. He gritted his teeth angrily. The other experts didn't think that Li Qie could do so either. Even the ancestors had no solution to this problem. You really can go in. Will you do it right now? The Marquis started losing his patience. Sounds like you want to make a bet with me. Li Qie said. I'll do it, what will you bet? The Marquis hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. You're at least more interesting than the fool next to you. Li Qie chuckled. Brat, you want to die? Sir Shang gripped the hilt of his blade and roared. Li Qie had insulted him several times just now, fully testing his patience. He wanted to cut the guy down. The Marquis hurriedly stopped him and laughed. Sir Shang is a general used to the battlefield. He has a straightforward personality and doesn't hold back, please excuse him. The Marquis was smooth and slick, aware of how to please people. He grasped his opportunity and said, all right, let's have some fun. Don't worry, I won't make it hard for you if you can't go in, I just need a favor or two. But in the case of success, I'll give you 1,000,000 stones. Not interested in that. Li Qie smiled at him, you just need to bark like a Pekingese after I win. It's not a bad choice considering your personality. Hey! The Marquis' expression changed. He would rather lose the stones than bark like a dog. Forget it if you don't want to. Li Qie said. No, I'll bark if you can go in. The Marquis found value in Li Qie's friendship with the beasts and actually agreed. Not bad. Li Qie nodded, thinking that this Marquis was flexible enough to be successful. And this sir over here, do you want to bet too? Li Qie smiled at Sir Shang. The latter snorted and turned his head away, not paying attention to Li Qie. And you? Oh, don't forget what I said last time. Li Qie glanced over at Zhuai Shuiyan. The youth turned red and scowled, not wanting to bet against Li Qie. The last loss was already humiliating enough. Anyone else? Li Qie turned towards the crowd. They exchanged glances. Men of status like them naturally didn't want to bark like a dog. Seems like all of you can't match up to this pretty boy. Li Qie tapped on the Marquis' shoulder. The Marquis became awkward. He was quite old already, yet Li Qie called him a pretty boy. Chapter 3581, Thus, only South Peak Marquis agreed to bet with Li Qie. Forget it, I'll stop messing with you all since it's wasting my work time. Li Qie shrugged and headed for the valley. Young friend, you're going without any preparation. The Marquis called out after seeing this. No need to take a shower and light some incense first. Li Qie chuckled. The Marquis smiled wryly. It looked like he was being bothersome by worrying. Li Qie made it to the outer region filled with tens of thousands patrolling beasts. The leaders were high-level heaven, strong enough to break down any cultivator. The spectators watched his steps with bated breath. He'll be torn to pieces walking in like that. One expert noted that Li Qie wasn't on guard, still carrying the shoulder pole in a relaxed manner. It was as if he was strolling through a village instead of walking into the jaws of beasts. He's not big enough to fit between the teeth of one beast. One expert murmured. Most became anxious and started sweating for him as he got closer and closer. The ones currently in front of the valley entrance right now were primal lions. Not long ago, they had just annihilated the border army. Even the commander went down. This is the end for this brat. Someone who hasn't seen Wuxia before murmured the moment he saw a lion showing its fangs. On the contrary, Wuxia was completely nonchalant. Hey, Lil Spot, looking good and in high spirit. You too, Lil Fur, you all must have eaten too much, look at your bloated stomach. How many people did you eat? Wuxia got up and chatted with them. The lion earlier ran over and started licking Wuxia like a puppy. It showed its fangs to greet him, not to bite him. This was also the case for the other leaders. Some ran over and licked his legs. Others rubbed their head on his thigh or playfully pushed him. They were all at the high level of the heaven classification. Anything lower didn't dare to get close. In other words, they weren't qualified. The crowd became slack-jawed, unable to believe their own eyes. How could these high-level beasts act so familiar with Wuxia? It was as if they wanted to be closer to him. Are you seeing this? One ancestor asked in disbelief. These things can kill sacred-level ancestors, why are they so docile towards a woodchopper? One sect master took a deep breath. This is like something from a dream. A high elder's mouth was wide open for a long time. The beasts could easily take down sacred-level big shots, maybe with just one slap. Now, they looked like Wuxia's pets. For example, the horde of lioness creatures took down an entire army just now. They were as ferocious as can be. This memory was still fresh in everyone's mind. It reminded them that these things weren't cute pets. The teachers of duality found this unbelievable as well, like a story from the legends. See? I told you that this brat is magical. Teacher Du wasn't surprised. Young Ling took pride in this too and loudly declared, I said earlier that young noble Li grew up here, he can live together with the chaos primal beasts, they consider each other neighbors. Meanwhile, the students were left speechless. Okay, I need to get going, I'm behind today with gathering wood. Wuxia smiled at them. The beasts heard this and returned to their original position. They became powerful beasts once more, a stark contrast to a moment prior. What kind of charisma does this brat have over the beasts? Why are they so close to him? No one had an answer to this question. It's bizarre. One expert said, if I were in his position, would stop chopping instantly and just become the king of myriad beast mountains. People found logic in these random comments. Wuxia had so many possibilities here instead of wasting his time gathering wood. No one could stop him from establishing his dominion. Once again, they found his choice to be baffling. This was akin to someone having a mountain of gold and silver yet still wanted to work on the farm. Nothing else in this world could be so utterly ridiculous and foolish. Impossible to believe and understand. The old teacher from duality murmured, this young friend either has great wisdom or the mind of a child. He's not a fool, at the very least. That's why I praised his characters. Teacher Du said. Right. I would have used this advantage for greater things instead of staying here to chop wood. A different teacher sincerely said. In reality, no one would pick Wuxia's route given the circumstances. It was too wasteful. We must either get this brat on our side or eliminate him. Sir Shang eventually calmed down and told his group. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. In his opinion, Wuxia could become a great threat to the dynasty. The Marquis didn't say anything. He had his own land, so his perspective and conduct were different from the battle-hardened general. Chapter 3582, He's entering the valley now. One expert said loudly. Li Qiye stood by the entrance with the stone steps before him. Anticipation was at an all-time high for the crowd. What will he do to stop the test of the statues? Another murmured. I think all of his methods will be useless due to his cultivation. Only heavenly sovereigns can take it directly. An older expert commented while shaking his head. He wasn't looking down on Li Qiye and simply stated the truth. The best example was Golden Cicada Buddhist child who fled due to injuries. Li Qiye could be reduced to blood if he took this path. What will he do? Will the statues play nice with him too? One teacher from Duality said. He wasn't the only one confused. Everyone else racked their brains and couldn't come up with a particular method due to the disparity in cultivation. They estimated that the heavenly sovereign realm was necessary to get through. No methods or schemes could make up the gap between a violet marquis and heavenly sovereign. Let's wait and see, maybe he'll show us something unimaginable. Teacher Du had indescribable confidence in Li Qiye. By this point, all eyes were on him. No one wanted to miss a single action. However, the only preparation he did was stretching before taking the first step. He seemed to be unaware of the danger. Watch out, the power there can reduce you to nothingness. A spectator shouted. Everyone assumed that the sonic waves would catch him off guard and kill him soon. Alas, nothing actually happened during his ascent. The steps didn't react at all. This was completely different than when Golden Cicada tried to climb up since they lit up and the statues were activated. 1 step, 2, 3. Li Qiye had no problem moving up while still singing. Why? The experts outside became as astounded. Golden Cicada wasn't the first to attempt this. Dugulan of Duality tried as well. The result was exactly the same, being repelled by the sonic waves. Their failure was a testament to the valley's defense. The question was, why is it not activated against Li Qiye? The all-destroying sonic waves were nowhere to be found. How strange, the Buddhist test isn't happening to him. One knowledgeable ancestor had no explanation. Maybe it stopped working. Another cultivator wondered. A senior immediately glared at him and said, to lay down something like this required the power of the heavenly sovereign realm, at the very least. Do you think such a character can make a basic mistake? The cultivator smiled awkwardly. The senior was right. This was akin to a Tao lord making a mistake with an elementary move, simply impossible. What sorcery is this? Sir Shang's eyes widened in disbelief. He was here relatively early and saw the repeated failures. That's why Li Qiye's success was beyond his imagination. This exceeds reason and common sense. One Duality teacher said. This line resonated with the rest of the crowd. I'm right again, this brat is as devilish as can be. Teacher Du said. Is it actually fine though? Some cultivators were still nervous because he wasn't finished. The statues could still suddenly activate and kill him. As time passed, he easily finished the downward steps and made it to the valley. The spectators finally heaved a sigh of relief. He's fine. One of them felt as if he was the one taking the trip. He did it, Yang Ling celebrated and finally relaxed. She was tense earlier and clenched her fists tightly, going as far as sweating. It seemed that Li Qiye was telling the truth earlier. Everyone thought that he was messing with Sir Shang. Now, they finally understood his answers. For everyone else, entering the valley was a perilous undertaking, but for him, this was no different from a walk. There was no pressure and burden. Many became happy because they saw hope. Even a woodchopper could enter this valley. Pessimism struck them earlier because of the failures. They thought that only a grandmaster would be able to get the golden egg. Li Qiye changed their mindset right away. He's going for the golden egg. Someone shouted. People calmed down and started watching again. They saw Li Qie walking towards the stone platform. Both the juniors and ancestors became tense again. They saw the world draconic king not attacking him. The two seemed to actually be chatting. They just couldn't hear the conversation due to the defensive barrier of the valley. The brat really knows all the chaos primal beasts here. One ancestor was completely convinced by Li Qie's ability. Even this great beast was friendly with him. Doubters had no choice but to accept this strange reality. Chapter 3583, Eyes nearly dropped to the ground as the two conversed. This amazing creature is a king among high-level heaven beasts. Heavenly sovereigns are afraid of it. One expert became jealous since Li Qie could talk to it freely. No one here would dare to get close to this creature, but Li Qie treated it like a friend. My life would be so good if I can do this. Another expert salivated. Just think about it, being able to talk on the same level as a high-level heaven king beast. This would truly be beneficial for the future and made everyone jealous of him. They watched as he came closer and closer to the golden egg. The beast didn't try to stop him. Why isn't the king moving? It should be protecting the egg. One spectator took a deep breath. This egg was clearly precious beyond imagination, enough to make this beast king value it more than its own life. Nonetheless, it still let Li Qie get close. He arrived next to the egg and rubbed it with a natural expression. He looked as if he was touching an egg of a chicken from his farm. Everyone's heart started beating faster from being nervous. Take it, just take it. One expert clenched his fists while murmuring. Take it out here. Another ancestor said. Virtually everyone wanted Li Qie to take the egg outside. Since they couldn't come into the valley, they needed Li Qie to bring it out. Various other possibilities would happen next. They could try to buy it from him or just rob him of it. Ultimately, the chance would be higher than zero. What do you think? The oldest teacher of duality looked at Teacher Du. I'm confident that he won't take it out. That's not who he is. Teacher Du shook his head with a smile. Brother Du, you have great trust in him. A different teacher smiled. I'm sure I haven't misjudged him, he deserves my trust. Teacher Du responded. Sure enough, Li Qie only gently rubbed it for a bit before leaving to gather firewood. God, this brat makes no sense. One spectator couldn't help blurting out. What's wrong with him? He must be sick in the head to care more about wood than that divine egg. One ancestor stomped the ground and cursed, not caring about his image. He has no idea what's precious and not. Another ancestor thought that his brains had some shortcomings. This was akin to ignoring a mountain of gold for a pile of scrap metals. Anyone would curse after seeing this foolishness. If one of my men does something like this, I'll make mincemeat out of him and feed it to the dogs. Sir Shang gritted his teeth. It sounded as if this was still a light punishment, not enough to satiate his anger. An aberrant fella. South Peak Marquis thought that Li Qie was the strangest person he has ever met. Conventional wisdom didn't work on analyzing him. Numerous crowd members despised Li Qie even though he didn't do a thing to them, wanting to stomp him to death. Picking wood over the golden egg. Letting him live in this world was a waste of food. Most importantly, they wanted him to take the egg outside. This completely ruined their plan. Next came the sounds of Li Qie chopping a tree in a rhythmic manner. It became the only sound here since everyone was preoccupied with watching him. They thought that this might be the stupidest thing a man could do given the situation. See? Teacher Du proudly smiled. Brother Du, your insight is incredible. I am lost in admiration. The other teachers were impressed. I wouldn't have been able to resist the temptation. The oldest teacher commented sentimentally while looking at Li Qie. The other teachers didn't say anything, admitting that they would have fallen to the temptation as well. The value of the egg was just priceless. What's wrong with him? One student quietly said. The egg is one thing, but if I were in his shoes, would try to be famous instead of chopping wood. An older student started daydreaming. Just imagine, being able to live in peace with chaos primal beasts. There was no need to chop wood. Other things using this resource would allow them to soar. That's why you can't become someone like young Noble Li. Yang Ling told them, he considers the beasts as his neighbors so he won't take their items. Humph, all of you are thinking about stealing from your neighbors. The students didn't say anything. She made a lot of sense, but they thought that everything was possible when the egg was so valuable. Embarrassment and shame no longer mattered. Just one decision then would make them world-renowned, 1,000,000,000 times better than being a woodchopper. The older cultivators present felt the same way and couldn't understand Li Chia. They considered him either unconventional or idiotic. After he finished chopping and placing the wood on his shoulder pole, he started singing again. He's coming out. Everyone became excited again to see this. Chapter 3584, A hush fell over the area as people watched Li Chia leave the valley from the main entrance. The wood on his pole seemed to be quite heavy, causing the stick to bend and creak, seemingly on the verge of breaking down. Alas, this weight didn't affect Li Chia. His back was still straight, his steps soft and his expression relaxed. This wasn't too surprising to the crowd because timber had a limit to its weight. After all, a violet marquis cultivator could still lift 10,000 pounds without a problem. However, their real focus was still on Li Chia, not the wood and the pole. The only sound that could be heard were his footsteps and the creaking of the pole. These were the only movements as well. No one said anything, yet they all unanimously crowded around him, whether it be the ancestors or experts from various sections. All of them had the same idea and goal: keep Li Chia here. The brat is in danger. A teacher from Duality became worried since Li Chia looked like a fat sheep at this point. No one wanted to let him leave. What, there's a party? Li Chia put down the pole and smiled at the crowd, seemingly unaware of the looming danger. Be careful. The worried Yang Ling shouted at him. Of course, this didn't matter because Li Chia couldn't leave containment in the first place. Running wasn't an option even if he wanted to. Nonetheless, he harbored no such thoughts while smiling at the experts. Young friend, you have done something magical and opened our eyes. South Peak Marquis couldn't help praising, words aren't enough to describe it. He was telling the truth. Li Chia's miracle astounded everyone. Don't forget the bet between us. Li Chia said. I have lost indeed, you won in a magnificent manner. The Marquis didn't play dumb. Gao. 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 Having said that, the Marquis actually barked a dozen times in a row without any hesitation and discomfort, to the astonishment of the crowd. He was a Marquis with bestowed land. His status was just as high as the senior defender, perhaps even greater. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to consider him on even footing with a prestigious sect master. No one in his shoes would want to bark. Even if they had to, they would do it begrudgingly or try to twist the narrative. Or, they would only bark a few times just to get it done. The Marquis showed no sign of this, so the atmosphere wasn't too awkward for everyone else. The latter was both surprised and impressed. Not bad at all. You're quite a talent. Li Chia smiled at him. The Marquis chuckled and continued, it's a complete defeat with no chance of rising again. He mocked himself since this was indeed a humiliating event. Little did he know how valuable it was to earn praises from Li Chia. What did you and the World Draconic King talk about? Sir Shang was standing closest to Li Chia. Just idle chat, like what did we eat today and when will the egg hatches, that's all. Li Chia smiled, not minding the potentially hostile crowd. More than 10,000 people were staring at him with greed flashing in their eyes. He resembled a delicious lamb right now. All of them could lunge forward at any moment and devour him. Anyone else would have been trembling in fear, but Li Qiye had no reaction, as if he was born slow. When the divine egg will hatch? Zhuge Xuan became impatient and blurted out. However, he regretted it because Li Qiye hasn't been answering him. This could be further humiliation. Unexpectedly, Li Qiye actually answered him this time, still missing a little spark. It needs more time. Why didn't you bring it out? An ancestor gazed at Li Qiye with malice that wasn't hidden well. Why should I? The egg belongs to this place. Plus, nothing good will come of it. Li Qiye became surprised. Why is it not good? Sir Shang uttered coldly. The king told me that this egg is ominous and dangerous. Taking it out will invite a calamity, something very frightening. It's best to leave it in the valley. Li Qiye nonchalantly said. Nonsense. One high elder disagreed. I saw you touch the egg and you're perfectly fine right now. I'm familiar with it. Li Qiye said, maybe the egg has sentience and knows that I'm a neighbor. That's why it didn't hurt me. Who knows about other people? Ridiculous, no one is buying this. Sir Shang said. Your choice. Li Qiye shrugged. Young friend, take the egg out and I'll give you 1,000,000 stones, 3 cities, and 8,000 beauties. One royal lord hurriedly offered. Don't forget about our agreement. Another big shot said. It's not the time for that yet, still the time for a transaction. Whoever can buy it will get it, yes? The royal lord responded. It seemed that many powers have formed an alliance a bit ago. Sure. A sect master then turned towards Li Qiye and said, young friend, give me the egg and I'll give you 30 treasure chests and 8 merit laws. You'll be our vice sect master too. Young friend, we will let you marry our princess and give you 3 bottles of supreme pills, enough to give you 3,000 years of cultivation. In 3 years, you'll reach the yin-yang realm. Chapter 3585, Numerous leaders stated their price one after another. The value escalated until it became quite tempting. The listeners salivated and wanted to be in Li Qiye's shoes. 8,000 miles of land, 80,000 beauties, numerous pills. Their hearts skipped a beat while listening to the offers. Just agree already. One couldn't help urging Li Qiye as if wanting to live vicariously through him. They fantasized about having their own territory and picking any of the beauties. This was the peak of life. Li Qiye waved his hand and said, tempting offers, but I won't do something like taking the egg out. What does it take? Just let us know and we'll satisfy your demands. One sect master didn't give up. Many sects and kingdoms were willing to pay any price for this golden egg. I don't want anything, especially not selling this egg to you bunch. Nonetheless, I appreciate the sentiment, but the only thing I want to do right now is to be a free woodchopper. He directly refused all of their offers. Silence naturally ensued as people stared at him as if he was a fool. Are you ill? One youth chastised him. There's a chance to become a king right now, yet you insist on staying a woodchopper. If you don't want it, let me take your place, you can stay a woodchopper. He was spilling out the thoughts of the crowd. My illness is a love of being a woodchopper. Li Qiye smirked. The crowd had a hard time being angry since Li Qiye was consistent from start to finish. Nonetheless, they thought that being this wasteful of an opportunity might cause lightning bolts to strike him. At this point, a few leaders exchanged glances and reached an implicit agreement. You might not have anything you want, but more power will grant you safety. Sir Shang spoke seriously with a glint in his eyes. Those nearby had the same thought. If persuasion didn't work, it was time for force. This was the most direct and effective method to solve this problem. The guy was only a violet marquis. Anyone here could easily subdue him. I'm very safe right now. Li Qiye smiled. Is that so? Haven't you heard of this phrase, a man's wealth is his own ruin? Sir Shang said insidiously. No one here was willing to give up on the egg, and Li Qiye was the only potential route. Thus, they would do anything for it. Many powers weren't on Vajra dynasty's side a while ago. This was no longer the case since they had reached an agreement to resort to force and potentially torture. Moreover, Sir Shang was ready to play the part of a bad guy before them. They didn't mind this at all. Never heard of it before. Li Qiye said. Young friend, the situation is unfavorable for you. The Marquis said, you just need to bring the egg out and don't worry about who gets it in the end. You can continue to live your life in peace by doing so and do your own things, such as being a woodchopper. No one will trouble you anymore. And if I don't? Li Qiye smiled. I'm afraid it'll be hard for you to stay alive. A sect master was no longer joking around. His words were filled with murderous intent. As an official of Vajra, I care for the people and want you to be safe. Unfortunately, the will of the crowd is hard to change, so I'm powerless. The only thing I can do is make sure that you'll be fine after you bring out the egg. Sir Shang said. Such hypocrisy. Teacher Du snorted, a cat crying for a mouse. You're the one who wants the egg the most, so don't act so virtuous. Everyone can see through your plan. Sir Shang didn't bother responding to Teacher Du, the same with the other masters and lords. A while ago, they were actually on the side of duality to go against Vajra. Now, they chose the side of the senior defender and kept quiet for their own benefits. Sir Shang is right, we'll make sure that you'll stay safe if you bring the egg out. A royal lord said. Don't be afraid, young noble Li. Come to our camp and we'll escort you. Teacher Du declared. Unfriendly gazes fixated on the teacher the moment he finished. Teacher Du, do you wish to oppose everyone here? Can your academy handle it? The previous royal lord said. Have to try to know, it's a good chance to see what other sects can do. Teacher Du heartily laughed. I advise you to worry about your own business. Your academy isn't the only great power in the holy ground. A clan master snorted. Sir Shang and a few top leaders exchanged glances at this point. He suddenly shouted, switch the location. Poof! A bright flash took everyone by surprise. When they regained their wits, Sir Shang and a dozen of sect masters and royal lords were nowhere to be found. Li Qiye is gone. Those left behind panicked since they needed him for the golden egg. They took him away. An old expert's expression soured. Flash teleportation. The oldest teacher of duality scowled, looks like they have strategized beforehand, let's see where you're going. He swung his hand and began deriving the grand Tao. Poof! The scene before Li Qiye changed. They were now standing on top of a peak still in myriad beast mountains. Sir Shang and other leaders were present. For example, the sect master of Shifting Cloud and the royal lord of Night Court. This was a temporary alliance forged for obtaining the golden egg. It's just you and us now. Sir Shang glared at him, let's talk. About what? Li Qiye chuckled. Young noble Li, we're not evil or anything, just cooperate and we won't mistreat you. Don't make it difficult for us. Shifting Cloud sect master said. I hope you will pick the right choice. Don't force our hands, it'll be too late then. Another royal lord threatened. Chapter 3586, The leaders who tried to persuade Li Qiye with sweet offers have finally shown their fangs, seemingly on the verge of eating him alive. They have resorted to an inferior strategy. It would have been great for him to accept an offer since this would make things simpler. There was only one egg, so whoever got it from Li Qiye would be the winner. Now, it became a headache since no one had a clear claim to the egg. How could they divide it? And if I don't obey? Li Qiye was amused by the greedy eyes of these lords. Don't worry, we'll make you obey. Sir Shang had a frightening gaze due to the glint, causing people to uncontrollably shiver. You will experience our military's 389 types of torture. Ha ha ha, I'm sure you'll be begging for death soon enough, but I won't let it end so soon. His nefarious laughter and bloodthirsty expression indicated a penchant for sadism. I see. Li Qiye responded with a smile. Feel free to smile, no, laugh even. Sir Shang said, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep that face once I start. You won't be able to cry either. His nefarious grin became wider as if he truly enjoyed torturing someone. The leaders here who knew him weren't surprised to see his twisted hobby. Even if you don't care for yourself, think about those close to you. A sect master persuaded, I heard you have a servant and a young girl. Trouble will come to them too if you pick the wrong choice. They won't have a good end if you don't obey. We won't do something like that, but what about the more villainous souls? There's no guessing what they'll do and they don't hold back. Another royal lord added. Plus, if it's not us, others won't spare you and your friends after finding out your ability to access that valley. He continued, your servant will die and that young miss will suffer extraordinary agony and it'll be your fault. Cooperate with us and we guarantee with our reputation that nothing will happen to you, provided that you take out the egg. Next, you can continue being a woodchopper and no one will bother you, yes? A big shot kept the persuasive attempt going. These are reasonable assessments of the situation, so you must reconsider. This chance will only be there once, don't blame us when you fail to grasp it. Sir Shang uttered, just think about the little girl when she falls into the clutch of evil men. They'll torture her and she'll no longer bear any semblance to a human. That will be all your fault. This was no longer an implication. He clearly threatened that perhaps he himself would torture Li Qiye's friends in order to make him submit. Plus, they were actually right about one thing. If they didn't do it, someone else would anyway. In a sense, Li Qiye forced them into doing this by not obeying. This does make sense. Deep in Li Qiye's eyes was a flash of amusement as he seemingly pondered. Unfortunately, they didn't understand his expression and thought that their threats have proven effective. The guy was changing his mind now out of fear. They exchanged glances and Sir Shang spoke first, in order to avoid pain of the flesh and unimaginable consequences, obediently cooperate with us. Young friend, it's not too late to change your mind or we won't be able to stop Sir Shang from his punishment. He is known to carry his responsibilities above all else without showing mercy. Another sect master said. Everyone labeled Sir Shang as the bad guy here since he was the first to reveal his nefarious intent. From now on, all the blame could be placed on him regardless of what happens next. But, this egg is ominous, nothing good will come from bringing it out of the valley. Anyone who touches it will suffer a disaster. Li Qiye hesitated. Don't worry, that's nothing. We have so many experts here, more than enough to suppress one egg. You just need to bring the egg out to us, that's all. One royal lord interrupted Li Qiye. But I can't take it out. Li Qiye waved his hands, acting helplessly. Can't take it out. Why not? A sect master shouted. Because there is a power binding it there, I can't move it. Li Qiye said. Really? Don't think about lying to us, the consequences are grave. Sir Shang immediately shouted. Why should I? I might have already taken it out if I could. Li Qiye replied. The group exchanged glances, still skeptical. If Li Qiye really couldn't bring it out, then they would have wasted their time. Don't try to bullshit us. One royal lord bellowed. I'm telling the truth. Li Qiye sincerely said with innocent eyes. They saw his appearance and were slightly convinced. Unfortunately, this meant that all of this was for nothing. Maybe he's telling the truth. One person said. After all, this might be the reason why Li Qiye refused all the tempting offers. He couldn't bring the egg out in the first place. Everyone's mood sank to the abyss right away. The golden egg was right there. However, Li Qiye said before pausing. What? Just spill it. The easily agitated Sir Shang shouted. I can't bring the egg out, but I can take you inside. It'll be up to your own abilities whether you can move the egg or not. Li Qiye smiled. Really? Everyone became excited and stared intensely at him. Absolutely. Li Qiye nodded earnestly and said, I'll bring your group into the valley. This is possible. They exchanged glances, still skeptical. Yes, I've brought my old servant there before, it's perfectly fine. Li Qiye smiled. Hope surfaced again for the group. We can give it a shot. They eventually reached a unanimous agreement. Brat, don't try anything stupid or your friends will get it. Sir Shang coldly threatened. I know, it'll be perfectly safe. Li Qiye seemed to have given up on struggling. It's decided then. The group made up its mind. Poof! Suddenly, several figures appeared. Chapter 3587, The newcomers startled the group, who immediately turned around and saw the teachers from Duality. Teacher Du and the others have managed to calculate the position of the teleport and immediately ran here. Wow, so admirable, a bunch of sect masters and kings kidnapping a junior. You all have thrown away the Holy Ground's reputation. Sigh, you're misreading the situation. One sect master responded, we're only negotiating with our young friend here about a few things. There were too many people back there, so we went somewhere else. We haven't done anything to him, look, not even a hair of his is gone. Right, we haven't done anything, you can ask him yourself. Another royal lord laughed. They quickly absolved themselves of any responsibility for two reasons. One, Duality wasn't one to be trifled with. Second, it wasn't good for their reputation either. If Sacred Mountain were to catch wind of this, they would be left in an awkward position. Humph, Duality is overextending its reach. Are you purposely trying to provoke our dynasty? Sir Shang snorted and said, if that's your intent, let's see what you can do. I see, if you're interested, then let's see how your cultivation is. Teacher Du snorted and gave him zero face. Teacher Du didn't need to be polite. Although Vajra was currently in charge, the academy was no slouch either. Their students consisted of heavenly sovereigns and even Dao lords. Please calm down, there's no actual feud or anything here, why draw the swords? One royal lord immediately stopped the two from fighting. The two sides were too even and had great influence. Many experts from various sects joined Vajra as officials. On the other hand, others also joined Duality to learn. In fact, some of them here were alumni. In a sense, the academy might actually have greater influence than Vajra. Yes, no reason to destroy the peace. Another sect master hurriedly chimed in, Sir Shang, take one step back. Teacher Du, please calm down. You know that Sir Shang doesn't hold back his words. These leaders knew that the senior defender was only a general under the Ministry of War and couldn't represent Vajra. He might be executed by his own dynasty if he were to provoke Duality. That's why they didn't need to offend the academy for his sake either. Moreover, they knew that Duality would only show consideration towards Sacred Mountain, no one else. It had plenty of alumni in high positions from the other four divisions. This was doubly true for Metropolis and many current officials. Thus, Duality could act without qualms and not care about any other power. Furthermore, their founder, Duality Master, was in existence who shook the holy ground to the core. From this, the academy was fundamentally fearless. Ultimately, the group right now deduced that Sir Shang was the one at a disadvantage in an actual confrontation. It was better to de-escalate the situation during this key moment. Sir Shang had no choice but to swallow his anger after hearing his allies. How are you doing, young noble Li? Teacher Du lost interest after seeing that a fight wouldn't break out. I'm fine, I'll just be bringing them in the valley for a look. Li Qie smiled. Bringing them there? The teachers stared at him in astonishment. The egg is sealed by a great power that I can't move. We'll see if they can take it out or not. Li Qie shrugged. Humph, they must be threatening you. Teacher Du and turned aggressively towards the rest. Sir Shang glared back at him without any hesitation. Brother Du, we're not at fault here. We simply reasoned with young noble Li. One sect master said indignantly. Yes, we're doing this for his sake. If evildoers were to find out, they wouldn't let him be. We're men of status, so we won't ruin our reputation over this. Another royal lord added. The teachers didn't fully believe this, but it made some sense. Eventually, Teacher Du told Li Qie, young noble Li, as I said before, you just need to join us. Our academy has the power to keep you safe. He wasn't bragging. Everything would change the moment Li Qie becomes a student of duality. This group wouldn't dare to cross the line and touch the beehive. Young noble Li, think about yourself and your friends. Sir Shang brought this up again. Senior Defender, any more from you and we'll make sure you won't leave this place. Teacher Du immediately retorted, threatening the Senior Defender who threatened Li Qie. The teachers were capable of making the mountain range Sir Shang's final resting place. This wasn't an empty threat. You dare to threaten a general of Vajra? Sir Shang's expression became unsightly. The threat earlier was no different from a slap to the face. Yes, if you aren't convinced, let us fight. If you defeat me, I'll leave right away. Teacher Du got straight to the point. Sir Shang trembled with rage, but this teacher was powerful indeed. Gentlemen, once again, there's no need for this. Sir Shang just isn't good at choosing his words. The others had to work hard again. I'm okay with just bringing them in for a look. The golden egg belongs to the faithful ones, those who can take it away. Li Qie smiled. Right. Whoever can get it means that it should belong to them in the first place. It's amazing that you understand this. One royal lord applauded. I see. Teacher Du couldn't do anything else and said, then let's go back now. Yes, yes. The rest was afraid of another potential skirmish, so they agreed right away. Poof! The scenery changed and they were back outside the valley. They're back. The tens of thousand cultivators became excited after seeing the group again. They were anxious a while ago since it was obvious what Sir Shang's group would try to do. Thus, they heaved a sigh of relief to see Li Qie perfectly well. How are you doing? South Peak Marquis came forward and noticed that the two sides didn't fight. Silence. Sir Shang has been angry this entire time, so he shouted thunderously. Numerous became frightened as a result. Everyone kept their mouth shut, but their eyes weren't on Sir Shang but rather, Li Qie. Chapter 3588, Ahem, I have reached an agreement with Sir Shang's group and will be bringing everyone into the valley. The center of attention, Li Qie, cleared his throat and spoke with a smile. Just our group. Sir Shang interrupted him right away. Everyone else became surprised. They thought about it and it seemed that Li Qie was forced into submission a bit back. No, he said everyone. A quick-witted listener said. Since Li Qie could come into the valley freely, maybe he would be able to bring everyone else in too. They would have the chance to obtain that golden egg then. Li Qie acted startled by the shout. He then innocently stared at the senior defender and said, not everyone. Just your group. Of course you're bringing everyone in. The experts who didn't join the temporary alliance immediately shouted. That's right. Young noble Li, this egg is a gift from heaven and everyone has claims to it, as long as they are virtuous. You have to bring everyone in order to make it fair. A high elder tapped on Li Qie's shoulder and showed support. Why should senior defender Shang get to monopolize it? Does everything beneath the sky belong to Vitra? That would be too imperious and tyrannical. Another expert added. Vitra can't stop us from entering the valley. Does it wish to antagonize all other powers? Another side suddenly rose, completely opposing Sir Shang. The First Alliance naturally didn't like this development. They wanted the egg for themselves, but now, everyone else wanted a piece. Humph, the young friend agreed to let my group in, it has nothing to do with you. Sir Shang coldly uttered. The more people, the worse it was for them. Young Noble Li has agreed to let us in now too. One ancestor didn't relent and snorted, he's not a member of Vajra and doesn't need to listen to you. Yes. A royal lord immediately added, don't worry, young Noble Li. Take us in there and we'll guarantee your safety. If you only bring the senior defender in, he might kill you after obtaining the egg to keep it a secret. What are you trying to say? Sir Shang's group became furious after hearing this. You heard me. The speaker wasn't afraid of the group because the tempting egg has emboldened him. No one would give ground when the egg was on the line. We're simply telling the truth. Your group might try to kill him, but if everyone else gets to go in, then I'm sure no one will dare to do anything to young Noble Li. He continued. I think he's right. Li Chiye said, your group might really kill me to keep it a secret. I would rather have other powers join too. Sir Shang's group had an ugly expression. They already had an agreement with Li Chiye, but things got more complicated now. Vajra can't monopolize the egg, we'll see what the other powers have to say about it. Teacher Du had a good time gloating. If Vajra insists on entering the valley alone, it means that it wishes to kill young Noble Li on top of antagonizing everyone else. Another master took advantage of this opportunity for a serious accusation. Ahem. Li Chiye said, seems like your group really plans on killing me. It's better if I stay with them. He then slowly walked towards the other group. Yes, young Noble Li, stay with us and we'll guarantee your safety. There are thousands of sects on our side, far safer than if you stay with them. This group immediately cheered. Come over here, young Noble Li. One ancestor walked forward, seemingly ready to protect Li Chiye at all cost. Sir Shang's group became more alarmed. This was akin to having their boiled duck flying away. No, no. The sect master of Shifting Cloud smiled at Li Chiye and said, young Noble Li, nothing like that will ever happen. We guarantee your safety after entering the valley. You're worrying too much, young Noble Li. The royal lord of Night Court also chased after Li Chiye and said, you're perfectly fine staying with us. Really? I still think I'm safer with them. Li Chiye remained skeptical. Absolutely. Shifting Cloud's sect master patted his chest and guaranteed, I stake my reputation as the sect master of Shifting Cloud on it. I will protect you. Li Chiye still looked doubtful after hearing this. In my opinion, we all need to go in together in order to keep young Noble Li safe. That's the best course of action. You should really think about it, young Noble Li. A clan master from the other side said with a serious tone. The members of this side loudly expressed their agreement. They naturally wanted to enter the valley too. Sir Shang and his allies exchanged glances. Their alliance was strong but still not enough to fight against all the other powers. Plus, Li Chiye seemed tempted to join them right now. All of their efforts would be wasted in that case. Therefore, they reached a decision while debating it using their eyes and expression. The oldest elder of the alliance coughed and said, ahem, let's just go in together. They had no choice but to agree because the majority was about to rob Li Chiye from them. At that point, they would all die fighting outside before anyone could set foot into the valley. That's fine, we unanimously agree. An elder acted as the representative of the other powers, however, this doesn't mean that the egg is divided equally. Whoever is the most capable will get it. The listeners thought about it before nodding their head. Sir Shang's alliance was extremely strong, but everyone remained confident and hopeful. They thought that during the actual skirmish, they might be the ones lucky enough to grab the egg first. Thus, the goal here was to enter the valley first. Of course, Sir Shang's alliance still had the biggest advantage right now. It's decided then. All eyes were on Li Qie. He stared at them and waved his hand. I can bring all of you in, but that egg is ominous. Don't blame me if something happens. 1. Idiom, meaning that something good is already in your grasp yet you still lose it. Chapter 3589. They naturally didn't heed his warning in the slightest while being fully tempted by the golden egg. The only thing on their mind was entering the valley. Don't worry, just take us inside and we'll handle other matters. One expert became impatient. But, Li Qie remained hesitant. The golden egg is evil and bloodthirsty, a disaster might be looming. If it's truly evil, then Vajra should guard it so that no one will become its victim. Sir Shang said. In that case, it's actually better to take the egg out so that everyone can work together to keep the world safe. Young noble Li, you have a responsibility to take us in there. An elder on the other side actually agreed with Sir Shang. He took the side of justice without feeling shameless at all. Young noble Li, let's hurry up. Others became restless. Fine. Li Qie gave up and said, don't blame me if anything happens. He looked unwilling before warning, it's not too late to give up or death might be the outcome. We know, we're responsible for any danger, don't you worry. They all wanted to rush for the golden egg right now and actually thought that Li Qie was being annoying. I'll take everyone in then. Li Qie relented. Men, get ready. Everyone has been waiting for this, an elder commanded his group. Numerous groups lined up, seemingly ready to assault the valley. Secret alliances were made on the spot too. It became obvious that working alone wasn't enough to obtain the egg, hence the need for allies. Provide backline support and create a Dao platform. We're leaving the moment we get it. A few powers prepared backup plans and didn't bring all disciples inside. Those left behind needed to prepare formations and even Dao platforms. This would allow them a swift retreat once successful. Whoever obtained the egg would become everyone's target. That's why a retreat plan was crucial. Sir Shang, members of South Peak will stay outside the valley as support. We'll wait for your triumphant return. South Peak Marquis didn't want to take the risk and decided to stay outside. Very well, I'm counting on you, Marquis. Sir Shang nodded. Due to their ranks, he actually couldn't order the Marquis. Moreover, he personally didn't want the guy to enter in the first place since he would need to share credit with the Marquis after getting the egg. He thought that he did all the work in creating an alliance. Sharing the limelight and rewards was unacceptable. Teacher, do we go too? Many students were eager to try while watching the mobilization. They were hopeful too. Perhaps they would be blessed by heaven and manage to grab the egg during the skirmishes. Tired of living already? The oldest teacher glared at them and scolded, just watch here given your skills because when a fight actually starts, all of you will be crushed like ants. Stop fantasizing about being lucky. The students didn't dare to retort. Though they were gifted and could be considered heaven's favorites, they were still too young and weak compared to the senior students, let alone big shots such as ancestors from the other powers. The teacher was right. They would be crushed like ants in an actual fight. There's something strange amidst. That golden egg might actually be dangerous. We'll just observe. Teacher Du exercised caution. That guy might just be scaring people. Zhang Changyu quietly said. However, Yang Ling still heard it and glared at him. Young noble Li has never lied before. Zhang Changyu once again lost to Yang Ling, unable to respond. Okay, let's go. Sir Shang didn't wait for people to get ready and told Li Qie. Sure, are we good to go? Li Qie shrugged and smiled. Yes, we're ready, lead the way, young noble Li. Others didn't want to wait a single second more and shouted. Off we go. Li Qiye looked helpless as he walked forward to guide the group. The group followed right behind him, everyone wanted to be closer to the front. Meanwhile, the chaos primal beasts still patrolled outside the valley. Their bestial auras combined together into an ethereal ocean of dread. As the group got closer, the beasts immediately glared at them. They naturally shuddered with trepidation. Even the ancestors became tense after getting close enough. They took out their weapons and put on a defensive posture, ready to fight at any moment. Li Qiye began talking with the beasts. No one understood what he was saying, but it seemed effective. The patrolling beasts retreated like the receding tides and watched from the distance. Cultivators heaved a sigh of relief at this sight. It's impossible not to have a meteoric rise with such an ability. One expert became jealous. Li Qiye could definitely become the king of this mountain range. I would be world-renowned right now instead of a woodchopper, what a fool. Others thought that there was something wrong with Li Qiye for not taking advantage of this opportunity. All in all, the nervous cultivators followed Li Qiye into the entrance. This is the last chance, it's not too late to change your mind. Li Qiye told them, it's better to not mess with that ominous egg. We appreciate your concern. One ancestor immediately said, but as Buddhists say, who will venture into hell if not me? We need to take this risk if the egg is actually evil in order to watch over it. That's right, we need to make the sacrifice. Everyone else chimed in, thinking that Li Qiye has been wasting too much time. Very well, let's go in. Li Qiye turned back towards the entrance and whispered to himself, there's nothing I can do if you all want to suicide. Unfortunately, no one heard his last sentence. At the same time, the spectators outside the valley watched the group enter. They regretted it since nothing dangerous happened so far. If they had known this, they would have joined in for a chance at the golden egg. Chapter 3590, Everyone held their breath while standing before the stone steps, recalling the failure of Golden Cicada. They knew just how frightening these steps were due to the statues to the left and right. Very few among them could survive the sound waves. Could we actually make it down there? One high elder asked Li Qiye. It's fine as long as you follow me. Li Qiye nodded. Really, one expert was skeptical and said, what if the statues suddenly attack us? Don't worry, that will never happen. Li Qiye looked quite sincere and innocent, I guarantee it, just follow me. Having said that, he took the first step. There was no reaction from the steps and the statues. They seemed nothing more than just inanimate objects. However, the experts on top were still afraid. They exchanged glances, none wanted to be the first. Are you coming or not? I'll stop then. Li Qiye asked while standing at the halfway point. I'll give it a shot. One expert finally bit the bullet and moved his leg on top of the first step. Everyone watched with bated breath, not wanting to miss a single detail. Though this expert was ready for the worst, he was still overwhelmed with fear. He kept his eyes closed, but it seemed perfectly fine. Once he opened his eyes, he found that he was standing on the step, unharmed. It's fine. He was ecstatic and moved down towards Li Qiye. I'm going too. After the first successful attempt, everyone else gave it a shot. The first step was still frightening, but the anxiety went away since everything was fine. Let's hurry up. They gave chase. Others competed to be the first on the steps at this point, not wanting to fall behind. On the other hand, the older characters like Sir Shang exercised caution. They didn't fully trust Li Qiye, so they still maintained a full defensive state with their weapons drawn during the first step. After numerous steps, they finally increased their speed to catch up. I told you that I would bring you into the valley, I'm not a liar. Li Qiye said while looking at this group. They smiled with an awkward expression and didn't respond. They're all in now. The spectators outside cheered for their seniors. This whole thing is inscrutable. Teacher Du shook his head and said. The other teachers felt the same way. It was one thing for Li Qie to be able to communicate with the chaos primal beast since he grew up here. However, the actual defense of the valley and the Buddha statues were left behind by a mighty existence. Safe entry required immense power or a profound method. Both options didn't apply here. The former required the power of a heavenly sovereign at the very least. As for solving the puzzle, a Tao Lord might be necessary. Only a being at this level truly understood the mysteries of the Grand Tao. Li Qie was only a violet marquis, but he did something incredible, able to bring thousands of people inside with him. No one could explain this. He's just too devilish, that's why we can't understand. The oldest teacher shook his head. Their group couldn't see through Li Qie. He began to give them a bizarre feeling. They're in now. One student shouted and pulled the teachers back from their rumination. Sure enough, under Li Qie's guidance, they were standing before the broken temple. The golden egg was right before them. Anxiety returned as if they were heading into battle. Some felt their legs trembling. This was because of the world draconic king laying on the stone platform. This was a king among the high-level heaven beasts. None of them would dare to fight this creature. They could already sense its power while standing outside the valley. However, due to the distance, they didn't feel a direct pressure. Now, its aura was breezing past their face since they were too close. Just one strand felt as if they were being cut by numerous blades. The pain was discomforting. What a terrifying creature, some staggered backward in horror, unable to withstand its mere aura. What should we do? An ancestor trembled, lost. Okay, I'll bring you all in. Li Qie waved his hand at the experts. No rush, tell the draconic king to move first. Sir Shang placed his hand on Li Qie's shoulder and demanded. Didn't we agree that I only needed to bring you in? Li Qie stared at him and said. Young noble Li, be a good person all the way, tell that beast to leave. Everyone stared at him. No one would be able to obtain the egg with that world draconic king around. They would all lose their lives as a result. Li Qie was the only possible option since he could communicate with the creature. It's better for you to tell that thing to leave. Who knows what'll happen if you don't? Sir Shang's eyes flashed while his hand was still on Li Qie's shoulder. He would pay any price right now for that egg. Li Qie's life meant nothing to him in comparison. Threatening me again? Li Qie smiled. No. Sir Shang shook his head, we will guarantee your safety, but who knows about your friends? Like that old servant and the little girl. The implication was rather obvious. Young noble Li, if the egg is truly as evil as you say, it will not be good once it gets out. Even your friends and family might get hurt since they're the closest here. That's why you should help us get it. One ancestor added. The crowd's gaze on him became increasingly hostile. Just a while ago, they promised to protect Li Qie at all cost. Now, they have forgotten it entirely after seeing the golden egg and agreed to conspire with the senior defender. Chapter 3591, He was nothing more than a lamb right now. They could do whatever they wanted to him. Even the ancestors that promised to keep him safe forgot about their words. The golden egg became the only thing on their mind. It was perfectly fine to torture Li Qie right now. Young noble Li, time waits for no one. One expert urged the quiet Li Qie. Li Qie glanced at them and saw the greed in their eyes, no exception. He smiled and repeated, the egg is bloodthirsty and evil, you don't need to repeat this again and again, we know. Please go talk to that world draconic king. They had no patience to listen to his annoying warning again. However, he ignored them and continued, the egg wishes to devour. If anything happens to you all, don't blame me for not saying it ahead of time. It's not too late to leave now if you want to live. Leave? The egg is right there, there's no way we'll leave. Just shut up and stop annoying us. One expert loudly said. Be obediently and get that creature away or I won't guarantee what will happen next. Sir Shang's grip tightened on Li Qia's shoulder. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. He would be the first to break Li Qia's shoulder and move on with crueler methods in order to obtain the egg. Fine, whatever happens next has nothing to do with me then. Li Qia chuckled and walked towards the Draconic King. Meanwhile, the rest of the crowd readied their weapons for a sudden attack from the king. Fortunately, Li Qia chatted a bit with the king. It actually didn't attack and only glared at them. Nonetheless, the glare had an icy touch and made them feel as if blades were flying near their faces. It moved far away from the stone platform. Li Qia followed right behind. Okay, my mission is complete. The egg is right there. Li Qiya smiled at the experts. The threat was gone now and the group was ready to lunge forward. They only cared about the egg at this moment. Nothing else was on their mind. Rumble. The senior defender and the other top dogs channeled their energy. Chaos true energy billowed like the tides. Ancestors took out their best artifacts, floating mirrors, pagodas, banners. These big shots immediately rushed forward and landed on the platform, inches away from the egg. The weaker combatants didn't push forward right away. Nonetheless, they also assumed their strongest state in preparation for battle. Battle spirit and bloodthirst surged across the valley. They looked around since anyone could become an enemy right now, even their current allies. The senior defender and the ancestors took it extremely seriously. They exercised the highest caution, their eyes shifted continuously. They thought about who would be the first to attack them and who they should attack first. This stopped them from making the first move. The one to grab the egg first would immediately become the main target. Other members of their faction waited patiently behind for an order from the seniors. The atmosphere became extremely tense like a bowstring drawn to the limit, on the verge of tearing. The battle is starting. The spectators noticed the bloodlust in the air. Inside the valley, an elder said, "We're not kids anymore. Let's test our energy. Whoever lasts the longest will get the egg, how about it?" The others exchanged glances. Sir Shang nodded in agreement, "I agree." Same. The other ancestors and high elders also nodded. This was a better idea than a battle royale. They then put their hands on the platform. Those waiting behind them watched nervously. Whoever pulled their hands back would lose the chance at grabbing the golden egg. Start! They shouted in unison and channeled their vitality and energy into the platform. Rumble! The entire valley quaked as a result after loud detonations. These big shots were quite powerful, so this total release was quite frightening. However, the quakes only lasted for a moment and tranquility returned to the valley. The spectators saw the competitors firmly placing their hands on the stone platform. Their face became red, no one wanted to give up. Everyone was cheering for their own seniors. As time went on, their red complexion turned to white and their bodies started trembling. The competition was lasting a while, so their energy was depleting. "Let's help." One disciple shouted in support of their sect master. Yes. His fellow disciples agreed. They lined up and placed their palm on the back of the person in front. The strongest disciple stood at the front and also placed his hand on the sect master. Boom! They channeled their energy and vitality through the line, eventually ending at the sect master. Cheaters! A member of the crowd protested. Chapter 3592, Let's help the sect master too. Another disciple shouted and rushed forward. His fellow members also did the same and channeled their energy and vitality into their sect master. This was a great display of solidarity and teamwork. The clan master needs our help. Others also did the same without holding back. It didn't take long before the various factions aided the seniors in the competition. Boom! Mighty shockwaves emanated across the valley, on the verge of sinking it. During this devastating process, a divine light flashed from the platform only for a split second. Strangely enough, though all experts were channeling their energy into the platform, it remained untouched outside of just shaking a bit. It seemed as if even the strongest infusion of power wouldn't affect the platform at all. It resembled an ocean capable of accepting the currents of all rivers. The juniors turned red as well as if they were receiving the backlashes from the other competitors. This was actually not the case. Something strange is happening. The teachers from Duality noticed a weird phenomenon. The scene in the valley seemed to be a still image. Everyone was red but couldn't let out any sound. No, stop this. One ancestor finally took a deep breath. He mustered everything he got and shouted, "It's sucking our dash." He couldn't finish because the devouring force continued to absorb his strength and vitality, even the soul. What's going on? The spectators outside were confused. Earlier, they thought that this was only a normal contest of power without needing to fight. The contestants couldn't speak because they were fully focused. Buzz. The platform gently vibrated. Next came numerous bright Tao runes intertwining together. The platform became mysterious and profound, it seemed to be performing a secret ceremony. So is this an altar? The oldest teacher in Duality narrowed his eyes. Buzz, more buzzes could be heard. Certain sections of the platform sank down and formed tiny grooves in a complicated and deliberate manner. They resembled a peerless chapter being carved into the rock. Blood flowed through the grooves and emitted a bright luster. The entire platform changed to a crimson color as a result. The blood was naturally from the competitors and even their juniors. Their vitality and energy are being sucked away. One expert outside the valley shouted. Yes, no exception. The teachers became alarmed as well. It was already too late when people figured it out because the platform had them fully trapped. The sucking power rendered them helpless regardless of their immense energy and vitality. It acted as a bottomless abyss and sucked in everything. They couldn't even open their mouth to speak as if they were completely under the platform's control. It seemed that this wouldn't stop until only dried corpses were left of them. They became horrified as various power sources left their body, but there was nothing they could do. Moving an inch was impossible, let alone escape. Why is this happening? The spectators outside didn't understand. Nothing happened when Li Qie got over there. An expert from the last generation murmured. They saw Li Qie walking and touching the platform earlier, but it didn't do anything to him. Now, these experts were completely stuck. Are they all going to die? This became the next question. Click, 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 the golden egg in the middle of the platform actually moved a bit. People had the feeling that the thing inside was about to break out of the shell. No, it's not the platform. One teacher took a deep breath and said, "The egg is the thing sucking their energy and vitality." Li Qie was right, this egg is ominous and evil. It wants the blood of these experts, all of it. Those waiting outside shuddered after hearing this. One pale spectator wondered, it's really the egg? Li Qie had repeated this several times but no one heeded his warning. They thought that he was only trying to scare them and were annoyed with him. Boom! The oldest ancestor from a big sect managed to move just a little bit. After a loud blast, he released 12 fate palaces and illuminated the area. Supreme totems appeared along with the palaces, seemingly trying to summon something. In a distant region, a bloody and massive figure emerged in a particular sect. This figure traveled through space and took over the ancestor. Elder Qiao is already a heavenly sovereign. One expert became surprised. Just one step into the realm. A teacher said, but this sacred ancestor from blood is powerful indeed. The ancestor became gigantic after fusing with the bloody figure. His body trembled as he was about to unleash some power. His first action was severing both of his hands. Chapter 3593, he was able to escape the golden egg's absorption with the help of his ancestor. Bam! 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 The disciples behind him all fell to the ground, pale and unable to get up. The egg had taken too much of their energy and they couldn't recover in time. His escape created an instability in the balance created prior between the competitors and the sucking force. Thus, the other ancestors and high elders got the chance to breathe. Boom! 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 They chose to sever their hands as well. Blood gushed out from the wounds of these crippled ancestors. Sir Shang was no exception. Their juniors also dropped to the ground, sapped of strength and unable to get up. Shit, the powerful ancestors and the imperious senior defender were still stricken with fear. They felt their souls and spirits leaving their body earlier because of that egg, not just their vitality and energy. Fortunately, that one cultivator managed to call the spirit of his sacred ancestor and saved everyone here. Crack. They saw a crack appearing on the egg. Is it about to hatch? One cultivator didn't realize the incoming danger and stared at the egg. In the next second, one powerful ancestor sensed a looming danger and shouted in horror, "Run, run right now." He then started running without caring about the juniors behind him. Ah! His scream suddenly echoed because he didn't get far. Something golden flashed and pierced through his chest. It was as small as a needle but still easily took him down. Someone as powerful as him was defenseless against its penetration. Everyone inside the valley watched in astonishment. His body was still hanging in the air. Zzz, the string of energy began absorbing his blood and energy. No, he was still alive but couldn't move at all. He could feel his life passing away. The golden string even took his grand Tao power and all of his essences. His hair turned white and his body withered. It didn't take long before he became a dried corpse falling onto the ground. Bam! The frightened cultivators finally regained their wits after hearing the thump. We have to run. They immediately tried to flee. Shit! All ran towards the entrance, wanting to be born with more than just 2 legs in order to escape faster. 100,000 experts or so no longer cared for anything else. The weaker cultivators were trampled while groaning. Buzz! The golden egg immediately unleashed countless golden rays that perfectly struck those trying to escape. Ah! Cries of agony filled the valley. All of them were pierced in the chest area, no exception. Even the strongest ancestors and high elders with their great artifacts couldn't do a thing. The golden rays were simply too fast. They could only watch themselves becoming victims. The rays seemed like tentacles as they lifted the victims up in the air. The scene of 100,000 experts all in this horrifying state was shocking. What is that thing? Even those outside the valley felt a sharp pain in their chest. Extremely vicious, Li Chia was completely right. One teacher from Duality shuddered with cold chills. It still hasn't hatched yet. Once it comes out, it might actually be a calamity for all of 8 Desolaces. The teachers exchanged glances and started to imagine the true form of this egg. They were talented and courageous but still became nervous. Their back became wet with sweat. As for the pale students, all of their legs were trembling from fear. It's all over, the supporters waiting outside didn't know what to do. Meanwhile, people were still screaming inside the valley. They were still alive and fully conscious, clearly sensing their life passing away in a helpless manner. Some pissed their pants as death approached while screaming. No, it can't end like this, I haven't made a name for myself, one expert bellowed. Young Noble Li. No, young Master Li, please, save me. Hurry. Sir Shang was still lucid and saw the calm Li Qie standing in the distance. I'm afraid I can't. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Everyone else finally noticed that only Li Qie was untouched by the golden ray. Please save us, young Master Li. They started begging. Little ancestor, save me and you'll be the biggest benefactor of our court. We'll obey all of your orders in the future. An ancestor threw away his pride and begged. Just save us and Shifting Cloud will give you everything you want. The Yi clan will be your horses and oxen if you save us. They thought that since Li Qie was unaffected, he might actually be able to stop the egg and save them. I have repeatedly warned all of you about this disaster from this ominous egg, yet you didn't listen. This is nothing short of courting death. Li Qie shook his head. Chapter 3594, Ah! The agonizing screams of the victims continued. No, they weren't willing to die like this and continued to struggle as death drew closer. Unfortunately, the golden rays rendered them powerless. As the egg absorbed more blood and power, it became increasingly resplendent. The grooves on the platform have been filled with blood while the runes were busy rotating and refining the blood from the cultivators. The blood became purer as a result. The shell was changing as well, seemingly polished several times over with added moisture. If the egg was a living entity, it would look quite excited, similar to someone who has just received great nutrients and was brimming with strength. Li, I will haunt you. Sir Shang shouted furiously at Li Qie. He realized that he had fallen into Li Qie's trap. The guy was tricking them and purposely led them into the valley. They thought that everything was under their control, but it turned out that since the very beginning, they were nothing more than fat pieces of meat in Li Qie's eyes. He intended on using them to nourish the golden egg. Alas, it was too late to realize it now. They were already cooked and plated on the table. First, ghosts don't exist, and even if they do, you need to line up and wait for several 100 million years until it's your turn. Li Qie chuckled. The other ancestors realized it now too. One of them bellowed, You're the true culprit, tricking us here as sacrifices for the egg. Can't blame me when you're blinded by greed and didn't heed my warnings. Li Qie shrugged. Despair finally reared its head among the group. They never expected to die because of an insect like this woodchopper. This can't be. One ancestor cried out. In reality, virtually all the victims weren't willing to accept this. They have dominated throughout their life, especially the ancestors and Sir Shang who had killed millions on the battlefield. One stomp from them made the world tremble. They were the lord of their own domain. Today, they would meet their end because of a woodchopper who was only a violet marquis. They didn't give a damn about someone like him prior to this and thought that his life was within their grasp. Just a little force would be enough to kill him. Unfortunately, they had no choice but to accept this outcome and wait for death. The only thing they could do was scream. Eventually, one by one died with their eyes wide open due to unwillingness and despair. Bang! Bang! The golden ray disappeared after fully absorbing the corpse. The dried husks fell to the ground. The valley became a world of corpses in no time at all. The stronger experts such as the ancestors and Sir Shang took the longest time to die. They eventually joined the piles of corpses as well. This scene was enough to horrify anyone. The entire force was annihilated and became nutrition for the golden egg. Li Qie was the only survivor. The spectators outside were scared out of their mind. They thought that they were lucky for not entering the valley. The students turned pale since they have never seen something so horrifying. Some female students couldn't help but vomit. In the beginning, they also wanted to go into the valley but were stopped by the teachers. This turned out to be the right decision. Moths to the flame. One teacher regained his wits and murmured. The egg was an irresistible flame. The victims forgot about caution and became food in the end. This is the consequence of not listening to the warnings. Li Qiye smiled while looking at the corpses. He then glanced over at the golden egg. It was brimming with vitality and bright light after absorbing plentiful essences. However, it trembled, clearly afraid of Li Qiye. This was akin to a child being excited after sneaking in some food. Now, it has been caught by a senior and immediately put on a good act. Maharaga egg. The world doesn't know of its danger and still came courting death. Li Qiye said. This was an unfamiliar name to most. Sir Shang's group assumed that it was a divine egg, unaware of the hidden danger. That's why they eventually became its food. Li Qiye then glanced over at the treasures and Buddhist scriptures along with the statues on the steps. He smiled and said, the defensive measures aren't meant to protect the egg, it's meant to stop people from coming in. The future generation didn't understand the old monk's intent. The origin of this Maharaga egg remained unknown. However, it was stored here by the high monks of this temple, wanting to change its evil nature with Buddhist arts. Later on, the creature inside would become a protector of Buddhism. Unfortunately, the temple declined and lost all successors. Only this sealed valley was left. Crack. More cracks appeared on the egg. It seemed to be on the verge of hatching. Almost. Li Qiye chuckled after seeing this. The Buddhist laws in this dilapidated temple have weakened. The egg would need a long period of time to hatch without outside help. The blood from the 100,000 experts naturally accelerated the incubation speed. This type of creature was extremely bloodthirsty. However, it was far tamer now due to the refinement of Buddhism. Nonetheless, it wouldn't decline when food came knocking on its door. Li Qiye didn't linger around and left the valley after seeing the cracks. 1. Maharaga, a snake's-headed Indian deity or a protector deity of Buddhist law. Chapter 3595, After leaving the valley, he was met with gazes filled with hatred and anger. Their seniors and friends have all died in the valley. Though he didn't personally carry out the deed, they certainly died because of him. No one said a thing but many powers began walking towards Li Qiye. He stood there with a smile and didn't bother escaping. What do you want? He was neither flustered nor anxious. The brat is as devilish as can be. One teacher commented while watching. More people are courting death. Teacher Du wasn't worried about Li Qiye at all. The punishment for murder is death. Zhou Xuan furiously roared. He was designated as a supporter by his seniors. Now, thousands in his sect were dead in the valley including his master. His hatred for Li Qiye was bone deep, so he led the remaining members to surround Li Qiye. It has nothing to do with me. Li Qiye waved his hand and nonchalantly responded, I told all of them that the egg was dangerous yet they insisted. I agree completely. They died because they were blinded by greed, it's not young noble Li's fault. Teacher Du in the distance laughed and clapped his hands. This was a logical answer, yet the crowd didn't care for it. The only thing on their mind was vengeance. You didn't personally kill them, but you watched them die without doing anything, that warrants death as well. You led them there and must be held responsible for their death. One expert said. Oh. How? Li Qiye smiled. We'll flay your skin and drink your blood. One ancestor from a clan roared, your head will be an offering for my dead clan members. Wow, amazing idea but a little hard to carry out. Be smart and get out of Myriad Beast Mountains with your tail tucked between your legs or I'll send you down there to see your clan members. Li Qiye replied. Bastard, I'll kill you. Zhou Xuan roared. Clank. He unsheathed his blade in a flashy manner and slashed forward. Unfortunately, the sword didn't make contact because a hairy hand appeared out of nowhere and gripped his arm. This massive figure stood behind Li Qiye. Its shadow engulfed Shui Xuan. The frightened youth looked up and saw a gigantic chaos primal beast. Its hand had a firm grasp on him. Whoosh! It immediately tore his arm off. Blood gushed everywhere. Ah! He naturally bellowed in pain. Bean-sized sweat dripped down his forehead. Loud bangs occurred in the next second as numerous top beasts descended, lion kings, eagles, gigantic serpents. Behind them were tens of thousands more of their kind. They completely surrounded the hostile cultivators. The latter turned pale, they thought that these beasts were far away now. How did they return so fast? Rah! One beast howled wildly and the rest of them did the same. Their howls had the intensity of a tsunami, causing everyone's knees to buckle. Run! Someone shouted and forgot all about getting revenge. He leaped backward in order to get away. The next thing he saw was a massive palm from a beast, reducing him to a meat paste. Another rushed out with lightning speed, darting back and forth through the beasts. Alas, another beast just happened to be faster than lightning. Its claw pierced through his chest. We have to kill and break out. One ancestor roared and rallied the cultivators nearby. Boom! He took out a blood hammer and aimed for the closest beast. Kill them. Other cultivators took out their best treasure and utilized their strongest merit laws in order to break the blockade. Rah! The wild beasts returned the gesture and launched their assault. Screams and blood filled the area in no time at all. Though there were many cultivators waiting outside, they were too weak compared to the chaos primal beasts. It became a one-sided massacre. Body parts and blood rained down. A thick stench of blood took over. Some were torn apart or stomped down to a pulp, others became meals for the beasts. Get him! One high elder realized something and wanted to capture Li Chia. This guy was the one controlling the beasts, so by capturing him, he would be able to escape. This was a good idea, but he didn't get far enough to even touch Li Chia's sleeve before being smashed to the ground, pulverized. He was an influential character at the sacred level, yet he couldn't block that attack. World Draconic King, someone saw the majestic creature standing behind Li Chia. It easily killed the High Elder just now. No, despair overwhelmed them. Just the high-level heaven beasts alone made the situation hopeless. Now, a king was here to push them off the cliff. That's the end, no one will be able to escape. One teacher shook his head and said. The brat is really the king of myriad beast mountains. His peer became emotional and added, he doesn't need a throne since he's a crownless king. No wonder why he wasn't afraid from start to finish. Others were nothing more than ants crawling in his domain. Yes, with that creature on his side, provoking him is asking for it. Teacher Du replied. The students in the back had overflowing cold sweat because they looked down on Li Chia earlier. They especially disliked his cocky attitude. Some even thought about secretly teaching Li Chia a lesson later on. Now, they celebrated the fact that they didn't get the chance to do so yet. Otherwise, the scene ahead might be the result, being torn apart by the chaos primal beasts. The teachers were right. Not a single cultivator managed to escape. The World Draconic King swept through like a storm and massacred the rest. A while ago, some powerful ancestors managed to struggle for a bit. This completely changed once this creature got involved. Blood gathered together to form red creeks to the horror of the spectators. Ugh, some female students couldn't help but vomit. Chapter 3596, The stench of blood wouldn't disperse since severed limbs scattered all over the ground. There were other nauseating stenches as well mixed in the air. The cultivators who tried to avenge their fallen members died a terrible death. They wanted to tear Li Chia apart and drink his blood. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to touch even his sleeves. The remaining spectators shuddered as a result, their palms moistened with sweat and their legs trembling. They stared at the corpses on the ground and thought that it could have been them if they had provoked Li Qie earlier. It wasn't a good end to be food in a beast's stomach, a death without a grave. For example, South Peak Marquis praised the god of fortune because he didn't try to attack Li Qie. His clan didn't lose a single soldier. He had no intention of avenging the fallen senior defender. They were only officials for the same dynasty, nothing more. No need to be dragged down the mud by the idiotic guy. Furthermore, even if the Ministry of War were to pursue this, the responsibility wouldn't fall upon him either. Plus, he was a marquis and wasn't under the ministry's jurisdiction. Another side that was perfectly fine were the members of Duality. They only wanted to watch the show and learn more about the world. The teachers didn't care for the golden egg either. This is what happens when you don't listen to adults. Li Qie stared at the carnage and smiled, should have been smart and run away. Alas, the dead couldn't hear his comment. Meanwhile, the fortunate ones were staying far away from Li Qie. He looked like a devil right now, commanding respect and fear. The chaos primal beasts standing next to him were truly intimidating. The strongest cultivators present still felt the same fear towards the untouchable world draconic king. This time, more than 100,000 experts gathered in the valley for the golden egg. They originated from powerful sects, many from the 5 divisions of Buddha Plateau. Less than 10% was alive at this point. Buzz. Lights from the valley suddenly illuminated the sky. They came from the golden egg through the new cracks. Rumble. A terrible force also emerged and spread across the mountain range. It had a disintegrating affinity, simply unstoppable. So it's a divine beast. Those standing outside still became horrified after feeling the shockwaves despite the valley's barrier stopping most of it. No one knew what was inside the golden egg, but this was definitely something monstrous. Waves of light continued to emanate from the golden egg, one stronger than the previous. The valley shook violently, the statues in the valley released runes and started chanting. They seemed to be coming back to life and placed their palms together. The characters and words gathered in the sky and issued loud explosions. The accumulation of sound waves descended to stop the golden egg. The latter had no fear at all, its divine lights rushed towards the sky like swords in an attempt to take down the sound waves. The two sides began a fierce contest, ravaging the valley. Boulders and peaks exploded, cracks emanated across the valley. Everything seemed to be collapsing. What evil thing is inside that egg? It can stop the Buddhist power too. The spectators realized that this egg was far beyond their station. The seal of the valley served to suppress the egg, not to protect it. One teacher from Duality murmured. In the beginning, everyone assumed that the seal was there to stop people from coming in and taking the egg. This was absolutely incorrect. Meanwhile, Li Qie watched with a smile and didn't help either side. Eventually, the egg finally cracked completely. The light emanating from it became blinding to all spectators. Boom! This seemed like the end of the world, at least for the valley. Mud and debris engulfed the area. Once people could see again, there was only a bottomless abyss where the valley used to be. The statues and the egg were nowhere to be found. The thing looked like the jaw of a terrible monster, ready to devour anything that got close. This development took the crowd by surprise. Virtually everyone here was ready to pay any price for that egg. Now, no one got it. They wasted their trip and effort. All of this for nothing. One teacher laughed and shook his head. This is the best result anyway, no one won. Let's go. The oldest teacher ordered and took the students away. Young noble Li, visit our academy when you have time. Yang Ling waved towards Li Qie before leaving. Li Qie smiled back and didn't say anything. The students left along with the lucky survivors. South Peak Marquis also brought his clan members away. No one wanted to provoke Li Qie at the moment, not even those who had seniors and friends dead in the valley. Only Li Qie was left in this area, but this didn't last long. In the next second, a figure flashed into existence, standing next to him. Chapter 3597, This was none other than the old servant. He glanced at the sky, just one glance alone chased away the clouds and winds. Young master, a few old men were smart enough to leave early. He respectfully said, would you like me to catch and feed them to the pets? In reality, most didn't know anything about the real big shots hiding in the shadows. They didn't make a move even when their sect members died to the chaos primal beasts. When the egg appeared, they still kept their patience for some reason, continuing to observe. They then left in silence after the event was finished. Only very few knew about their appearance in this area. Forget it, I'm not merciless enough to do that. Li Qiye shook his head. The old man's eyes said that he didn't believe this, not even a little bit. Don't look at me like that. Li Qiye smiled, I only kill those who deserve death. The innocent has nothing to do with me. If they want to die, then I'll just send them on the path a little faster. You're enforcing justice on heaven's behalf. The old servant couldn't help but ask. Justice? What kind of existence do you think the old villainous heaven is? Li Qiye chuckled and stared at the old man. More losses than gains. To which the old man responded. Ha ha ha, you're mistaken. Li Qiye smiled in response, the unfair losses suffered by the heavenly Tao is only in people's imagination. You still have a long way to go on this path. The old villainous heaven has never suffered losses before, the same with the heavenly Tao. This also applies with the belief that the universe is inhumane and regards everyone as straw dogs. The old man took a deep breath and earnestly asked, Young master, what do you think the heavenly Tao is? In reality, it doesn't exist. The heavenly Tao is something that people hope exists. But if it actually does, then there's only one, the true self or anima. Li Qiye replied. Anima, the old man murmured. The evilest devil king and the most benevolent savior won't do. In order to jump out, one must rely on anima. The old man carefully digested this information. The villainous heaven has never worried about the tragedies of living beings or the injustice of the world. There's only one thing it cares about. Li Qiye elaborated. What is it? The old man couldn't help asking. You don't need to know right now. There is still a long, long way to go. Li Qiye shook his head. The old man nodded slightly without being offended. He was a proud man, whether it be during his youth or the present. After all, those capable of fighting him evenly in Western King could be counted with one's fingers. However, Li Qiye was at another height. He had fought the strongest character in West King before, but this was nothing compared to Li Qiye. The guy resembled a boundless cosmo capable of encompassing everything. He once thought that he was already standing at the apex and that Tao Lords were the limit. Now, he realized that he was ludicrously incorrect. Tao Lord might only be the starting point on this journey. Experts like them thought that they were at the top. Perhaps the real masters viewed them as insects. Young master, what is your mission in this world? Or rather, what is your pursuit? The old man became curious. Supreme merit laws and treasures weren't enough. Li Qiye considered them trivial. There's no mission, I am simply walking on my path. Li Qiye shook his head and responded, however, as for a pursuit, I actually do have one. What is it? The old man became tense, a very rare feeling for him due to his numerous battles and near-death experiences. Li Qiye gazed towards the sky, seemingly reaching the end of the world. Just an answer. He said softly. His words seemed to carry a mysterious and profound rhythm. An answer. The old man didn't expect this response. He thought that he might not be at the right level to comprehend Li Qiye's intent. You've listened enough. Li Qiye suddenly glanced at a peak and casually threw his hatchet. There was a black-robed man hidden among the boulders on top of that peak. He seemed to be one with the peak, virtually undetectable. However, blood was dripping down his forehead since the hatchet made direct contact. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. His stealth technique was second to none. None in West King could detect him. Moreover, he was a famous big shot and a capable cultivator. Alas, Li Qiye spotted him in no time at all, and just a casual hatchet toss managed to take his life. He didn't have the chance to dodge. He fell onto the piles of rock, not understanding how the hatchet got there in the first place. The hatchet then returned to Li Qiye's hand in a silent fashion. The old man watched and didn't find this surprising. As for the abyss, a tiny creature was peeking its head out of the hole, looking all around as if afraid of being spotted. It looked ready to run right away. Li Qiye whistled and got its attention. "Brat, I've been waiting long enough. Come over here." He waved and smiled at it. The little thing wanted to run but didn't have the courage. It eventually obeyed in an unwilling manner. Li Qiye spread his palm and said, "Come up here, let me take a look." This little thing was also a crownless king. The moment it showed up, all the other chaos primal beasts backed off. Though it was young, the high-level heaven beasts were still afraid of it. Nonetheless, it obediently jumped up and landed on Li Qiye's palm. It was around the size of a fist, looking like a dragon or another auspicious beast. It had 2 wings and a dragon-like tail. Its strange body was the main distinguishing factor. No one has seen something like it before. Its flat head looked tough and playful, its green eyes looked like emeralds. It was covered in shiny black scales from top to bottom. Each seemed to have been polished meticulously. Upon careful inspection, the surface of the scales had complex Dao runes. They were shallow and hard to see. With more time, one would find that they made up complicated and ancient symbols of Buddhism. Li Qiye squeezed it with some force. The young creature was hurt and struggled a bit, still not daring to do anything reckless. Buzz. The runes lit up with a Buddhist light, fully activating the symbols. It seemed to be containing a hidden kingdom. Its Buddhist power was boundless and beyond imagination, completely different from its tiny frame. Chapter 3598. Once Li Qiye loosened his grip, the Buddhist light disappeared and the baby beast returned to its original form. It looked obedient while coiling in his palm. Who would have thought that this was a dangerous creature given its appearance? Nonetheless, few could actually grasp it due to its innate Buddhist power. This beast will be incredible once it reaches maturity. What is its type? The old servant was astonished. A Maharaga. Li Qiye responded. The old servant has never heard this strange name before, this is my first time hearing it. He knew that this thing was dangerous even when it was just a golden egg. Once it matured, top masters like them wouldn't be able to fight it. It was definitely comparable to a Tao Lord. That's expected. Li Qiye smiled, this ferocious thing is a Buddhist beast. It's too dangerous so it only exists in the legends. He stopped and looked around for a bit before concluding, however, someone might have known about it. Otherwise, this valley wouldn't have remained untouched for so long. Numerous have entered myriad beast mountains across the years but no one noticed the seal in the valley. Why was it currently exposed? This meant that someone had purposely destroyed part of the seal, allowing people to see it. Must be his idea. The old man said. Whatever. Li Qiye didn't care for the schemes and strategies. The old man understood why Li Qiye thought so. Strategies and schemes couldn't reach the apex before Li Qiye, who could easily dismantle them with one wave. Let's go back. Li Qiye picked up the firewood and left while the baby beast lay on his other shoulder. The old man followed along without saying anything. A long time later after they were gone, another figure emerged next to the corpse of the black-robed man, staring at the fatal wound on the forehead. Humph. The old man scowled and stared quietly towards the direction of Wuxia. In reality, he has been staying near the mountain range for the last several days. He didn't dare to get close and hid his identity. He then disappeared from sight, not leaving a single trace behind. No one would know that he was even here. The next period consisted of the same thing, Wuxia spending his time at the temple. He cultivated and gathered firewood, but most importantly, chanting in front of the portrait. This happened every day without fail. The old man had no idea why Wuxia chanted every morning. What was so special about that wall and the portrait? He didn't ask since Wuxia didn't bring up this topic. Nonetheless, he knew that Wuxia had a reason for doing so. Perhaps this was his purpose in coming to Myriad Beast Mountains. His goal should be something in this temple, not the Maharaja. Wuxia's Grand Tao was improving from the peaceful cultivation. Today, cracking noises could be heard. Wuxia has broken through the bottleneck of Violet Marquis to reach the Conqueror Vessel realm. His violet energy was transformed into a regal aura. He exuded an extraordinary presence as if he was sitting among the clouds. The old man was surprised once he saw Wuxia again. Congratulations, young master, for reaching Conqueror Vessel. He bowed to show respect. In reality, this realm was nothing, completely insignificant. Normally, he wouldn't bother to look at other conquerors. This wasn't the case for Wuxia. His regal aura was completely different from the rest. He looked like the Emperor of Kings, the Tyrant of the Gods. Just one strand from him would suppress all of his subjects. A regular conqueror was indeed a king, but only among mortals. Wuxia was a king among all beings. This was the biggest difference. Not too bad, finally a new vessel. Looks like it's goodbye to the mortal physique. Wuxia smiled in response. In the cultivator world, the realm of Conqueror Vessel served as an important threshold. People beneath this realm were considered to have a mortal body. The true transformation came after. Of course, Wuxia was only entertaining the old man. These physiques didn't matter to him in the slightest. His cultivation was actually a polishing of the self while gaining more experiences. Cultivation realms didn't matter. Which merit law will you choose now? The old man became curious. Heaven split mantra. Wuxia responded. This was another of the 7 mantras. He had learned 5 so far and only needed 2 more. You wish to cultivate all 7. The old man didn't know the mysteries behind this style of cultivation. Can't put it like that. The 7 used to be 1, I'm just experiencing it for myself. Wuxia smiled. The 7 were 1. The old man has never heard about this before and gained a new perspective on the 7 mantras. This was a new type of cultivation. Wuxia chuckled and didn't answer the old man. As Wuxia started learning Heaven Split, he seemed to be splitting the sky up into a new world. His regal aura became boundless. It seemed capable of destroying the entire world after fully activated. This broadened the old man's horizon. Wuxia's aura was already this terrifying in the Conqueror realm. What about at the Tao Lord realm? Today, Wuxia still woke up early and chanted to the wall painting. As he was half done, a buzz could be heard. Strands of light emanated from the wall as if an ancient power was awakening. The woman in the wall also lit up. The strands of light seemed to be carving on the wall and recreating her outline. This sudden power fluctuation startled the old man and Fanbai who was cultivating outside. She hurriedly ran in to take a look. The old man's body flashed and he appeared inside, shouting, "Young master." Wuxia didn't pay attention to the two, his eyes were firmly fixated on the woman in the wall. The painting seemed to be moving just a bit, prompting Fanbai to cover her mouth to stop screaming. The old man realized that they shouldn't be here and pulled Fanbai outside. Fanbai also regained her wits and continued walking away. However, she couldn't help glancing back one more time because the painting was too beautiful. This woman might be the most gorgeous in the world. After they left, the wall became brighter and the woman became more animated. Pop! Finally, she seemingly came back to life. Spatial ripples emerged and she walked down from the wall that seemed to be a portal leading to another world. Everything lost its colors because she was unreasonably beautiful. All other women would feel inferior in her presence. Words wouldn't do justice when describing her. She seemed to be a fairy from an immortal world, blessed with unmatched looks and intelligence. Chapter 35-99, Li Qiye's eyes never diverted from the woman. A million years seemed to be passing in a second. What attracted him weren't her flawless features nor her intelligence, just how similar she was to the past. She sat down in the meditative pose in front of him, her sweet fragrance wafted in the air in a mesmerizing manner. "You still woke me up." Her pleasant and unforgettable voice made the chirpings of oriole and skylark grating in comparison. "This is still you at your best." Li Qiye smiled and said. "No, I've changed for the better." Kingdom toppling wasn't enough to describe her sublime smile. Nothing could make it better, even spring returned with just one smile. "You haven't changed." Li Qiye pondered for a bit before answering softly, "It's just a different form and path. Your original heart still remains or you wouldn't have followed me back then. You're still the same so I'm sure you'll permit whatever I do in the future." She spoke in a calm and profound manner. Others would get the urge to converse with her forever. "It's a shame that you couldn't do it, a mishap before even embarking on the journey." Li Qiye revealed a bitter smile. "Not all things in life go as planned. I'm not you who plans across the ages. I just did whatever I wanted." She smiled and had accepted this. "Right, that's why you're you, following your heart and desire without caring for the consequences," he sentimentally said, feeling a bit disappointed and bitter. "You're not happy." She gently patted his cheek. He grabbed her hand and could feel the heat. "I know that you didn't agree with my choice, but you didn't force me either." She continued. "How could I have changed you? You wouldn't have changed for anyone, just like me." He smiled. "You could have done it, I'm sure, but chose to connive and indulge me instead." She said softly. "Right, I wanted you to stay the same. What's the point otherwise?" Li Qiye eventually responded. "Oh my merciless dark crow, that's not you at all." She chuckled and shook her head. "Others don't know this side of you but I do. Perhaps I was wrong. If your action is considered a mistake, then mine would have been a catastrophic blunder. I shouldn't have kidnapped you." Li Qiye said. "Tricking a little girl is illegal too." She joked, looking both beautiful and cute. The past suddenly resurfaced. The girl back then seemed to be standing before him. This made Li Qiye stare in a daze. She spread her arms and embraced his waist, snuggling her head into his chest. He embraced her and lowered his head to enjoy her sweet hair. This moment would stay with them forever. Time seemed to be frozen, nothing wanted nor dared to disturb this tranquility. After a while, she touched his eyebrows and said, "It's hard to see you truly happy across the eras but I still want you to smile more." "I'm always smiling." He smiled and said, "I'm still a big player, more or less, and can't be wearing a funeral face all the time." She placed her palms on his chest and leaned back in, whispering, "I wish that there will be someone who can be your companion for generations to come, that the two of you will be able to see the beautiful sunrise and experience the joys of life." He enjoyed the gentleness of her voice and remembered when they used to lean on each other and watched the sunrise. He suddenly hugged her tighter, aware that this was all in the past now. "Have you been there yet?" She eventually smiled and asked him. "I don't dare to go there because he wants to kill me and I can't just stand there and watch, right? But if I fight back, it'll be a bloody fight." He shrugged with a strange expression. Who can actually kill you? She audibly chuckled. He wouldn't mind listening to her pleasant laughter forever. Stop the act, you can fool the rest of the world but not me. Though you have done a great job, I'm still the closest person to you both. She shook her head. He smiled and didn't respond. It has been tough on several people who paid too much. He said, the world has no idea of their burden and even reviled them. No one has done more than you, especially the infamy. She gently touched his face and said. He couldn't help grabbing her wrist and stared deeply into her eyes. This became a still image for a long time. I know something has happened, otherwise you wouldn't be here right now. It must be dire. She said. He shuddered inside. He had reached the end of the world and fought in the battles above all. He competed against the eternal overlords without batting an eye. However, this split second affected him, so he tightened his embrace. You don't want to tell me. Her eyes had nothing but tenderness and compassion. You'll always be the happy and optimistic girl in my mind. Li Chia chuckled. She stared at him quietly before nodding, this will be our last meeting. His hands trembled after hearing this, but he quickly calmed down. Trust me, you'll be fine. She held his face with both hands and earnestly said. I know. He took a deep breath and responded, I've grown numb to separation. Yet you still want to take it. She said with hesitation. Yes, that's my intention, is that okay? He nodded and said softly. I want to refuse, but I can't say no to you. As I've said earlier, it's about whether you're willing to do it or not. She answered. She took out a steel box that didn't look too special. However, only Li Chia could open it, no one else. She solemnly placed it in his hand. He clenched the moment he touched the box. He wanted to say something, but she pressed her finger against his lips. No need to tell me, keep it in your heart. He swallowed his words and nodded. After a while, she said with sincerity, promise me this. Think about it carefully, millions of years have passed, just let them pass. If it's possible, I will. He said after a long pause. You can do it. She seemed to be the only one in this world who can change Li Chia's mind. He didn't answer this time. I see. She continued, just remember, before you make the decision, at the very last second, think about it very carefully. Promise me. I promise, I'll truly think it over. He eventually relented. He was a man of his words and would do so. She nodded and trusted him since she understood him more than anyone else. Chapter 3600, Time came to a still during their embrace. The woman eventually wrapped her hands around his neck and kissed him. He hugged her tightly and they kissed passionately, none wanted to let go. After an indeterminate period, they finally let go, albeit reluctantly. If you want, his voice was filled with emotion and determination, seemingly making an important decision. No, this is perfect already. She pressed her finger on his lips while shaking her head. Li Chia sighed softly and didn't push the issue. Goodbye. This last word of his seemingly echoed across the world and inside his heart. I love you, goodbye. Maybe never meeting again is the best outcome, right? She stared deeply at him in response. Li Chia chose to stay silent. In the end, she couldn't help kissing him again. The light around her became increasingly dimmer. Pop! She scattered into particles falling to the ground. Li Chia stared at them in a daze without moving, seemingly turning into a statue. Bye. He eventually murmured. A drop of tear streamed down the corner of his eye. Nothing in the world was as resplendent, beautiful, and precious as this teardrop. Unfortunately, no one else saw it at this moment. The old servant and Fan Bai were waiting patiently outside and didn't dare to disturb Li Chia. They didn't even dare to cough and disturb the duo inside. Fan Bai was very curious about this supreme woman coming out of the wall. The whole thing was magical, and what was her relationship to the young master? That's why she kept glancing towards the main hall. On the other hand, the old man remained composed. He was also curious about the woman's background and origin. A while later, Li Qie walked out and the two of them came up to greet him. Fan Bai glanced at the hall, but the woman didn't come out. Where is she? Fan Bai wondered. The old man knew what happened and didn't dare to ask Li Qie. Come, we're leaving this place. Li Qie simply ordered. Fan Bai was surprised because she thought that they would continue to stay here. She was more than willing to be in this remote region. This place was wonderful as long as Li Qie was around. The old man only nodded in response. I'll gather our stuff. Fan Bai regained her wits and told Li Qie. No need. He shook his head and raised his hand. Buzz. Bright runes appeared around the temple, capable of spatial manipulation. The temple actually shrank in size until it became small enough to fit in Li Qie's hand. Fan Bai watched in awe, not expecting this transformation. No wonder why the young master didn't need her to gather their stuff. This temple could be brought with them wherever. Where are we going, young master? The old servant asked afterward. Li Qie looked up towards the horizon and said softly, to Duality Academy. His eyes became slightly dazed after saying this. The old man didn't understand why he had this expression. However, he also gazed towards the distance after hearing the words, Duality Academy. Certain feelings and thoughts rose inside. What, afraid of that place? Li Qie glanced at him. It's nothing like that. I'm just thinking about how fast time goes by, turning into an old man in the blink of an eye. The old man smiled and shook his head. That's why many people think about immortality. That's all you need to be eternal. Li Qie responded. Except those close to you will leave one by one. The old man sighed. Though he couldn't live forever, he certainly lived longer than his contemporaries and had experienced plenty of separations. Right. We can only say that time spares no one. Living long enough isn't necessarily a good thing. Li Qie responded. The old man nodded in agreement. Let's go. Li Qie rode the boar and ordered. I'll lead the way. The old man picked Fai Ban up before taking one step forward. This one step took him 1,000 miles, a truly astonishing speed. Gao. Lil Yellow didn't want to lose and also chased with lightning speed. We'll see who's faster. The old man's competitive blood churned after seeing this and increased his speed after laughing. The dog utilized all 4 legs to their limit and soared in the sky just like a true dragon. On the other hand, Lil Black and Li Qie didn't seem to be in a rush. However, the boar groaned after 3 steps as if it was using all of its might. In reality, it was actually only a bit slower than the other 2. It crossed through mountains and peaks with each step. Just like that, the group headed for Duality Academy. This academy was located in the Metropolis Division of Buddha Emperor Plateau. This division could be considered the most prosperous location in the Holy Ground. The place was home to trillions of mortals as well. This great population served as a strong foundation for the Holy Ground. The most common thing in the Holy Ground had to be temples and shrines. Moreover, every household had a Buddha statue as well. The smoke of incense could be seen everywhere. Buddha Holy Ground was not only the largest Buddhist sect in the southern West King. It was definitely among the largest in all of 8 Desolaces. It was created by Buddha Tao Lord, one of the strongest Tao Lords in history. He possessed supreme Buddhist treasures and had entered a forbidden zone before. Rumor has it that during his youth, he was taught by a great Vajra from an ancient holy ground belonging to an old epoch. His title was Vedas. Vedas took in Buddha Tao Lord as a disciple and taught him Buddhism. Later on, Buddha Tao Lord entered the world and popularized this doctrine to save many living beings. He chose the southern West King as his home and created Buddha Holy Ground. Across the years, this power continued to grow and had plenty of believers. A very long time later, a person eventually arrived and took a look at the incense-filled holy ground. His one chant echoed across the river of time, 80,000 Buddhas are nothing more than statues and the gods up in the firmaments are mere floating duckweeds. He then waved his hand and created his base. The Buddhist statues within 10,000 miles instantly crumbled. The incense smoke extinguished and all the high monks retreated, not daring to stay close. Golden spring gushed from the ground beneath him. Architectures suddenly took form and just like that, Duality Academy was formed. He was none other than the renowned Duality Master. His arrogant phrase was heard by all the masters beneath the 9 heavens. However, the invincible existences and arrogant monsters didn't dare to respond. Buddha Holy Ground itself with its countless high monks also remained silent despite having their territory taken over by Duality Master. Chapter 3601, A powerful lineage like the Holy Ground was extremely influential. However, its foundation was affected by a new academy yet it had no response. Future generations still found this unbelievable. However, Duality Master was indeed an unbelievable existence. Its first day was a magnificent and unprecedented occasion. All of 8 Desolaces were affected by this. Apricot Tao Lord personally came with peerless scriptures as gifts. Moreover, the strongest ancestors and existences in 8 Desolaces eventually arrived with gifts as well. True Immortal Sect, Primal Immortal Mountain, Sword School, Righteous Sect, Pure Yang Clan, Lion's Roar Country, Wild East 8 Kingdoms, Ancestral City. These behemoths that have dominated before came to celebrate. The gathering of these lords was unmatched in history. Even the coronations of Tao lords lacked the same extravagance and impact. Furthermore, the gifts they brought were incredible, paramount weapons and artifacts, enough to shock the world. In fact, even the strongest ancestor of Buddha Holy Ground personally led his favorite disciples to celebrate the opening of Duality. He brought gifts too, of course. Such a thing remained a mystery. Duality Master did nothing short of taking over the Holy Ground's territory for his academy. However, Buddha Holy Ground didn't retaliate in the slightest and actually brought gifts for the occasion. The legend didn't end there. Duality Master performed the first lesson for the opening ceremony. Who were the members of the audience? Apricot Tao Lord, Ancient Ancestors, Sword Gods. They were the strongest characters in the era yet they still wanted to listen to the lecture. Some said that this was the most prestigious classroom ever. Only heavenly sovereigns were eligible to be there. This incredible history laid an unshakable foundation for Duality Academy. It wasn't the oldest academy in 8 Desolaces but was once the most illustrious. The present couldn't compare to the past when Duality Master was still around. Nonetheless, its influence still remained. Moreover, it had produced plenty of geniuses including several Tao Lords. For example, the third Tao Lord of the Holy Ground, Dhyana. He studied at the academy first before entering Sacred Mountain. 3 Truths Tao Lord also studied at the academy before branching out. Another famous student was Heaven Devourer Tao Lord who revitalized Righteous later on as its second Tao Lord. Righteous and Buddha Holy Ground had an unceasing rivalry in history and the academy had influence in both. As for heavenly sovereigns, there were too many to count. Let's not dwell on the ones from the older period. The most famous and strongest one recently was Mad Blade. He studied at the academy during his youth and created a unique saber art later on. He swept through 8 Desolaces and proved his supremacy. All in all, whether it be the past or the present, Duality Academy was still well respected by cultivators. The greatest geniuses didn't dare to be haughty while standing in front of its gates. They knew that they were nothing compared to Apricot Dao Lord and others who have listened to the lectures here before. Li Qie arrived while riding Lil Black. He smiled while looking at the landscape consisting of grand mountains and glorious rivers. Some peaks reached the sky with waterfalls streaming down. Pavilions and buildings scattered across the area. A peak might have a single one at the pinnacle. Another mountain might have buildings built around it. Bridges connected these mountains. The academy only had 10,000 miles of territory, so students were everywhere. They rode their mount or flying sword. The truth was that this prosperity and liveliness could also be found in the rest of Metropolis. That's why this was the golden region of Buddha holy ground. Duality. The old man said, vivid images of the past resurfaced in his mind. This is the largest academy in 8 decilaces. Fan Bai stared intensely. Fan Bai was certainly not the only one affected by the grand atmosphere here. Virtually all first-timers felt the same way. Pretty much. The old man smiled. It can't compare to the past but still has 100,000 students or so. The dynasties always send their princes and descendants to the academy too. Let's go in. Li Qie smiled and moved forward with Lil Black. 100,000 was a commonly quoted number when talking about duality. However, some thought that this was a low estimation. One didn't need to be from Buddha holy ground to join the academy. Anyone from 8 decilaces could give it a shot without meeting prejudice. Moreover, it didn't forbid visitors either. Even a mortal could come here for a trip. This was one of its best aspects. Just think about it, many mortals considered the big sects as something unreachable. Regular cultivators were treated like gods, so mortals weren't qualified to enter such places. The other academies had the same factor. This wasn't the case for duality. As long as one could make it here, they could come in freely. This added to the number of people currently present in the academy, adding to its liveliness. The mortals eventually built towns at the base of the mountains. Thousands of them lived here and added more excitement. It wasn't strange to see anyone from any race in duality. However, Li Qie's group attracted special attention. It wasn't because of Fan Bai or the old servant, just Li Qie. It had nothing to do with good looks either, just his unique mount. When the big shots came to visit duality, they rode flood dragons and heavenly stallions. These mounts weren't surprising at all. The problem was, Li Qie was riding a black boar. He looked exactly like a country bumpkin, especially with the hatchet hanging on his waist. Both students and pedestrians pointed their fingers and whispered. Li Qie had a natural expression, but Lil Black was raising its head and arching its chest, trying to look intimidating and cool. Unfortunately, this had the opposite effect. Others found it hilarious. A few girls quietly smiled while looking at the boar. 1. May equals apricot/plum flower. I'm thinking that it could be Mei Suyao, so Dao Lord Mei is correct too in that case. It's not common to have one's name in the title though, at least for Dao Lords. Either name works. 2. Better write all of these names down in my note. Chapter 3602, Virtually everyone pointed and smiled at Li Qie, thinking that he was too strange. People rode all types of mounts to the duality, but very few chose a boar, maybe just Li Qie. Isn't that the woodchopper from Myriad Beast Mountain? One student actually recognized Li Qie. What woodchopper? His peers haven't met Li Qie before. That's Li Qie, the guy who tricked numerous people to death. The first student answered. The majority didn't go to Myriad Beast Mountains, but they have heard of the events there. That's him. 100,000 experts died because of him. Another became surprised. They couldn't help staring at him more, thinking that he was just an ordinary youth. There's nothing particularly special about him. Plus, someone at the Conqueror realm didn't mean much either. They could be found anywhere in duality. Are you serious? Some remained skeptical, but the first-hand accounts should be trustworthy. In their opinion, someone capable of tricking 100,000 experts should resemble a demon or at least fierce-looking. However, Li Qie looked as common as can be. They doubted whether he could even kill one man or not. The brat dares to come out of myriad beast. One student murmured, "Is he not afraid of enemies coming to get him? They'll cut him to pieces. He's here to study." Another student wondered because he had heard about the teachers wanting to recruit Li Qie. Of course, this wasn't Li Qie's intention in coming here. Duality spanned for 10,000 miles, but most people lingered around 9 particular mountains connected together in a circular formation. In the center was Main Peak, a location coveted by all students. Li Qie went behind this peak and found an empty spot on another peak. He took out his temple and it flashed, becoming larger. Boom! Just like that, his group took over the place. Really? Many students couldn't believe it. Though everyone could come and go, they still stay in existing architectures. No one had built their own place before, especially not next to Main Peak. He didn't ask for the Academy's permission. This seemed unreasonable to the student body. Ridiculous, does he think this place belongs to him? One student commented. Remember, Duality Master did this to the holy ground back then in a domineering manner. Li Qie was repeating the same thing. The students found this as arrogant as can be. How dare he look down on us? Another became angry. One student who didn't like Li Qie back at the mountain range snorted, "This isn't Myriad Beast Mountains. Humph, just watch, a teacher will tell him to scram soon." Some students immediately reported this to the teachers after Li Qie put down his temple. The teachers became slightly lost because this was unprecedented in their history. For millions of years, dynasties came and went in Buddha holy ground, only duality stood the test of time. No one dared to invade or offend duality, not even the Tao lords. Now, a brat from Myriad Beast Mountains didn't even greet them and directly took over a peak. The Academy eventually sent a familiar face over to ask Li Qie, "Teacher, do he became the first guest at their new abode?" "Young noble Li, as I said previously back in the mountain range, Duality Academy always welcomes you." Teacher Du laughed and said. "Good." Li Qie nodded with a smile. Teacher Du didn't know what to say since Li Qie looked so nonchalant. If he didn't see the event with his own eyes, there was no way he would believe that this harmless youth was the cause of a massacre. "May I call you virtuous nephew Li? Since you're a student here now, just let me know which peak you want and I'll arrange it," he said, implying that the Academy would arrange another place for him. His action thus far had a negative effect on the Academy's image. Moreover, he even let Li Qie pick another peak. This was as generous as can be. However, Li Qie seemed to miss the implication. He nodded and casually said, "No need, this place is fine, I'll just stay here." Teacher Du had a pained expression. He wanted to ask, "Little ancestor, just came here and took over someone else's peak. How can you act so nonchalantly as if nothing happened? Is this your place? You can build a house wherever you want. Virtuo's nephew, would you reconsider?" Teacher Du was as polite as can be. Anyone else from another sect would have kicked Li Qie out. In fact, that would still be a light response. Some might even start a fight because what Li Qie did was nothing short of a direct provocation. "I'm fine here," Li Qie answered without a second thought. Teacher Du opened his mouth but didn't know the right words. Must he break all formalities in order to make him understand? "Okay, the young master is tired from the journey, let him rest now." The old servant interrupted him and patted his shoulder, gently pushing him outside. Teacher Du lost control from the push and actually walked outside. This made him shudder because he was extremely powerful. He was a big shot not just in Metropolis but all of the holy ground. Remember, he didn't fear the senior defender who was in charge of a great army at all. He understood that only a few could do so in the south. This old servant was one of them. After they left the hall, the old man let go and Teacher Du regained his balance. During the first meeting, the old man left a deep impression on him. Later on, Li Chia became the focus and he stopped paying attention to the old man. Now, he realized that this old man was a hidden master. Please excuse this junior for not recognizing you, senior. May I ask who you are? He took a deep breath and bowed towards the old man. I'm just an old servant who toils for the young master, that's all. The old man shook his head. Teacher Du was at a loss for words again. Chapter 3603, he could tell that the old man's power far exceeded his. Unfathomable was the right word to describe him. How could such a master describe himself as an old servant? Don't pry into the young master's matters. Tell the academy to ignore us. The old man said. I'm afraid the academy has a few rules. Teacher Du smiled wryly. In fact, the rules here were as generous as can be compared to other powers. Nonetheless, some couldn't be broken or it would be quite chaotic at the academy. There's an exception to everything. This is one of them. The old man responded. Well, I don't think it's very reasonable for the young noble to take over a peak. Teacher Du was in a tough position. He bears no ill will or you wouldn't be standing here right now. It's best to keep this in mind. The old man said. Teacher Du found it hard to respond. Though the old man meant well, anyone else would consider this a threat. This place was Duality Academy, its power and prestige were unquestionable in all of the Southern West King. Now, someone came and actually threatened the teacher on their territory. Others would find the old man to be insane. Senior, this place is Duality. Teacher Du took a deep breath and didn't become angry at the rampant arrogance and disdain. I know, but for our young master, no place in the world is an exception. The old man responded. Teacher Du became emotional. He realized that the old man wasn't personally threatening him. His absolute confidence was in Li Chia. In other words, Li Chia didn't give a damn about duality. It was one thing for someone as powerful as the old man to do so. But Li Chia? He was only in the Conqueror realm and this wasn't Myriad Beast Mountains. He had no home court in this place while they did. Could it be that Li Chia was also a hidden master like the old man? Teacher Du thought that this possibility was low. He had confirmed Li Chia's cultivation. What methods did he have here to not worry about Duality Academy? Moreover, why was this old man subservient to Li Chia? Go, don't bother the young master. I've only said so much since I have ties with duality. The rest is up to your group. The old man waved his hand to send the guest away. Teacher Du found himself out of the temple in the next second. When he first arrived, many students assumed that he would tell Li Chia's group to get the hell out. They waited outside to gloat. Unfortunately, Teacher Du simply left and nothing happened, so they left with disappointment. Teacher Du only regained his wits when he got back to a peak named White Deer. Why am I here? He became startled because he lost control again from just one hand wave. So strong. He was covered in cold sweats after realizing that he had still underestimated the old man. The guy was far, far stronger than his imagination. He couldn't even attempt to stop him from taking his life. Once again, this powerful existence was willing to be Li Chia's servant. I think he's stronger than the Dean. Teacher Du trembled with fear. The current Dean of Duality was five-colored Sacred Sovereign, one of the four Grandmasters of the Holy Ground. Now, he was sure that this old man was stronger than the Dean. This shook him to the core. Who is he? The southern region had people stronger than the four Grandmasters but only a few. Moreover, he would have heard of them too. He started thinking about how he found the old man familiar after the first meeting. I have ties with duality. This comment echoed in his mind. Can it be? He shouted and became stunned. After a while, he murmured, "I must report this to the dean." He then headed up the peak. Meanwhile, a second guest came to see Li Chia, Yang Ling. She and her two close friends were the only students who liked Li Chia. The rest had no favorable impression of him. "Young noble, wait, young Master Li, you're really here." She was excited to see him. She wasn't particularly brilliant but had an open mind and a cheerful attitude, so others liked her. "Are you glad to see me?" Li Chia chuckled after seeing her smile. "I thought you would stay at Myriad Beast Mountains forever." She happily responded. Though she was a regional princess and a noble, she had no prejudice against others. That's why she didn't mind calling Li Chia young master, since he seemed to enjoy this. "It's good to go outside a bit." Li Chia smiled and didn't bother to correct her. She still thought that he was a woodchopper who grew up in the mountains. "Young master, you're joining the academy? The teachers said that they would definitely accept you." She said, "Do you want me to introduce you to one? I know which one is the nicest and not strict, you'll have an easy time learning from him." She was afraid that he wouldn't be used to the outside world, especially its constraints. "It's okay, I'm only here to take a look," he replied. "All right." She looked at him and smiled, "Since this is your first time here, I'm sure you're not familiar with our academy. I'll take you on a tour, it's quite large and you might get lost without one." Having said that, she pulled him out without waiting to see his response. She also noticed that he had a peek to himself and whispered, "The dean might punish you for taking up this entire place after finding out." I think Teacher Du likes you, so maybe he'll help you hide it." Li Chia chuckled and didn't say anything else. Chapter 3604. Despite the numerous mountains and rivers within a 10,000 miles radius, the central area of duality consisted of 9 mountains. This was the core in charge of the rest. The largest among them was White Deer, tall enough to reach the heavens and looking like a pillar. It was covered with cultivation grottos and buildings, then a layer of mist and fog. Few had access to this area because it was reserved for teachers, the dean, and the retired high elders and ancestors. No one knew how many caves and grottos there were here. Nonetheless, it has been home to numerous top masters since the academy's founding. The other peaks were bustling with excitement as well. For example, both Main Peak and Initiate Peak were usually packed. Main Peak was the area where students and teachers came for learning and lectures. It was also quite large, with numerous more than 10,000 buildings and several hundred battle stages. The sheer number of architectures was a good indicator of its size. Initiate Peak served as a dormitory of sorts for the students. The majority of students were here or had stayed here before. Moreover, friends and families could visit and spend the night. That's why outsiders were a common sight. Yang Ling was a first-year student, but she had gotten familiar with the academy. Thus, she guided Li Chia through the major peaks first, Initiate then Main. Her social skills seemed more than adequate since students kept on greeting her. Of course, some also quietly talked about Li Chia. "He's the guy who rode a boar here." One girl smiled after being introduced by Yang Ling. Yang Ling didn't know how to answer after hearing this. The student body might not know who Li Chia or the woodchopper of Myriad Beast Mountains was, but they have certainly heard of the boar rider. "Did you bring your Lil Black and Lil Yellow too?" Yang Ling herself became curious. She thought that they were only regular animals. "I didn't bring them, they want to come along." Li Chia shrugged. "You'll have to keep an eye on them then, don't let them run around. The seniors' mounts are ferocious and they like eating wild animals. It'll be problematic if Lil Black and Lil Yellow come to the wrong places and get eaten." Yang Ling said with good intention. Li Chia became amused after hearing this. He chuckled and said, "What can I do in that case? They can only blame themselves for being blind and running amok." Gao! Gao! Gao. Barks came from behind. Lil Yellow seemed to have snuck along. It was clearly unhappy with Li Qia's comment but was smart enough to glare at Yang Ling instead. It seemed to be disputing the fact regarding the mounts being able to eat them. Those mounts were nothing more than dinners in their eyes. Lil Yellow, you came too. She naturally didn't understand its glare and bent down to pat its neck. She warned, you and Lil Black shouldn't run around, I won't be able to help you because some of my seniors' mounts are even stronger than I am. Lil Yellow shook its body and got far away from Yang Ling, looking haughty and glaring at her again. It thought that this girl was being ridiculous. They were emperors of myriad beast mountains. Provoking them meant being tired of living, let alone trying to eat them. If they were annoyed, they would eat every single mount in Duality Academy. Lil Yellow has a strong personality. Yang Ling didn't read the disdainful gaze correctly, but she knew that the dog didn't appreciate being touched. You heard her, don't run around. Li Qia smiled and shook his head before telling Lil Yellow. He wasn't afraid of the two being eaten, just the opposite. These two might become hungry and sneak out to eat the mounts in the academy. That's why he was warning them. This went double for Lil Black. The boar looked lazy normally, but in reality, it had more wicked thoughts compared to Lil Yellow. Lil Yellow naturally didn't dare to go against Li Qia and had to nod its head. It can understand you. Yang Ling smiled after seeing this, it looks smarter than my mount. Lil Yellow became unhappy again, thinking that this dumb girl was wasting her breath. How could she compare a beast emperor to her crappy mount? It was playing nice because of Li Qia. Otherwise, it would have eaten Yang Ling for touching its neck earlier. The group arrived on Main Peak. They could sense an atmosphere culminated from students training hard. There were numerous battle stages with students training and fighting. Teachers were around to guide them. Some focused on perfecting their merit laws and techniques. One sat alone on a boulder in the middle of a stream, absorbing worldly energies. The more powerful students were challenging their friends for actual combat experience. There were more than 100 stages there of varying levels. The fights were meant for improvement and training, rarely to the death. Only mortal enemies would actually do so. In front of the gate was a statue. It wasn't especially large, but everyone would feel insignificant when standing before it. This is a statue of Duality Master. Duality here stands for mud and cloud. Yang Ling introduced. Of course, this statue was created by future descendants, not Duality Master himself. At the base of the statue was a famous line. However, it wasn't the domineering one that shocked the world. 80,000 Buddhas are nothing more than statues, and the gods up in the firmaments are mere floating duckweeds. The following characters were carved: just a mortal I am, just one thought to become cloud and mud. That's right, this phrase is the one most often said by him instead of the line chanted during the creation of Duality Academy. No one knew the origin of this line, so it probably originated from him. Because of this, people started calling him Cloud Mud or Duality Master. Li Qia stared at the statue and repeated the line. This moment lasted for a while as if nothing was more interesting to him than the statue. Yang Ling noticed this and thought that Li Qia had a strange expression. It was hard to pinpoint it on a particular emotion. Though many came and saw this statue, they usually had a look of reverence while recalling his tales. This wasn't the case here. There was no hint of admiration or remembrance. Chapter 3605, Nonetheless, she waited patiently for him. After a while, he withdrew his gaze and she teased, "What do you think about Duality Master?" Li Qia chuckled without responding while wearing a natural expression. He seemed to have understood something. Duality Master has a big secret, do you want to know? Yang Ling changed the topic. He's immortal. Li Qia smiled. Yang Ling was surprised at this response. How do you know? It's clearly written right there. Just a mortal I am, just one thought to become cloud and mud. Li Qiye pointed at the phrase beneath the statue. Ah, the first time I read it, I thought there was a deeper meaning behind it. Yang Ling said. Just kidding, I already knew without seeing this line. Li Qiye chuckled. Really? She became surprised again. Read more and know more. I knew it from reading a book. Li Qiye replied. Yang Ling didn't expect this since Li Qiye was a woodchopper living in a remote area. A child who grew up here shouldn't know much about the outside world. She thought that he hadn't heard of powerful Tao lords, mighty sects, and the legends. Now, it seemed that he might be more than that, a woodchopper with a penchant for reading. Of course, she never saw him touch a book during her time at the temple. Isn't it magical? Yang Ling elaborated on the topic. I didn't believe that Duality Master was immortal. After coming here, I asked the teachers about this and they confirmed it. Just think about it, how could a mortal reach that height? A mortal dared to look down on Buddhism and the gods. That's nothing short of blind arrogance. However, no one had questioned the authenticity of this line. It really came from him. To take it further, this mortal managed to crush thousands of temples and statues with one hand wave. The Buddhist affinity within a 10,000 miles radius dispersed. Only a Tao Lord should be able to do something like this, not a mortal. What came next were powerful cultivators coming to celebrate the founding of his academy. The entire world participated in this event. The same couldn't be said for a Tao Lord's coronation. Even Apricot Tao Lord came to listen to a lecture. Nothing could be stranger than this. Nonetheless, these extraordinary and unbelievable events felt so logical and natural when Duality Master was involved. Miracles weren't miracles anymore in his presence, reduced to just common occurrences. In history, Duality Master was the only mortal to achieve all of this. Yang Ling was astounded after confirming this part of history. How did he do it? She said, I heard he even entered the life-forbidden zone and moved around freely. That's a place even Tao Lords avoided. Don't you see the second line? Li Qiye smiled and pointed at the bottom of the statue, just one thought to become cloud and mud. What do you mean? She asked. You haven't reached the right level. Li Qiye elaborated, it's literal and simple, he's capable of changing into the clouds above or the mud below with a single thought. Changing to the cloud and mud? She mused, still feeling lost. Li Qiye was in a great mood, this was extremely rare for him. He felt patient enough to go on, so what do they symbolize here? She couldn't come up with an answer right away. The clouds are the gods above the 9 firmaments, looking down on the world. The mud below are mortals, only capable of looking up. Li Qiye said. So young master, you're saying that Duality Master might only be a mortal, but with a single thought, he can become a god? She became excited after understanding the phrase. It's not its true meaning but close enough. Li Qiye chuckled. She had previously heard this line numerous times, maybe more than 1,000. She didn't feel much previously because it might just be his favorite line. Now, with Li Qiye's help, she found the line to be majestic and domineering. Duality Master might have thought of himself as being invincible. A mortal capable of turning into a god with just one thought. Maybe at that point, he no longer considered anyone in 8 Desolaces to be a real opponent. None was qualified to challenge him. Then she even thought about the first line again, just a mortal I am. Duality Master was dominant enough even in his mortal form. There was no need to change to cloud or mud. Just a mortal I am, just one thought to become cloud and mud. She appreciated the line even more after repeating it. Her blood was boiling since she could feel his untouchable aura. She looked back at the statue and found it to be larger than before. People should bow and worship, she thought. How can he do it? Transforming at a whim. She calmed down and took a deep breath before asking Li Qiye with curiosity. Because he has an uncompromising Tao heart. The more invincible it is, the more invincible he is. Li Qiye responded. The Tao heart. She had heard of this logic before and thought that it was just a joke not based on logic. A few seniors kept on harping about the Tao heart, but juniors like her would rather cultivate a powerful merit law or obtain a strong weapon. This Tao heart thing was too ethereal and unreachable. It seemed to be theoretical instead of practical. This is actually a thing. She thought that if one could be invincible with a strong Tao heart, there would be no need for cultivation. You'll understand more once you reach the right level. The Tao heart doesn't just manifest out of your imagination, it requires polishing and accumulation. Li Qiye shook his head. Polishing and accumulation. She nodded despite still being lost. She couldn't imagine how the Tao heart helped duality master. Nonetheless, she still memorized Li Qiye's guidance along with the famous line. Both left a deep impression on her. Just a mortal. Right, I want to be a mortal too, so free and comfortable. Li Qiye looked back at the statue and said emotionally before leaving. Chapter 3606, Comprehension was another one of the 9 peaks, a favorite among the students. Just like its name, this was a place for the students to learn and comprehend the Tao. It wasn't just a training ground. To be exact, it contained the scrolls and manuals of duality in various forms. Too many top experts have studied at the academy. Many of them would leave a technique or two after finishing their arts. Some brilliant teachers also chose to leave behind their knowledge too. Thus, comprehension was a treasury of sorts. It contained hidden merit laws and techniques from the teachers, heavenly sovereigns, and Tao lords. Buildings were sparse here, unlike the boulders, towering trees, and hidden walls among the vegetation overgrowth. The wise sages didn't care too much and directly imprinted their merit laws onto the various objects on the peak, the boulders, old trees. Some hid their arts better so that the faithful descendants would have to put in more effort. That's why a few students were searching among the grass and stones. Merit laws might actually be hidden there. All the merit laws found on comprehension were available for the students regardless of their race and time at the academy. This particular openness and generosity had a big influence on 8 Desolaces. Alumni would come back after becoming powerful to repay the debt, leaving their new moves behind at comprehension. Normally, Tao lords and heavenly sovereigns wouldn't want to share their attainments with the rest of the world. This wasn't the case for the successful alumni from duality. This benefited the future generations and created a cycle of sharing and learning. More and more merit laws were accumulated at comprehension as a result. Li Qiye and Yang Ling walked up the winding stone path around the peak. It helped them get through the perilous cliffs. However, this didn't stop students from crowding on top of the cliffs and trees. They sat in groups and tried to feel the grand Tao or derive the arts left behind. In spite of the overcrowded nature of this place, it was one of the quietest peaks. The students either meditated or spoke with a hushed tone among themselves. This was a stark contrast to Initiate Peak. The most popular among the techniques included Dhyana Tao Lord's Buddhist Art, Sword Emperor's Legacy, 3 Truths Tao Lord's Ultimate Power. Yang Ling brought Li Qiye to another statue. The area in front was filled with layers of students. This is a technique left behind by Sword Emperor. Just understanding it will make you a great swordsman. Yang Ling quietly introduced. Li Qiye looked up and saw the coarse statue, seemingly carved into a humanoid shape from a single boulder. It was raising a sword. The face was done carelessly and not recognizable. However, one could feel sword energies emanating even when far away. It felt as if the tip of a sword was touching their chest. The lines were the minimum to make it resemble a sword wielder. There was nothing else depicted. If it wasn't for the rampaging sword energies, people would think that this was a fake to trick others. Of course, the sword energies that have been around for millions of years showed just how much effort Sword Emperor had put into it. He was one of the most brilliant Tao lords. This technique was highly coveted, so a large number of students came each day to learn. Their eyes were hot while looking at this statue and fantasizing about the sword technique. In the history of 8 Desolaces, very few Tao lords used Emperor in their titles. The most accepted was Emperor Yi. After becoming a Tao lord, she referred to herself as Emperor. She might be the only one who did so among her peers. Nonetheless, she swept through the realms and even the forbidden zones. Thus, no one had an issue with this title. As for Sword Emperor, he himself didn't come up with this. Future descendants gave him this title out of respect. He thought that he wasn't at that height, so he actually chose the title Sword Saint. He wouldn't dare to compare himself to Emperor Yi, but in terms of just the sword Tao, his level could illuminate the myriad ages. Some believe that he was the greatest swordsman in the history of 8 Desolaces. He studied at Duality Academy during his youth, albeit only for a short period. He left West King afterward and traveled far before finishing his Tao. He then created a supreme Tao system. Nevertheless, he still returned to the academy and left a technique named Sword Point. Students, later on, came to learn this technique. Though they couldn't comprehend his sword Tao, they still greatly benefited. This was especially true for the future generation's sword gods. The peculiar thing about this statue was that it didn't matter where one was standing or the angle relative to it. They would find that the sword was always pointing at their chest. Nothing they could do would change this. Shifting movement and changing stance didn't matter. Many were currently trying to do so because they didn't believe in this phenomenon. Some did it in order to understand the sword Tao. Why is it always pointing its sword at our chest? It's not alive. I've changed position more than 10 times already. One student said. The statue might not be alive, but it was still carved by Sword Emperor and has his sword energies within. It's not the stone sword pointing at your chest but rather, the energy. A powerful student explained. A teacher told me that when this sword is no longer pointing at your chest, that's when you grasp its profundity. Another older student smiled and said. Has anyone learned it? An underclassman asked. Of course, our academy has produced plenty of top cultivators, a lot of sword heroes and sword gods too. Many of them were guided by this technique. A knowledgeable student answered, I heard Mad Blade was also influenced by it. I thought Senior Mad Blade was a saber user. Why would he be affected by a sword technique? One student became curious. All Tao have the same source. The strong student prior responded, after reaching a certain level, the sword and saber are the same, it's not strange at all. A genius like Senior Mad Blade can definitely figure it out. Let's not talk about the seniors, what about our class? One friend asked. The group exchanged glances and no one answered. This wasn't their fault. They weren't inadequate, it's just that the technique was too profound. Anyone in history who managed to understand it eventually became a famous swordsman. I think First Sister tried. One student said. Right, Senior Sister Dugu has come here before. An upperclassman agreed. They were referring to the genius Dugu Lan. So did she figure it out? This became the next topic. 1. I'm not sure who this is here. Chapter 3607. Most students have heard of Dugu Lan trying to learn sword point, but they didn't know anything concrete. Junior Sister Lan immediately went to train after looking at it. I'm sure she figured something out. A very powerful student from the same class as Dugu Lan answered. Seems like there's still a possibility. This motivated the crowd. They took a deep breath and carefully observed the statue. Li Qiye only glanced at it and chuckled. Let's go. He then turned and left. Yang Ling was also observing, but unfortunately, due to her limited talents, she didn't learn anything. She regained her wits and followed Li Qie. Sword point is too amazing, I can't stop that sword from pointing at me no matter the angle. That's why Sword Emperor is the greatest swordsman. Yang Ling praised. That thing is alright, it doesn't represent his sword Dao though. Li Qie smiled. Alright? Young master, that's a technique from the invincible Sword Emperor. So many great swordsmen learned from this technique. Yang Ling stared weirdly at Li Qie. His sword Dao originated from a heavenly scripture. Li Qie chuckled and said, if you saw the real thing, you would know how average this technique is. You've seen it? Yang Ling became confused. No. Li Qie answered, but I've seen it in a book where people described it in detail. In a book? Yang Ling thought Li Qie was too devilish. The guy appeared to know everything, nothing could surprise him or trick his eyes. Of course, it was good that no one else heard Li Qie speak lightly of the sword technique or they would definitely scold him. Yang Ling calmed down and brought Li Qie to other places with merit laws. Unfortunately, the guy only glanced briefly at them or said that they were just okay. Some of these merit laws came from heavenly sovereigns and Dao lords. A few were praised as unbeatable. That's why she found Li Qie's comments astonishing. However, she gradually became used to his indifferent attitude. She thought about how he used to live in myriad beast mountains and how he ate immortal items like the fish and grass. He treated them just like ordinary meals. Ahead is a saber technique left behind by Senior Mad Blade. He's one of the few masters who left techniques here and is still alive. Yang Ling became excited after they walked up another stone path. She didn't ask for permission before grabbing Li Qie's hand and pulling him forward. They made it a bit more before seeing a large boulder next to a cliff. It contained Mad Blade saber technique. One could also feel the same discomforting cuts before getting close. Because of this, the students here had a hard time persevering and would leave early. The saber gales are too strong, staying here long will harm our cultivation. One student shook his head and left. Senior Mad Blade is from this era so the remnant energy is still too much. This technique is better left for future descendants. Another clicked his tongue after experiencing the gales. Young master, do you know Senior Mad Blade? He might be the strongest living student from the academy. Unfortunately, I can't withstand the gale or I would try to learn his technique. Yang Ling excitedly said. You're a fan of his? Li Qie smiled. Young master, rumor has it that the senior used to be very arrogant during his time here. He looked down on Vajra dynasty and even bullied some princes of that generation, Yang Ling said with admiration. My grandpa said that this technique was left when he was still a student. He told the princes that if any of them could understand this, he would work as an official for Vajra. Unfortunately, the princes couldn't even withstand the gales for long, let alone comprehending the technique. Yang Ling went on and on. She memorized all the little details. You don't like Vajra? Li Qie smiled after seeing the girl's expression. No, of course not. Yang Ling hurriedly changed her expression and shook her head. She naturally didn't dare to talk negatively about Vajra. She was a regional princess, her clan was bestowed the title by Vajra. My grandpa studied here too. He didn't get along with the princes. Yang Ling looked around before whispering. Li Qie chuckled. No wonder why the girl was a fan of Mad Blade since he taught the princes a lesson. It's not what you think, young master. Yang Ling denied right away. Do you know that the South has 3 supremes? Mad Blade is the youngest among them. The 2 supremes were stronger than the 4 grandmasters. They weren't limited to the holy ground either. One was Buddha Supreme and the other was Righteous Supreme. Buddha Supreme rarely showed up in public and was naturally from the holy ground. On the other hand, Righteous Supreme was from Righteous Sect, an enemy of the holy ground. He had lived for many eras, completely unfathomable. 2 supremes. Li Qiye corrected her. There are 3 now, everyone is considering Senior Mad Blade as one because he's above the 4 grandmasters. No one in the south disputes this right now. Yang Ling argued. Mad Blade was a true genius. Though his Dao debut was later, he just needed his saber to sweep through the world. His name was Guan Batian. The man was arrogant enough to challenge the 2 supremes during his youth. He managed to defeat most experts in both the Holy Ground and Righteous Sect, successfully backing up his words. Later on, he traveled to the Wild 8 Kingdoms and news about him stopped coming. Nonetheless, most still listed him as the 3rd Supreme. This was especially true for the students of duality since he was an alumnus. As they got closer to the boulder, they saw someone already standing there to look at the technique. Your attendant is here too. Yang Ling became surprised. The old servant stopped and smiled at Yang Ling. I'm bored in the temple, so just taking a break. Young master, Miss Yang, you're here for a look too. I brought your young master to see Senior Mad Blade's ultimate saber technique. Yang Ling said enthusiastically, I was just telling him about how the senior is the 3rd Supreme, the pride of our academy. Is that so? I haven't heard of this since I was staying in the mountains. The old man shook his head. Well, now you know. Senior Mad Blade is incredible, he's definitely strong enough to challenge the other 2 supremes. Yang Ling went on. The old man only smiled in response. Unfortunately, On Ling couldn't linger for long since her cultivation wasn't strong enough to resist the sharp gales. The gales here are too much, I need to leave. She felt as if blades were cutting her skin. However, she became surprised and asked, Young master, you're fine. I'm fine, I grew up in the mountains so my skin is tough after falling so much. Li Qiye smiled. I'll be going then, keep on looking, maybe you'll figure something out. Yang Ling said while running away. Li Qiye chuckled and focused on the boulder, the old man did the same. Chapter 3608, Only a few moves were carved on the boulder. Nonetheless, these cuts depicted a great master unleashing his supreme technique. The gales emanating from them were incredible, as if Mad Blade was here in person, one cut to split the sky and all momentums. He could look down on the world with his saber attainment. During a careful observation, one would find themselves being engulfed by the saber momentum. Their legs would start trembling. A weaker cultivator wouldn't be able to finish looking at one variation. Mad Blade was true to his title. During his youth, he was insanely arrogant, especially during his time at the academy. His saber style was the same, unbridled and wild, brimming with arrogance. Because of this, people had different opinions regarding him. Both Li Qiye and the old servant were looking at the saber technique. A load of crap. The old man smiled and said, so arrogant after learning a few mediocre slashes, thinking about invincibility already. Foolishness. It's okay. Li Qiye responded, there are flaws, but calling it a supreme saber art isn't an exaggeration. Just need to fix it and it'll be immaculate. You have any good ideas, young master? The old man said. I'm sure you have better ones brewing in your mind since you have been looking at them for so long. Your ideas are more fleshed out. Li Qiye chuckled. The saber always has flaws, so the same with this Tao. The old man sentimentally said, even if I were to change these techniques, they won't be better in the slightest. A few things are done and over with. There are no perfect merit laws. To not have any is the real perfection. One can only try to improve infinitely. Each technique and move need flaws to have power. Li Qiye continued, plus, the users matter too. A perfect merit law used by a weak cultivator would be full of openings. But a worthless move employed by a top master. It'll be inches from perfection. Just focus on the user instead of the techniques. In a sense, merit laws shouldn't be classified as weak or strong, all originated from the source of the Grand Tao. Only external factors distinguish them. How insightful, young master. The old man clapped and said, "So you're unhappy with the current classification for merit laws?" "Not to that extent, it's just that people have different perspectives depending on their height," Li Qiye said. He paused for a bit and continued, "When taking the mysteries of the Grand Tao into account, it's not wise to classify merit laws. However, it is useful for beginners to start with the right ones. This does limit their learning though, won't be able to go farther and see the real profundity." "You're right, young master." The old man agreed. Even yellow-level merit laws have a Tao that can be comparable to the heaven level or even reach the limit of the Tao. Unfortunately, the classification limited it to the yellow level. But those with mediocre talents and a weak Tao heart would find them easier to learn. Moreover, suitable merit laws at the right level will be more effective than higher-level ones. Li Qiye defended the other side. True, power isn't reliant on the level but rather suitability. The old man nodded. Li Qiye then turned towards the boulder and touched the cuts. "The slashes are too violent and direct, lowering the momentum by 30% will actually make it stronger and more flexible. It only needs 3 forms possessing both offense and defense. Such a technique will allow one to have unlimited murderous potential and the might to face all foes in a decisive manner." His touch penetrated the current saber technique. He then gradually moved his palms together and the cuts suddenly started moving as well. They changed and were united together into 3 slashes. This was the result of numerous refinements and simplification, culminating in a domineering and violent saber technique capable of splitting the heaven. Incredible, this is absolutely unstoppable. The old man's eyes lit up after seeing the technique's final form. He was able to see the countless variations and transformations of the 3 slashes. Just like that, 3 supreme saber Tao came into being. Invincibility, the old man became immersed by the new Tao, reaching sublimation. The 3 slashes opened a new door for him, allowing him to see the apex. Li Qiye pulled his hands back and the light dispersed. The saber technique remained the same as before. Everything just now seemed to be an illusion. This supreme saber technique deserves a name. The old man regained his wits and requested. Call it Daoslay Trinary. Li Qiye casually named it. Daoslay Trinary, I like it. The old man thought that the name was suitable and wonderful. He clapped and sighed, still indulging in the great technique. Li Qiye chuckled and left the old man to himself. "Young master, it's been long enough that I thought that the gales have knocked you unconscious. I was about to go look for you. How are you doing?" Yang Ling heaved a sigh of relief and looked at him from top to bottom. "I'm fine, my body is tough. That wasn't enough to injure me." Li Qiye chuckled. "Then let's keep going up. The next place is the lecture location of Duality Master." Yang Ling grabbed Li Qiye's hand again. This area was referred to as the Enlightenment Platform. It hasn't changed much after millions of years due to its significance for both duality and the world. It was located at the pinnacle of comprehension. The place was flat and open with a single boulder next to the precipice. Duality Boulder sat on top of this boulder to preach to the top masters from all over the world previously, Apricot Tao Lord, top heavenly sovereigns such as Sword God, old men that have been reclusive for millions of years. On the boulder was a stone chair, quite large and simple. Nonetheless, it looked like a throne for an existence capable of grasping the universe. The two saw many students gathered here. Some wanted to take a look at the famous Tao platform. Others meditated in order to learn the Tao, hoping to take advantage of the special atmosphere. Our duality master gave lectures in this place. It used to be lively beyond imagination due to the participants including reclusive masters. Yang Ling spoke as if she was here in person back then. This was understandable. All students took pride in this spot, it symbolized the prestige of the academy. Remember, Duality Master was only a mortal, yet the apex cultivators still came to listen, a powerful Tao Lord and people who have lived millions of years. This was so unbelievable and illogical. However, it all made sense because the main character was Duality Master. Chapter 3609, Many diagrams were carved on the front of the boulder. Each was a simple movement, clearly depicting a merit law. Yang Ling hurriedly pulled Li Qie through the crowd so that they could look at the diagrams. Today, the boulder served as a spiritual totem of the academy, not to mention the merit law left behind by Duality Master. This is the only merit law Duality Master left to the academy. Yang Ling enthusiastically told Li Qie. This was also quite unbelievable. The founder of the academy only left one merit law to his legacy. This was another hot topic when it came to the academy. Nonetheless, the academy's library of merit laws was definitely second to none in 8 decilaces. They were all-inclusive from the myriad sects in the world. During the first day, numerous sects came to give the academy their scriptures. Even the Holy Ground gave the academy its strongest art, Buddha's 6 Tao created by Buddha Tao Lord. This was Sacred Mountain's ultimate art, but they weren't stingy with it. Apricot Tao Lord also gave her own creation to the academy. Then there were masters from True Immortal, Pure Yang Clan, Lion's Roar Country, and Righteous Sect. They also gave the academy equivalent merit laws. Later on, the alumni added more to the list: 3 Truths Tao Lord, Diana Tao Lord, Heaven Devourer Tao Lord. All of these arts made the academy unique in 8 decilaces. This made its founder seem rather stingy in comparison. Of course, no one knew if it was only one merit law on this boulder. There could be more hidden here. Because the diagrams were left behind by Duality, virtually all students would come here at least once to take a look. The majority also wanted to comprehend it. According to the rumors, this merit law was nothing short of being unmatched and unbelievably mighty. Numerous students were copying the movements and actions of the diagrams, waving their hands and such. Unfortunately, this yielded 0 results. Their effort didn't matter. They eventually thought that these were simple and meaningless movements. Some considered the little details of the diagram. There must be certain things hidden there. Alas, they didn't find anything worthwhile. Did Duality Master really leave behind an unbeatable merit law? One student who failed eventually became skeptical. Hard to say. Another answered. In reality, he wasn't the only one. If these diagrams weren't left behind by Duality Master, they would have thought that these were ugly drawings. The carver was just trying to be mysterious. Alas, since it was indeed created by Duality Master, who would dare to call it a pretentious and ugly art piece? Maybe we're approaching this from the wrong angle. One student spent half a day here and eventually gave up. Don't forget, Duality Master is immortal. His perspective on cultivation might be completely different than ours. That makes sense. Maybe the movements are meant as exercises. Another student thought that this wasn't a merit law but didn't dare to be too blunt. It's not an exercise. This is absolutely a profound merit law. A Tao Lord once said that someone who understands the diagrams already has a firm grasp on the real meanings of the Grand Tao. An older student shook his head. The crowd exchanged glances. No one would doubt the words of a Tao Lord. They weren't qualified to do so regardless of their talents. Has anyone done so in history? A student asked curiously while looking at the diagrams. No. The older student pondered before answering. However, I've heard from teacher Xiaoho that after becoming a Tao Lord, Diana Tao Lord returned and stood before this boulder for a long time. Diana Tao Lord? The crowd became silent after hearing this title. Buddha Holy Ground was a lineage with 4 Tao Lords. Diana was the 3rd, but some actually considered him the strongest, even surpassing Buddha Tao Lord. There was a phrase in the Holy Ground: ask Buddha Tao Lord regarding Buddhism, Vajra Tao Lord for military questions, Diana Tao Lord for cultivation. In fact, Some listed Diana among the top 10 Dao lords with regard to strictly cultivation. Rumor has it that Diana Dao Lord has finished the Buddhamization chapter, so his grand Dao attainment is incredible. I think he might have figured it out. One student said with admiration. One of the Tetra Zen, Buddhamization. Another student added. The Dao Lord used to be a prince who studied at the academy. He eventually came across a fortune containing a legendary scripture, Buddhamization chapter of the Tetra Zen. This allowed him to become a Buddhist Dao Lord. You're right, he should have been able to do it. One more student said. All eyes were on the older student, eagerly awaiting an answer. I mean, a Dao Lord, the great Diana, should be able to figure it out, right? Another murmured. The older student smiled wryly and shook his head, I don't know. Teacher Xiaoho said that he was here for 3 days and 3 nights. When he was about to leave, he only said excellent and nothing else. The students exchanged glances, unaware of the actual result. Excellent. One student pondered and said, this is either a praise or an expression of admiration. It means that the Dao Lord has understood its profundity or the meanings of the diagrams. Duality Master must be trying to convey something with them. The Dao Lord might have understood, but he didn't tell anyone else about the true nature of the diagrams. The mystery remained. Li Qiye couldn't help but smile while looking at the diagrams. It grew wider as if he was enjoying the work of art. On the other hand, Yang Ling was imitating the movements in an earnest manner. Of course, she wasn't the only one who did this. Unfortunately, this method didn't yield any fruit. Sigh, I've copied them down and memorized them long ago. It's useless, I have no idea what they are. Yang Ling had a helpless expression. 1. Buddhist phrase that is translated as excellent/wonderful. Similar to Amitabha. Chapter 36:10. You can wave and guess another billion times and you still won't be able to learn the mysteries of the diagrams. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head while looking at Yang Ling's bitter expression. Why not? Her bright eyes brimmed with curiosity. Because the diagrams weren't created for your eyes, only a certain few. Li Qiye revealed. For who? Who can understand them? She asked. Someone who has understood the mysteries of the Tao. Li Qiye stared at the diagram and had a strange smile full of implications. Young master, can you understand them? Or at least notice some clues? Yang Ling was drawn in by the mysterious smile and asked. Yes, I understand them. Li Qiye's smile became brighter. This comment instantly attracted everyone's attention. The conversation earlier didn't garner any because there were more than 1,000 students here. They grouped up and talked among themselves with a focus on the diagrams. No one paid attention to Li Qiye and Yang Ling. However, when Li Qiye said that he understood them, the entire crowd was struck. Eyes were on him, wide open. Even Yang Ling stared at him, the word disbelief clearly written on her face. Who is he? Many had no idea who Li Qiye was. That's the guy who rode the boar. This entry of his had left a deep impression on the spectators. Not many actually came to Myriad Beast Mountains and saw him, so the entry period was a bigger focus. So that's him. The students have definitely heard of this event. Where is he from? Why is he shameless enough to make this claim? Another student asked. Skepticism was warranted in this case due to historical precedents. How could a junior like Li Qiye, a guy who rode a boar to the academy, dare to disrespect the wise sages before him? He's from Myriad Beast Mountains. One student had a guarded expression when talking about Li Qiye. He summoned thousands of chaos primal beasts and massacred armies. He's no slouch. The bloody massacre was still haunting him recently. Yes, a teacher called him the son of the mountains, the favorite of the beasts. Another student added. This isn't Myriad Beast Mountains. Moreover, How can a wild child understand the mysteries left behind by Duality Master? He probably hasn't even learned that many merit laws and they're probably below average. Someone who was there disagreed. The two sides started talking about this matter. Young Master, which diagram and movement do you understand? Yang Ling asked, not wanting to be presumptuous. She didn't think that he understood the entire thing. Just understanding one diagram or seeing one clue was amazing enough. The entire thing. Li Qiye nonchalantly responded. The entire thing. Yang Ling accidentally raised her voice due to the shock. No genius or master in history has been able to understand the diagrams. Diana Dao Lord might be the only exception. Now, a nameless junior said that he understood the whole thing. Impossible. A student retorted with haste. He snorted and said, just understanding one or two diagrams means that you can go down in history. What a joke, do you think you're Diana Dao Lord? According to the records, Sword God didn't understand when Duality Master was carving down the diagrams. He asked and the Master only answered with a smile. Do you know who Sword God is and what he represented during that era? Another student voiced his disbelief. In fact, no one here took him seriously because it was impossible. Some looked at him with disdain. Others didn't bother commenting because there was no need to pay attention to a braggart. Young Masterly, please mind your words because this is Duality Academy, not Myriad Beast Mountains. You can say whatever you want back there due to a lack of listeners. Here, there are too many ears, it'll bring needless trouble to you. A kind soul reminded Li Qiye. One needed to be able to back up outrageous claims here or trouble would come. Yes, only the fish and birds listen to your crap back at the mountain range. Now, you have to be responsible for your words. It's better to stop bragging from now on. Another murmured. Young Master, even Sword God didn't understand it. Yang Ling quietly told Li Qiye. She thought that he would be able to understand one or two diagrams but certainly not the whole thing. That's why she reminded him with good intention. It's not difficult at all. Duality Master's intent is very short and simple. Li Qiye smiled without bothering to look at the crowd. How audacious, to call an eternal mystery short and simple. One unhappy student immediately blurted out. It's true, you're being too arrogant. Even the neutral crowd started shaking their head, thinking that Li Qiye was being disrespectful to Duality Master. I heard someone was being ridiculous here. So it's the brat from Myriad Beast Mountains. A sneer came about. People looked over and saw a group of friends approaching. The one in front was none other than Zhang Changyu. Brat, you don't know who Duality Master is? He's the founder of our academy, the most peerless and brilliant existence in history. Your careless comments disparage both his prestige and the academy's. Zhang Changyu got close to Li Qiye and coldly uttered. This used to be Zhang Yu. Zhang Changyu is correct. Chapter 36:11, Zhang Changyu immediately accused Li Qiye of a serious crime so that he would have the advantage. Zhang Changyu, what rubbish are you spewing? Yang Ling wasn't an idiot and could see that this would look quite bad for Li Qiye. Yang Ling's harsh comment in public embarrassed him. His expression turned to an unsightly shade of red. He had a crush on her for a very long time now, but she always picked Li Qiye's side over him. This was too much to take. Regional Princess, I'm merely telling the truth. This guy is disrespecting our founder. Students like us have the responsibility to uphold the academy's prestige. Why do you keep on protecting him? He's not a student here. He retorted. A few students exchanged glances and started whispering. They obviously knew that Zhang Changyu had a hidden agenda. Li Qiye might have been haughty and ridiculous, disrespectful might be taking it too far. They smiled since Zhang Changyu was being too obvious at assigning a crime to Li Qiye. Of course, they wouldn't bother standing up for the guy. They had no relationship with Li Qie. Moreover, he wasn't from Duality Academy while Zhang Chanyu was a noble. The audacity! Yang Ling's expression soured as she shouted back, "If you wish to push the issue, then I'll teach you a lesson. Let's see if you have improved recently." She took out her weapon. Zhang Chanyu staggered backward, not expecting the sudden eruption. His face turned redder since the situation became more awkward. Many friends knew about his crush. Now, she even wanted to fight him in order to protect this savage. It made it difficult for him to look others in the eye. He trembled with rage and glared at Li Qie. All of his anger was directed towards him. "Junior sister, why are you angry? Chanyu isn't wrong." A firm voice interrupted them. People looked back and saw an older youth with many students following behind him. He was handsome and had an innate air of nobility. His robe was outlined in gold, accentuating his aura. He was clearly born a noble. "The young duke is here." Others came forward to greet him. He clearly had a good social network at the academy. Senior brother Yan Chanyu also came over. Yan Jingxian. Yang Ling snorted, not giving him any face. This newcomer was older and stronger than both Yang Ling and Yang Chanyu. Most importantly, he was from the Yan. His father contributed enough to the dynasty to earn the duke title. He was quite mighty as well. Furthermore, their clan was on the side of the Grand Chancellor. Thus, their backing was quite influential. Jingxian came over and took a look at Li Qie. "This must be young Master Li from Myriad Beast Mountains. Since you're from the mountain range, you might not be familiar with certain rules. Just keep in mind that you do need to follow them while staying at Duality. Please show self-control. I am the rules." Li Qie chuckled and said without a care. The students thought that they were hearing things. Though Jingxian was threatening Li Qie and backing Chanyu up, he kept it polite. On the other hand, Li Qie showed zero civility and retaliated with a verbal slap. Jingshuan's eyes turned cold as a result. He was powerful and came from a prestigious clan. Few students from Duality dared to talk to him in this manner, let alone a woodchopper. This guy is insane. Duality isn't a place for him to rampage. One student shook his head. He is from the wilderness and doesn't understand the complicated political scene at Vitra. Being drawn in will end with death. An older student added. Both the Zhang and the Yan were under the faction of the Grand Chancellor. That's why they supported each other. Who the hell do you think you are? Keep running your mouth shamelessly and you'll see death. Zhang Chanyu shouted. Boom. Unfortunately, the sky suddenly turned dark and he couldn't finish his words. Ah! He couldn't dodge in time and was smashed by something. Numerous bones were broken. People calmed down and saw the weapon employed by Li Qie, the stone chair on top of the boulder. It belonged to Duality Master, so it had a special significance at the academy. Now, it was used earlier to smash Chanyu in a merciless manner. Most students had no idea how Li Qie even did it, they didn't see anything. What are you doing? Yan Jingxian shouted and rushed forward. Slow down now. Li Qie moved his foot on top of Chanyu's head. Jingxian stopped right away, afraid that Li Qie might stomp down and crush the guy's head. The crowd became restless. Li Qie attacked without any warning and his weapon of choice was the most surprising thing. No one in the academy would dare to touch that stone chair. Li Qie was an exception. Isn't this brat too cruel? He needs to at least say something first before attacking. It's despicable. One student quietly said. It's because you don't understand him. Another said, his cultivation is weak but he's definitely brutal. I saw him schemed an army to death without batting an eye. 100,000 men died and their blood flowed like rivers. Killing one Zhang Chanyu is nothing in comparison. You're right, he's a monster. A different student smiled wryly, but this isn't Myriad Beast. I don't think an escalation will end well for him. What do you think you're doing? Chanyu was both afraid and furious since Li Qiye's foot was on top of his head. This is only a warning. Run your mouth in front of me again and it'll be death. Li Qiye looked down at him. Zhang Chanyu wanted to speak but couldn't since Li Qiye pressed his foot down on the guy's mouth. Chanyu couldn't handle this public humiliation and was as livid as can be. Enough. Your action is over the top, too arrogant. This is Duality Academy. Jingxian furiously roared. So what? The location doesn't matter to me. Li Qiye replied. Jingxian wasn't used to this type of treatment before, leaving him at a loss for words. Li Qiye stopped caring and walked away. Yang Ling regained her wits and hurriedly followed him. Jingxian watched the two of them leave, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. That brat's movement earlier, it looks like one of the diagrams, an extremely talented student among the crowd murmured. The way Li Qiye lifted up that chair seemed familiar. Impossible, he didn't even practice, how could he perform one? Another shook his head. It's just a coincidence. There's no way a woodchopper like him can understand the diagrams. No one accepted that Li Qiye's move originated from the diagram. Chapter 36:12, Yang Ling took Li Qiye to Myriad Cauldron Peak after they left Comprehension Peak. Myriad Cauldron was the shortest and thickest among the 9, looking like a giant cauldron and a volcano from the distance. It spanned for 1,000 miles, the pinnacle was the mouth of the volcano. One could hear metallic clankings before arriving. It could mistake them for being in the wrong location. Why would there be blacksmithing at Duality Academy? But this was indeed a main peak of duality. It was also a favorite among the students. They could forge and refine their weapons here. The heat emanating from this peak was obvious. Though the temperature didn't seem particularly high, staying here for a long period would make people feel as if their body has been lit on fire. This magical fire somehow had penetrated them and wanted to burn everything from within. This naturally resulted in an uncomfortable experience. Nonetheless, the students still went for the sake of improving their arsenal. A coiling stone path started at the base with a considerable gap between each step. One could see the mouth of a cauldron sticking out of the peak. The cauldrons themselves were embedded into the peak. The color of the smoke varied as well, normal, yellow, colorless. This formation extended all the way to the pinnacle. Perhaps there were more than 10,000 cauldrons. This might be the origin of the peak's name. We're at Myriad Cauldron Peak, a very famous place with an incredible background. Yang Ling explained, rumor has it that after starting Duality, our founder dragged a peak from a broken area of the past. He then ignited the divine flames within and added the cauldrons. This allowed future generations access to augmentation. While standing at the base and sensing the heat, Li Qiye didn't need to use his eyes and still knew everything about it. It's a great cauldron. He smiled. Of course. A teacher told me that everyone wants to borrow this place for blacksmithing. Only a few are lucky enough, such as Ancient Zen Tao Lord and Three Truth Tao Lord. They used the peak to create their Tao Lord weapons. Some stronger heavenly sovereigns had this privilege too. In history, all the top masters sang praises about this peak after visiting. Virtually everyone desired to craft their artifacts here. In fact, even the invincible Apricot Tao Lord took advantage of this for her weapon during Duality Master's era. It's understandable why everyone wants to use it. Li Qiye had sensed the peak and understood its magical properties. The Great Cauldron was truly tempting, but the top masters didn't dare to rob Duality Academy. They had no choice but to ask the Academy for permission. So back then, when Apricot Tao Lord used the peak to create her weapon, incredible visual phenomena emerged. Gods and immortal images manifested, even the legendary land of the immortal Tao took form. This shocked all the big shots in 8 Desolaces. Yang Ling turned red with excitement while recalling the glory days of the cauldron as if she was there in person. He smiled and eventually said, "Unfortunately, the glory days are long gone." This was akin to pouring cold water on her head, her expression wilted like an eggplant struck by frost and winter. "Can't you let me have a little fun?" She pouted. "I'm just telling the truth." He waved his hand. "The teachers said that the peak has been borrowed by too many Tao lords. The divine flame inside has been depleted and extinguished." She revealed. The creation of Tao Lord weapons required immense fuel and energy from divine flames, especially those capable of invoking visual phenomena. Thus, each attempt severely weakened the divine flame. The main one was no longer around. Only the remnant sparks from the minor cauldrons remained. Alas, 10,000 cauldrons weren't comparable to the divine flame of the main cauldron. The latter was the thing capable of creating invincible weapons. Because of this, the academy stopped letting others borrow the peak. Only the students had access from then on. Poof! One cauldron sent out a wave of flame with a golden-willed visual phenomenon. "Looks like an upperclassman has finished crafting." Yang Ling enthusiastically said, "Young master, let's go take a look." She then grabbed his hand again and ran up the steps. Li Qiye smiled and played along. During the ascension, they saw that the cauldrons had varying affinities. One cauldron was of the wood element, another was frost, then the next was draconic flame. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that one could create a weapon of any desired affinity. This was something only possible in Myriad Cauldron Peak. The two heard metallic clankings, the students were diligently working. One tried to craft something new completely with fresh materials. The more experienced ones were refining their old weapons. They utilized the various affinities from the cauldrons to remove impurities and increase power. If one could add the right affinity to their previous weapon, this would truly increase its potential. That's why the students loved Myriad Cauldron Peak. Whenever they had idle time, they would come running for further improvements. Yang Ling occasionally stopped to watch the senior brothers and sisters at work. Though what they did was quite simple, she still enjoyed watching, unlike Li Qiye who had zero interest. He was more focused on the makeup of the peak. Suddenly, they heard groups clamoring and rushing towards the ridge. "We gotta hurry, Sampan Decapitator's weapon is about to come out, I heard it's amazing." Someone shouted while running up the steps. "What? We can't miss it then." The other students couldn't help running towards the ridge. "That axe has been inside the cauldron by the ridge for half a month now. It's about to finish soon." Groups talked about it along the way. "Senior brother's weapon is coming out." Yang Ling's eyes lit up after hearing this. "Young master, let's go take a look. Senior brother's blacksmithing skill is top-notch, everyone is jealous of his special flame. We can go." Li Qiye smiled since this was on the way anyway. She grabbed his hand and the two of them rushed towards the ride. "Senior brother also has an inborn fate palace, his cauldron of life possesses a special flame." Yang Ling elaborated along the way. Chapter 36:13, One cauldron by the ridge looked like a well extending all the way into the core. Yellow smoke oozed from it with golden rays, looking like the crown of a fire prince. Next to the cauldron was an anvil with a weapon being hammered. Each thunk echoed across the ridge. The blacksmith was a tall and sturdy youth. His skin was coarse, seemingly from traveling too much and exposed to the elements. Thus, he looked older than his actual age. His shirt was wrapped around his waist. His bulging muscles seemed to be brimming with strength, ready to erupt at any moment. He had a broad axe hanging by his waist, crafted with precious metals. The rays reflected from the sun were frightening and gave off an immense feeling. One could easily imagine a mountain being split into two halves with one wave. The youth currently held a hammer made of an unknown material, looking like iron. Each time he swung down, silvery sparks would scatter. He was refining another great axe, albeit different from the one hanging by his waist. The new creation was larger and more exquisite. The blade was still purple despite being refined, seemingly originating from an immortal realm. Clank! 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 The youth followed a very particular rhythm while adding the utmost strength to each smash. Fire of life would ooze out from both hands each time, eventually turning the axe red. The waves of light also intensified and spread 3 more inches after each smash. Senior brother Lin is incredible, this weapon should be 1 level higher. Many students sighed with admiration. Yang Ling and Li Qiye have also arrived. She watched the youth going all out with the refinement while introducing, "Young master, this is one of the 5 heroes of our academy, Sanban Furious Axe or senior brother Lin Hao. He's one of the strongest students here." Li Qiye only smiled before glancing at the great axe on the anvil. Lin Hao was in a state of absolute focus. The process was near completion, so he didn't dare to be careless. After all, it took 3 years to gather firewood for 1 hour of burning. Failing meant wasting all of his time prior. He had already refined this axe twice. The spectators watched him with bated breath. Lin Hao was a famous character in Duality, a member of the Duality 5 heroes. It consisted of the most brilliant students, not limited to any class or age as long as they were still part of the academy. Moreover, Lin Hao was considered a great role model because he was the only one with a mediocre upbringing. Countless cultivators have excelled in history. However, the number of true masters who had a bad upbringing might be limited. For example, a genius might have a lowly background relative to the rest. However, they might still be from a small sect or a declining clan. On the other hand, Lin Hao actually came from a village in the Holy Ground. Not just his parents but even his ancestors were mere farmers. He rose in a meteoric manner despite his background. His cultivation soared after joining Duality Academy and surpassed the senior brothers and sisters. He eventually became one of the 5 heroes. I think this refinement will take that axe's power to the next level. One student praised. He spent a lot of effort on it. This golden flame cauldron is used year-round, the waiting list is several years long. He used a lot of connections to skip the line for the sake of crafting this Tao Source true treasure. Another revealed. More than that, he borrowed a highest-grade hammer from a teacher. Its name is Violet Thunder, a famous treasure here. Everyone wants to borrow it. This is his 3rd time refining it. Right, this weapon didn't come easily. When he came up with the materials back then, even the teachers helped him gather some of them. It's really valuable. One female student added. A Tao Source true treasure was a big deal. Normally, at the Samadhi level, a cultivator would be able to create a treasure to pair with their Tao Source. They would only have one because this treasure would grow with their cultivation. The Fate Palaces carried it, the true Fate embraced it, and the Tao Source encompassed it. This could be considered a defensive weapon since it was tasked with protecting a cultivator's true fate and grand Tao. Having it destroyed meant either being crippled or death. Cultivators had numerous ways to gather other weapons including those at the Tao Lord level. However, it was impossible to take someone else's weapon and turn it into their Tao Source true treasure. Thus, many chose to cultivate one after reaching the Samadhi realm so that they could grow together. Meanwhile, Lin Hao continued smashing the treasure with the special hammer. The materials didn't come easy, especially given his abilities and background back then. The teachers protected and supported him in his effort to gather them. Thus, he truly valued this great axe. The refinement process was difficult but he persevered. This was the 3rd time. Clank! Eventually, the wave of light emanating from the blade had reached its limit. Good! Lin Hao roared and after a loud explosion, the flames of life oozed out from his body. They seemed animated and brimming with life. The flames wrapped around the axe and carried it into the cauldron. Now, the cauldron was being activated by the flames. Boom! Flames erupted like a magnificent volcano. Return! Lin Hao roared, and the flames that went out returned back to the cauldron to refine his axe. This process was repeated numerous times. The powerful flames were under his control, unable to leave the cauldron. Its power served to refine the great axe, imprinting the fire element into the blade. Amazing, these are the advantages of having an inborn fate palace and a special cauldron of life. So strong. Everyone watched in awe. There was a reason why a mortal like Lin Hao was able to join duality. He had an inborn fate palace with a special symbol, his cauldron of life. His fire of life was different from everyone else's. Thus, this made him a perfect blacksmith, among the top 2 at the very least when counting just the students. Nonetheless, just relying on the fire of life wasn't enough. This was common knowledge. Thus, using the cauldrons here meant adding wings to a tiger. That's why they all came to Myriad Cauldron Peak to refine their weapons. This place allowed everyone to become a blacksmith. 1. Sanban means 3 planks/boards, a type of wooden boat. Chapter 36:14, The Cauldron refined Furious Axe's weapon continuously. The lights accumulated each time looked like visual phenomena to the astonishment of the spectators. Boom! Finally, the scorching flames from the cauldron soared upward and struck the sky. Everyone took a deep breath in response. Those innate advantages are something else. Some students had to admit. They were impressed by his blacksmithing skill and felt envious. No one else in the crowd had a special cauldron of life like him. After the flames dispersed, the Tao Source true treasure landed on his hand. It was filled with auspicious purple energy, especially the blade. This made it hard to see its actual appearance. This energy also felt attuned with the Grand Tao, as if the two could fuse and release the strongest explosion. Moreover, there were faint crimson rays capable of piercing through space. They possessed extreme heat. Thus, the axe had incomparable sharpness and a fire affinity capable of melting its foes. That's a great weapon. Even the older students became impressed. Activate! He shouted with the axe in his grip. Boom! A vast, crimson continent descended along with loud explosions. The students looked up and felt as if space itself was being crushed. A few shuddered with fear. So this is a myriad form sanctity weapon. That's one of the 5 heroes for you. Everyone was impressed. Right, Senior Lin Hao might not be the strongest, but his blacksmithing is second to none. Others nodded in agreement. Congratulations. Senior Brother Li has heard of this and wants to come in person to congratulate you. One student walked closer and cupped his fist. He wore full armor, looking gallant and fierce, always ready to fight. Just one glance was enough to know that he came from a military family. I appreciate his goodwill. Lin Hao nodded in response. He wishes to prepare a banquet for you to celebrate your new weapon. I'm here to invite you. The armored student's name was Lu Jinsong. The listeners exchanged glances after hearing this. Looks like Li Xiangquan wants to recruit Lin Hao. An older student murmured. It's understandable. Li Xiangquan is ambitious and wants to move up the court and inherit his father's position of Grand Commander, under one man but above all. Li Xiangquan was also a member of the 5 heroes. His title was Cold-Eyed Lightning Sword. His father was one of the most influential men in Vitra. It's alright, no need to go to so much trouble. Lin Hao declined. Lu Jinsong became awkward and dropped the issue, quietly retreating. His father was a general under the Grand Commander. He was naturally under the banner of Li Xiangquan. Congratulations, senior brother, how about a drink tonight? A different student came forward with a smile. Lin Hao was the only hero with a humble background and enjoyed the least wealth and power. Thus, he was a great target. Everyone could see that his future was bright. Befriending him now meant gaining incredible benefits later on. Senior brother, your Dao Source true treasure has returned to the original state. Once you reach the sacred level, it should completely dominate same-level treasures. Another student praised while looking at the great axe. Your blacksmithing is already number 1 at our academy. If you refine this weapon again after reaching the sacred level, it'll improve considerably. One more said. Right, that's my plan. Lin Hao nodded, I'll use a stronger flame next time. If I can reach the refinement limit, it might be able to contend against heavenly sovereign weapons while I'm at the grand sacred stage. You're the only one among the 5 heroes who harbors such bold thoughts. An older student praised him. That's suicidal. While the crowd and Lin Hao thought that this was a good idea, a nonchalant voice interrupted them. This was a time for celebration, but the comment immediately ruined the mood. The speaker seemed to be purposely antagonizing Lin Hao. No one would appreciate the untimely interruption. People looked over and saw an ordinary youth, Li Qie. He has been watching the refinement process as well. Yang Ling became startled because it sounded like Li Qie was cursing the guy. Who is this brat running his mouth? One student said seriously. That's Li Qie, a fierce guy who doesn't hold back versus anyone. Another recognized him. Humph, he can't compare to the 5 heroes. A different peer snorted. Fellow classmate, what did you mean by that? Lin Hao's brows furrowed, clearly unhappy. He spent untold effort to craft his treasure and was ecstatic after succeeding. He was planning the next steps in order to maximize its potential. Anyone with less self-restraint would have been furious at Li Qie by now. Yang Ling became worried because of all the unfriendly stares from Lin Hao's fans. She tugged on Li Qie's sleeve, telling him not to speak. Your Dao Source true treasure has reached its limit in power and toughness. Using a stronger flame for another refinement will break it. Li Qie glanced at him and replied. Do you not know that senior brother Lin is the best blacksmith in our academy? A wild child like you knows nothing about blacksmithing, stop spewing bullshit. One fan immediately retorted. Lin Hao grimaced and said, I don't think this is a problem, on what basis do you claim this? How could anyone know his treasure more than him? He personally created and was too familiar. He didn't notice anything wrong with it, so he remained skeptical. Senior brother Lin, don't listen to him. Lu Jinsong shook his head and laughed, he's just a woodchopper from Myriad Beast Mountains. How can he know anything about blacksmithing? A genius like you shouldn't pay attention to a nameless junior. Jinsong tried to curry favor, so he put down Li Qie. The young master is knowledgeable and experienced in all domains. There's a reason why he said it. Yang Ling backed Li Qie up with haste. Really? So I guess he probably read a few books and thinks that he's a master now. Jinsong snorted. Chapter 36:15, You. Yang Ling was livid but had no response. On the other hand, Li Qie was calm from start to finish. He smiled, I'm a master indeed, there's no other on my level. The crowd exchanged glances since they didn't expect a haughty response. They thought that he was being ridiculous. Lin Hao frowned again. He always chose humility even though others praised him as the top student blacksmith in duality. He never claimed to be number 1. Now, Li Qie showed no hesitation in declaring his supremacy. It sounded baseless and overly egotistical. Some students started sneering and jeering at Li Qie. The academy had plenty of blacksmiths. Though they might not be as talented as Lin Hao, they were brilliant in their own right. Another student aware of this subject scowled, ignorant brat, there's no other on your level. You probably haven't even seen enough blacksmithing methods and processes. Remember where you're standing. This is Duality Academy, a place with countless geniuses. A country bumpkin like you still knows nothing after reading a few books. Lu Jinsong had a look of disdain. Li Qiye ignored all of them and told Lin Hao with an insipid tone, "Feel your Tao source true treasure. Another refinement will destroy it." Enough. One fan shouted. They construed Li Qiye's comments as bad luck. "It's not too late to apologize to senior brother Lin or I'll teach you a lesson." Another loudly threatened. "That's right." Lu Jinsong took advantage of this in order to please Lin Hao. He went on, "Brat, you better have some evidence or this is just cursing senior brother Li. He might be too nice to stoop down to your level but I won't let this go." Li Qiye paid them no mind and started leaving. Running away after knowing you're wrong. One student sneered, "You're better off going back to be a woodchopper, don't come out and embarrass yourself. At least he knows his place." One more said with contempt. However, Lu Jinsong didn't want to let Li Qiye off so easily. He roared, "Brat, stop right there. You think you can leave after insulting senior brother Lin? Not that easy." Li Qiye still turned a deaf ear towards them and walked up the stone steps, heading for the pinnacle. "That's it, you're the one asking for it." Jinsong's eyes flashed with chilling aggression. He walked forward, ready to attack. Lin Hao raised his hand and stopped him. He said seriously, "This young noble is only expressing his opinion, there's no ulterior motive and I'm not harmed, drop it." Jinsong stopped and smiled at Lin Hao, "You're too merciful and benevolent, I have nothing but admiration for you. Senior brother, the brat clearly insulted and tried to give you bad luck, maybe he's jealous of your skill." Another student said with indignation. Lin Hao didn't respond and started pondering. "Senior brother, don't worry about his bullshit." A different student saw his expression and hurriedly consoled, "That ignorant brat has no grounds to talk on this matter." Lin Hao remained silent. He found the whole thing strange. After all, there was no feud between them, they didn't even know each other. Why would Li Qiye need to do this? Meanwhile, Yang Ling was vexed while walking behind Li Qiye. "They don't appreciate your good intentions and even laughed at you, so out of line." Li Qiye chuckled and didn't really give a damn, unlike the angry girl. Eventually, Li Qiye stopped and started touching the wall of the peak. "Do you notice anything different?" he asked. Yang Ling found this question unexpected. She looked around before shaking her head, "No, it's still the same as always. She has been here numerous times. Myriad Cauldron Peak didn't change at all." "No, look carefully at the cauldron itself." Li Qiye shook his head. Yang Ling focused up and tried to observe meticulously before answering, "I see, there's no embedded cauldron here." "Wait, no cauldrons from the ridge to the top, all of them are at the bottom half." "Anything else? For example, the rock right here." Li Qiye rubbed the wall. Yang Ling stared at the wall and saw weed, dirt, and vines, nothing too peculiar. "I don't know." She eventually gave up. Li Qiye then wiped the wall clean, revealing its true appearance. "Take a look." He smiled. Yang Ling came closer and found that there was something strange. There were numerous layers stacking on each other. It seemed chaotic yet still adhering to an unknown order. She just couldn't grasp it. She knocked on the wall and found it awfully tough. She took out a weapon and tried to dig. This proved futile. Remember, her weapon was sharp enough to cut down steel like mud, but this wall remained undamaged. "Why is it so hard? Is this still rock?" She stared at Li Qiye, surprised. "That's the difference." Li Qiye smiled, "Now tell me where this new composition starts." "Above the midway point, why?" she murmured. "Because a master has refined a weapon here before." Li Qiye commented while looking upward. "A Tao Lord?" She also looked up, I heard a story from a teacher before. When Apricot Dao Lord refined her weapon, stars were dragged down from above. They were refined and forced into the cauldron. Since the heat wasn't enough, the Dao Lord even pulled down several suns and extracted sun fire from them. She became lost in another legendary tale. This Dao Lord was incredible, capable of using the celestials for the refinement process. That scene must have been magnificent. Witnessing it in person required the blessings of 3 lifetimes. Alas, she was born in the wrong era and couldn't see Duality Master's peerless style or Apricot Dao Lord's invincibility. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.